for recovery, about 8 months, so the season is done. Players like Diaz, Mets teammate Francisco Lindor, and others like Mookie Betts defending playing in the WBC.
Those things, that can happen to anybody at any given time, and you can always try and place blame on the WBC, but, that's just a freak accident that could happen to anyone at any given time. And so, but to echo what Mike said, man, this is so much fun. It's so much fun, and this is way better than getting 4 at-bats on the backfields. This is just, so I encourage those who are watching, come join, come play, and for Team USA, because this is a lot of fun.
And again, teams should have a say. They're paying the huge salaries to players like Diaz, and now he is done for the season. Meantime, Georgia defensive tackle Jalen Carter pleading no contest to misdemeanor charges of reckless driving and racing related to the crash that killed Bulldogs offensive lineman Devin Willock and a recruiting staff member. Carter has been sentenced to 12 months probation. Keep in mind, he's projected as one of the top players in next month's NFL draft. Bulls guard Lonzo Ball will undergo a third surgery on his left knee in 14 months. Concerns persist about his eventual ability to resume his career. Hasn't played since January of 2022. And Hornets owner Michael Jordan engaged in serious talks to sell a majority stake in the franchise. If it completed, Jordan expected to remain in a minority stake of the team. Once again, a 15 seed in Princeton takes out the 2 seed Arizona. Third straight year the men's NCAA tournament has a 15 seed getting a W. Might we have more March Madness today? Thanks for staying up all night. For producer Cam Urshery and technical director Josiah Howard, I'm Jim Basquell. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max is next.
Coming up next, Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career, and they talked to me about it.
He was done in just months.
I did do it online.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at My Computer Career.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Hey guys, are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? There's a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men and is now available in Philadelphia. Oak Hills Medical Clinic uses WAVE technology, backed by 50 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call now to schedule a completely free and confidential assessment. You will receive a free blood flow ultrasound and get something unique that produces powerful results in the bedroom in just minutes. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but is free to those that call in the next 2 minutes. 215-302-9999. That's 215-302-9999. Guys, put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your love life back. Call Oak Hills Medical Clinic of Philadelphia now to schedule your completely confidential appointment. 215-302-9999.
Hey, it's Joe Conklin. Bet on sports right now with the BetPark Sportsbook and Casino app. It's the official sportsbook of the die-hard Philly sports fans. Safe, secure, and easy to use. It's the only sportsbook and casino app I recommend. Bet pro and college hoops, hockey, golf, MMA, soccer, and more. Join me now. New users bet $10 and get $125 in sports bonus if your first bet wins. Download now and get in on the action. The BetPark Sportsbook and Casino app. Must be 21 and older and present in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. New users and winning bets only. Terms and conditions apply. See betparks.com for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Parks Casino. This is how you win. The fun never stops at Parks Casino, the #1 casino in Pennsylvania. Treat yourself to a full weekend of live music and dancing. Get into 360 for the best local bands and live entertainment. Friday, March 17th, St. Patty's Day celebration with Turning the Tide featuring members of Fuel and Breaking Benjamin. Saturday, March 18th, the music continues with The Exception. Follow on social or at parkscasino.com. Parks Casino. This is how you win. This is how you win. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you hire your local CertaPro painters, you get
the power of a cut above.
Decades of expertise to transform your home. From so-so to virtuoso.
The power of neighborhood painters.
We live where you live and probably like the same pizza place you do. Put
the power of pro
to work for you today. Get your project started at CertaPro.com.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
You found the perfect woman. Now it's time to find the perfect ring. Family Company Jewelers has been South Jersey's diamond destination for over 80 years. And with more than 1,000 5-star reviews from satisfied customers, myself included, you are guaranteed to walk out with a ring that will make her say, wow. Visit their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Philadelphia Union Soccer, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show, Philadelphia's longest-running sports talk morning show.
Excuse me, what'd you say?
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
I'd say the drinking starts now.
All right, I'm in.
The eating starts now. It's St. Patrick's Day, and people are already pouring in to the Irish Horne in Richboro. Brian took the corner seat at the bar. He's Norm Peterson. He's getting the morning started. And we are live here on St. Patrick's Day, 6 a.m. hour of the John Kincade Show, brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White's here for the pro. Bud Light has us here at the Irish Horne today in Richboro, Pennsylvania, which seemed so much faster to get to than last year.
Yeah?
But last year was a monsoon of rain. This year, a much nicer day. It's going to be an amazing day. You're going to have a great St. Patrick's Day. And we already had Coach Camille asking, is it St. Patty's Day or St. Patty's Day? So, Bob, you are the real Irishman.
It's a drinking day. That's all that matters. I don't care if it's Patty, Patrick's, Pat, whatever.
Pat, do you have anything that you would speak to on this issue?
No, I have
I'm Scottish, so I shouldn't really speak on it.
I have no insight on this. I think it's whatever you want to call it. I think, so what happened was it was St. Patrick's Day, and then 3 beers in, it's St. Patty's Day.
There you go.
Patty's Day, and then once you're like 4 Guinnesses in, it's St. Patty's or
Bud Lights.
Yeah, Bud Light. Patty's Day.
And then it just turns into Friday.
And then it's just a Friday.
Yeah. And then pants come off, and it gets real wild.
It could be a messy Friday. You never know. The Irish Horne has been known to have some wild affairs. And people are pouring in the doors, and I have a feeling by
this is awesome.
6:30, there ain't going to be a seat at the bar.
I want to be him over here. Look at that Jeff cap right there.
He was here.
He wears that perfectly.
He was here last year, if I'm not mistaken.
He was here yesterday and the day before, too.
We're live here thanks to Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White here for the pro. And our friends at Bud Light having us out for St. Patrick's Day at the Irish Horne, which does it the best in Richboro, Pennsylvania. It is going to be a beautiful day. It's going to be warm. And people are lining up. They're going to get that traditional Irish breakfast rolling. Bob's having the traditional healthy Irish breakfast after the Bruce Springsteen concert with grapes, a little cheese, and some what?
Some crackers.
A little cracker or something.
Yeah, sure.
So how was it last night? Because I have received such amazing reviews on last night's Bruce Springsteen concert.
Yeah, it was cool. And I know a lot of listeners out there don't give a crap about Springsteen, and I get a lot of hate mail on it. I was amazed. I've been to close to 20 shows. I didn't expect much anything last night. Guy's 73 years old. And I kept looking at the audience all night long. And people that were on the top aisle all the way to the back. Never sat down.
That's awesome.
It was pretty cool. I had a lot of fun.
What does Erin go bra mean? That is our morning mind bender today.
Means she's getting dressed.
Yeah, it means she's taking off her bra because she's ready to party.
Is that what it means?
No, I do. I think I do know what it means. Do you guys have a guess?
Erin, I don't know what Erin means.
I think it means, from what I remember, what I was saying, like Ireland forever or
Ireland forever.
Something
Coach,
like
do you have
that?
the answer? Connor should give you the mic.
Coach, every
so you can
second
talk
counts
to us
now. Come on.
Yeah,
Thanks, Bob.
it is.
You're welcome.
Coach,
It's Ireland forever.
Yeah.
so
Good job, Bob.
Erin is Ireland? Because we have Erin on our roadshow crew
Yeah,
here. So Erin is Ireland. I never knew that.
she's Irish.
Erin's a good Irish name.
It's a great name.
Yeah.
Very, very cool name. So we're here at the Irish Horne all day long. And Bob, look, I said 6:30 every seat at the bar would be taken.
This is great.
It's probably like 25, 30% right now.
I love this place. I swear to God, I love this place.
It's a great spot. And you believe that gentleman has been here every day of the week.
Dude, he was here last night until closing.
He got to be here.
He went home, got a shower, and came right back.
Good. At least he's showering, which is great. So as we start the show this morning, a relatively quiet Thursday for your Philadelphia Eagles that leaves C.J. Gardner-Johnson out there. His most prominent thing of yesterday being a deleted tweet where the disrespect is real was his tweet. I don't know what it is with these Eagles players and deleted tweets. I mean, if you think it, keep it up there. If you think you're being disrespected, keep it up there. He's not just talking about the Eagles. He's talking about everybody around the NFL.
See, you're reading into it too much. I think he was talking about Furman.
I didn't
I don't
realize
even
that
think
he had
was discussing his free agency,
oh.
and then people like you just dived into it too much, and he had to delete it.
So why would he delete it?
Well, because people were reading into it too much, but he was just talking about those Furman. What are they?
Paladins?
The Paladins. Yeah, he's all paladined up.
That I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah, CJ almost went to Furman. So
He did?
almost. So I
He wouldn't be an Eagle, I think, if he had actually gone to Furman.
You never know. Talent weighs out. But
There you go.
Yeah, that was weird that he deleted it.
Yeah, it's weird. If I'm C.J. Gardner-Johnson right now, depending on what he's asking for, I'm feeling a bit disrespected right now. I mean, I can understand him. He thinks he's one of the top players available in the NFL during free agency. I bet you he thought he was going to have 3 or 4 offers on the first day.
Well, is he feeling disrespected by the Eagles, or is it the rest of the NFL?
I think it could be everybody.
Is my question. Yeah, because it's a big difference. If it's directed at the Eagles, then that's not a good sign. If it's just in general the NFL, because I believe that tweet came right after Harrison Smith signed. And I could be wrong. I mean, I might get my timeline wrong, but Harrison Smith re-signed with the Vikings. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson must be like, you got to be kidding me.
What are you doing?
They're bringing that dude back, and I can't get whatever I'm asking for?
Well, he's asking now. Reportedly, the Eagles have made him a contract offer. He has not accepted a contract offer from the Philadelphia Eagles. And by the way, it's a negotiation. I don't blame him. Ask for what you're worth and hold out for what you think you're worth. But this game becomes a waiting game that could end up screwing him in the long run.
Yeah, it could, and it's surprising to me he hasn't gotten more offers, or not knowing exactly what he's looking for. It surprises me that he's asking for so much that maybe he's out distancing himself from teams. But after the year he had last year, moving to a new position, it reeks of what a good athlete he is, of what he can do to help a defensive backfield. I'm surprised the Eagles haven't scooped him up. I'm shocked that nobody else in the NFL has either.
Okay, weird thing, Pat, that hearing some of the analysis yesterday was, well, do the Eagles have the if they're in the wiggle room of like $2 million where they're negotiating with Gardner-Johnson, is that money not available because of the deal that they gave Fletcher Cox?
No,
and that they're up against it. They can't go as high as he wants to go.
I don't think so. So one thing that I found really interesting was with the James Bradberry contract. It was reported that Howie basically told Bradberry's camp, look, go out there, see what you can get, but let us match. Whatever you get offered, come back to us. We'll figure out if we can match it.
And Bradberry was cool with that.
I got a feeling he probably did the same thing with CJ. And he's probably like, look, go out there, see what you can get, but we'll figure out if it's best for the Eagles. So I don't think it's necessarily a take it or leave it deal. I look at it like they have their opinion of them. They have the value. And they're sticking to it now because nobody else has even come close to matching his lofty contract.
The only difference is that reportedly the Eagles have already offered him a contract. he hasn't accepted.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like I think,
but I mean, they didn't. They didn't
offered
offer
them.
one. They didn't offer anything to Bradbury. They told Bradbury, go shopping, find out what your value is, and then we'll talk.
Well, it goes hand in hand. I think the Eagles offered it. He said no, and they said, okay, well then go find out what you want, and just let us match. Don't sign with a random team, and then we're sitting there finding out.
Don't leave us
and Schefter's Twitter account.
I could be wrong. I don't think that the Cox money or the Brandon Graham money, I think that was set aside. I don't think that comes into play when it comes to those guys.
$10 million bucks.
I think those guys were more important, and it was probably, okay, this is what we have for you. And then on the side, I think they had the Fletcher Cox and the Brandon Graham money. So I don't think that money came into play with those guys.
What contract, Pat, are you most okay with, and what are you most not okay with that has gone down in the past week?
Ooh, good question. Most okay, I guess, would be Penny because it's no money.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's a great answer because it's
boomer bust contract right there. I mean, but if it doesn't work out, you're not holding the bag for much. One I'm not okay with going. I guess if I was hard pressed, it would be the Fletcher Cox one. I guess. The thing is though, it's telling that I don't have a problem with any of them.
That is a little. The thing is, though, I don't think you should have a problem.
No, I mean,
But the money makes it a difference.
Yeah, gun to my head, I guess it would be Fletcher Cox based on money. But then again, it's a one-year deal, so it's hard for me to really get mad about a one-year deal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good question, John.
Where you go, Bobby?
And I don't think it came into play with anything else, but I did think that $10 million for Fletcher Cox was a little steep.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, I think they got that out of the petty jar, though. I think they had Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox money just in the petty jar, and that's what they did with them.
Lifetime Achievement Awards contract.
Yeah, I mean, but it's only 1 year, so that's okay. The best contract, I would probably say, I would go Bradbury. I like that they kept a young well, he's not young, he's 29, but I like that they kept him, tied him up for 3 years, shows that they're, okay, we have a cornerstone here. We'll stay with that for a little while. And then news came out late last night. I don't know how many people that are listening saw this, that the Eagles signed another corner in Greedy Williams from the Browns.
Out of LSU,
Yeah.
Greedy Williams, often injured.
Often
not
injured.
really an impact guy.
Yeah, taken in the second round in 2019. Ran a sub 4.4 at his combine when he was coming out.
I'd be shocked.
Might be somebody that could help you out a little bit.
Yeah, he might make the team. It's not like a foregone conclusion that he'll be there. Cleveland, he sort of ran as they just couldn't count on.
Yeah,
and there's another low impact signing though.
Exactly. If he makes the
If he
team,
makes
maybe
it,
it's a
great,
guy that
right.
can help you out in nickel or whatever. And you look, Slay and Bradbury are hovering at that or over that 30 age mark. It's always good to have a young guy back there that maybe can help you out and replace them.
I think Greedy's 4 years in, so he's probably like 25.
Yeah,
probably around 25 years old or something like that.
And that's another boomer bust kind of.
Yeah, but I don't mind those, right?
No, it's good. I mean, you've got Darius Slay's 30. What, 32?
32.
Yeah. And James Bradbury is younger, but still, if one of those guys goes down, do you really feel comfortable putting Zach McPherson in there? Maybe they like what they see from him, but it seems like a very low-risk signing.
And Darius Slay, with his new contract, is going to be paid around $12.5 million the next 2 years, and the third year is really one of those false front contracts.
Yeah.
It's not it. So really, you're getting Darius Slay for 2 more years. If you want to keep him for the third, you probably just pay him up front some bonus money and everything, but it's not going to hurt them. So I don't mind that at all, the way they reworked that. I think $12 million for Darius Slay is not bad at all.
Yeah,
for the next 2 years.
For all the people complaining that Howie has this love affair with older players and stuff like that, and you look at the Coxes and the Grahams and all that stuff. He's playing poker here with CJGJ.
He is, and it
He's
could
playing poker.
backfire.
It could, but he also could win that hand. And if he does, it's another notch in the belt for him.
When someone gets hurt, we know who to call. Well, how about a mental health crisis? The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline offers free, confidential support around the clock, so don't hesitate. Call 988. Jamie Lynch joins us in just a few moments. Jamie will be here because he's got Donuts with Dad this morning. Bob,
Yeah.
Bob, how many of them did you get to go to over the years?
Too many that I care to talk about.
They were great, weren't they?
You
had too many of them.
Yeah, I have too many kids. I've said that before. My wife, wouldn't lay off of me, and that's why we have so many kids. So, way too many donuts for
Couldn't
Dad.
have just been your
I
appeal?
apologize right there.
Could it have
I
just
didn't realize
been your
I was a little
appeal?
kid. Yeah, it was my I'm sure
your
it
charm,
was.
so-
Yeah, or she had a lot of alcohol, one or the other.
Bud Lights are flowing already.
Is that
Here.
how it happened?
Is that Pat? You have a child. You know how it happens.
And usually it's just in a lab.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Is that how they grow the next level of vegans?
Is that not how you guys made yours?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in the lab, all right.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, baby. I was in the lab.
What are you referring to?
I don't know.
Jamie,
we have children in the house. Keep it
Exactly.
You're
clean,
ruining the
Pat.
way I look at Donna.
Look, we have children in the bar
Don't
at
you look at Donna.
6:30 in the morning. Come
I
on
love
now,
that.
Jamie.
That's
parenting.
clutch.
That's
That's
great.
good parenting right there.
Hey, listen to Jamie's Daily Odds pod. Jamie Lynch will join us in a few moments. Brought to you by Parks. Jamie is looking at the lines of the games, the prayer props, the futures, and the ups and downs of gambling. Jamie, I'm sure will have plenty of thoughts on the NCAA tournament. Also, we'll talk more about that coming up in a little bit. So if, again, and we revisit this conversation again, if he doesn't deliver C.J. Gardner-Johnson, where do you put this free agency signing period? I put it right now, Howie's at a good, and it's not great. He gets C.J. Gardner-Johnson, it goes from good to great, and it would be one of the greatest escape acts I've ever witnessed in all of pro sports. If he manages to bring back all that he did, and I even think he brought back more than I would have wanted, because I was not in the Fletcher Cox camp of paying Fletcher Cox $10 million. I would have brought the linebackers back before I did that.
Yeah, the thing with C.J. Gardner-Johnson is I think going into all this, he's the biggest guy you had to bring back, right? Probably the most talented, the kind of year that he had last year. He was probably the most important. Now, you could argue the Slay and Bradbury or whatever, but when you talk age, when you talk what kind of a difference he made.
I mean, seriously.
Yes, so getting him would be your biggest get. But also losing him would probably be the thing that you expected most because he had such a good year last year, even in spite of the injury, that you would think teams would look to gobble him up. So losing him, as devastating as it would be, I always thought that it would be the hardest to bring him back.
I thought Bradbury was the most likely to go. Like, Bradbury's the
So
one
did
who
I.
surprises me the most that he's here.
I think everybody did.
But I thought C.J. Gardner-Johnson would be the second hardest to bring back. But, Pat, something bothers me, and I don't know what he's asking for.
What bothers you, bud?
The idea that
talk about
I think he was the priority.
You think CJ was the priority?
I think a 25-year-old playmaking safety who's a ball hawk should have been the priority. Before you do anything else, I think that should have been a priority.
I don't disagree with you.
But I don't know what he's asking, so I may be completely, what he's asking for, I may be completely wrong on that.
You probably are. You're probably completely wrong. But that's just not even about this topic. It's just about
Just par for the course?
Just every topic about John. But here's the thing. So I think what might have happened was, and I'm looking right now to see who his agent is. So I've never heard of this guy. It doesn't mean that he's a bad agent or whatever. But when we talked to Zach Berman last week, he told us that his C.J. Gardner-Johnson's price went up for being a safety. And he played so well in that role, and safeties command more money. I think that because of that, I think his agent is overplaying his hand a bit and is trying to get C.J. Gardner-Johnson really, really big-time safety money when he's only played the position for,
really a year.
13 games, 12 games, whatever it is. So I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson's going to have to come back down to earth a little bit on the price that he thinks he's going to get because he's clearly not getting it.
No.
It's been 5 days in free agency, and he hasn't agreed to a contract. So I think that the Eagles know what they have a pretty good idea of what he's going to get on the open market, and they're sticking to their offer.
Does it come to a point where fans, followers of the team sour on him?
No.
I mean,
this is business. This is business. I mean,
but fans don't care about business. Fans just want you to sign a contract and be on the team.
If it was July or August, yes. It's March. It's March. It's St. Patrick's Day. So I don't think
it's St. Patrick's Day. Cheers, everybody.
So I don't think anybody's going to be like, screw him. If he doesn't want to be here, don't be here, because they realize how valuable he is to that secondary.
Yeah.
He's big. He's big. They got to have him.
And that's the other thing. When you maybe if you're Howie Roseman and you don't think you're going to get him, you would look. I would think you're starting to look elsewhere. Free agents, whatever it may be. We haven't heard a whisper of that either. So there's a lot of tell that says he's coming back, but all it takes is one team to say okay to the number he's asking. And it looks like it's only Cincinnati.
That's a really good point by you. At what point does the leak happen? Hey, the Eagles are looking to kind of speed this process up.
That could work. Maybe he doesn't want to piss him off. I don't know.
But we know that it would piss him off. You're not getting the deal you want.
Right.
And you're waiting around for the phone, and the call's not happening, and other teams are signing safeties. And then you find out through some beat writer or whatever, the Eagles are looking at this other guy. You might be willing to call up your agent and be like, dude,
let's get this done.
Like, let's zip up our flies and end this pissing contest.
This is a morning in Richboro. Is this what usually happens in Richboro in the morning?
If it is, I'm moving here.
Yeah, that's good. We're glad to have everybody here at the Irish Horne in Richboro. We're going to be here all morning long celebrating along with our friends at Bud Light. So come on by and join us. Bob, I said the bar, it's around 45, 50% full now?
Yeah.
As it's going, more and more people rolling on in. We'll look forward to having you join us here. John Kincade Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. Yes, it has been a mild winter. And I saw Adam Joseph yesterday said they are predicting a hotter than normal summer. So your old air conditioning system better be up for the challenge. And my friends at H&H Heating and Air Conditioning are ready to help you with that. They can get you hooked up with a new Bryant comfort system. You know Bryant. It's a name you can count on. Bryant, you know Bryant, whatever it takes. And Bryant has rebates up to $1,500 and 0% financing for qualified buyers through DelcoHVAC.com, H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. I love it because the Hoke brothers have been doing it since 1985. You can trust them. They are Delco proud, but they'll come to Montgomery County, Chester County. They'll be out in Philadelphia. Wherever you need them, they'll be there for you. Visit DelcoHVAC.com. Schedule an estimate today on a new Bryant comfort system and be ready for the nasty summer that's ahead. That's DelcoHVAC.com. And Bryant, whatever it takes.
Happy St. Paddy's Day from the John Kincade Show, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
In the lane, spins, hangs, fires, shot up, and good with 1 second to go.
Sixers Hornets tonight at 7 on your home for 76ers basketball. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
76ers basketball is brought to you by Meineke for tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more. Meineke, doing car care right.
Hello, Madame Dupree. I'm here for my fortune telling.
Come, gaze into my crystal ball. I see financial stability.
Nice.
If you switch to T-Mobile, because you can get their price lock guarantee, so they won't raise your rate for talk, text, or data ever.
Wow, ever? Verizon and AT&T don't have that.
And I see a free Samsung Galaxy.
New Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus at T-Mobile, free on our Max plan when you trade-in required. Plus, you get our price lock guarantee, so we won't raise your rate for talk, text, or data ever.
With eligible port-in, $800 via 24 monthly bill credits and $200 virtual prepaid card rebate, plus tax for well-qualified buyers. Contact us before canceling service to continue remaining bill credits or credits stop and balance on required finance agreement is due. Register prepaid card code within 30 days. Allow 8 weeks. Price lock exclusions like taxes, fees, select promos, and third-party services apply. Details at T-Mobile.com.
Ready for the underdogs, the upsets, and the unbelievable action from DraftKings Sportsbook? Well, the biggest tournament in college basketball is here. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 on college hoops and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, for a limited time, all customers can score a no-sweat bet during round 1 and 2 of the tournament. Go to the app, opt in, and place a no-sweat bet this weekend. If it doesn't hit, you'll get a bonus bet back up to $10. That's right. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and sign up with code FANATIC. New customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly, win or lose. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with code FANATIC. Must be 21 or older, Pennsylvania only. Bonus issued as bonus bets. 1 boost per eligible game. Opt-in required. 10-plus leg requirement for 100% boost. Deposit, parlay, and wagering. Restrictions apply. Eligibility and terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Staples, school is always in session, and savings never take a holiday, especially now. During Staples Teacher Palooza, you can save even more on everything for school, like 25% on classroom decor and stickers, and save up to 40% on trusted brands for the classroom, like Post-it, Papermate, and Elmer's. Whether you're a teacher restocking your classroom or a parent looking to help, during Staples Teacher Palooza, everyone saves big. But deals end soon, so hurry to Staples, your working and learning store. Offers end 3/18. In-store only while supplies last.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and
Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A's locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Like any good agent, we're here for the open house, for the closing, for handing over keys. But because we're realtors, we're here for so much more. Agents who are realtors volunteer at nearly 3 times the national average. We're working to broaden access to credit, increase affordable housing supply, and ensure fair housing for all. And realtors are bound by a code of ethics. We're here for it all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Get ready, because Scott's is taking over daylight saving time. It's such a big event that we're calling it day-long saving time. And now it's got real savings. In fact, it's the biggest deals of the year. Audacious? Absolutely. So don't wait. Stock up early and you'll be able to save up to $20 on Scott's Triple Action and Easy Seed products today at the Home Depot and Lowe's. Offers available March 9th through 22nd at select U.S. stores while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See store for exact offers.
Businesses of all types and sizes are saving money with Pico because Pico's got the financial incentives and technical expertise to help you reduce your energy use and to save cash. See how Pico's helping businesses like yours take greater control of their energy costs to improve their bottom line. Simply complete a customer survey on Pico's digital portal and an energy profile. The report will be generated for you, and this profile is going to provide specific recommendation based on your facilities, equipment, and energy use with great ways to save while either maintaining or increasing productivity.
Philadelphia's Children's Alliance presents the 2023 Bear Affair on Thursday, May 4th at the Link. Visit bearaffair.org for tickets. BEARAFFAIR.org for tickets.
Shop a wide selection of new Infinitis, new Nissans, and over 300 quality pre-owned vehicles from the Bush Auto Group. Visit bushautogroup.com today.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere. On Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, the Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey.
Hey, imagine if your favorite casino came with an undo button. Well, guess what? Yeah, get that with FanDuel Casino's Play It Again. Get up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. Play your favorite table games and hundreds of slots for real cash. See why FanDuel Casino is the #1 rated online casino app. I've told you before about all the great daily and weekly promotions that they have. And when you play with a live dealer. And if you ever have any kinds of questions, well, they have an in-class customer support team that is just awesome, and they're there 24/7. So sign up for FanDuel Casino with FanDuel.com/Bob today and play it again with up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. That's FanDuel.com/Bob. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania, must not have previously placed any wager on FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Casino, Betfair Casino, Mohegan Sun Casino, or Stardust Casino. Refund issued as non-withdrawable casino-only site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/casino. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
Now back to the John Kincade Show, St. Paddy's Day broadcast, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
We're live at the Irish Horne in Richboro, and there's some people drinking their breakfast this morning.
Attaboy and girl.
I see a lot of Bud Lights going. Boy, Brian's already I think he's on number 3. Sitting there in the corner.
Are you the kind of guy that counts people's beers?
Well, I just count them just because we're glad to see Bud Light. Look at that big Bud Light he's got right there.
I used to have a buddy of mine that would count.
He is absolutely. Look at Colin. Look how smart Colin is. Colin knowing taking care of the client. There's Brian at the corner. He's got his Bud Light, and he's going to have his traditional Irish breakfast here at the Irish Horne, where they take great care of you, Bobby.
Yeah.
This is like a neighbor. You could see yourself this could be a drop-in bar.
Oh my God! I would
drop-in bar.
I would be best friends with Shelby and Ed. Are you kidding me? Behind the bar there, I'd be like Norm. Come in, Bob. What's up?
Yeah.
What's going down, Bob? My ass on that bar stool. That's what it would be.
Will be.
Yeah.
How are things going, Mr. Cooney? It's a dog-eat-dog world, and I'm wearing milk-bone underwear.
You got that, Pat?
One for you.
You down with that?
Cheers was that show I never got.
What do you mean you never got it? Like you never enjoyed it?
I watched it and I went, eh.
Really?
Sorry, guys.
Tell me a sitcom that you liked.
Seinfeld.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like Seinfeld.
Big Seinfeld guy.
Big Seinfeld
You know?
guy. Jamie Lynch is with us.
What's up, guys?
Jamie Lynch is here thanks to Bet Parks. Did you already drop the Daily Odds pod?
I did. I woke up early this morning after a day of beers and tournament viewing. So my mettle was tested this morning, John. But I woke up, got the podcast done, and now I'm here at the Irish Horne, obviously.
The folks at Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook bringing you Jamie Lynch every single week here on the show. We love it, and we appreciate them very much. And you can download it now at betparks.com. I saw one of your big bosses, Matt Cullen, yesterday.
Oh, nice.
He really enjoys Jamie Lynch. I said, did I steer you wrong or what? I said, why wouldn't you enjoy Jamie Lynch?
Yeah, well, my heart was warm for Princeton yesterday because I grew up probably about 20, not far from here, actually, Washington Crossing. But my dad used to take me to Princeton games. So we used to hit the Princeton games all the time growing up. That was pretty cool to see yesterday.
That's an amazing, amazing day for Princeton basketball.
That's really fun.
In memory of Petey Carrill, right, Bob? Did you ever get a chance to interview Coach Carrill?
I have two Petey Carrill stories. One, when I played junior college ball, we played up at Princeton.
Did you really?
And our game went into triple overtime, so Carrill was on the sidelines watching because the varsity game was coming up after. And he came over to me after the game and shook my hand and said, "You played a nice game, son."
Oh,
so that was awesome.
One of the highlights. That's well worth it, yes.
And then, when he was an assistant.
Wait, can I finish the story that you're going to tell?
Do you guys finish each
Go
other's
ahead.
sentences?
Yeah, we did.
So when Eddie Jordan was signed and he was talking about Pete Carrill so much, you called up Pete Carrill and you were like, "Oh, that's Eddie Jordan guy," and he's like, "Yeah, I don't really know him that well."
So Eddie Jordan would go on and on and on about how he always talked to Petey Carrill. We were in Sacramento. Petey Carrill was an assistant. I was walking by his office, and his door was open. I said, "Hey, you have a chance to sit down and talk?" He said, "Yeah, come on in, close the door." And we sat down, and I told him the Eddie Jordan spiel, and he goes, "Yeah, I haven't talked to Eddie Jordan in like a year and a half, and I have no idea what the hell he's doing over there with Allen Iverson." Like, it was.
Oh my god!
It was funny as hell. Yeah.
Oh, that is.
Because he was a no BS guy.
Oh no.
Yeah. He called it whatever it was. He called it out, and he was a great dude.
So Jamie, I would say the most annoying person in any office is the person walking around today going, "I'm in first place. I'm in first place." And Jamie, I think you and I are tied for first. But guess what? I said to
Oh, are we? I didn't even.
So he's the annoying guy.
But I said no because I believe that the NCAA tournament pools are scored incorrectly. I believe Connor Thomas is the person who's in first place because it should be stacked by the amount of points you have left available, right?
Yeah.
Isn't the person who's in first place the one who has the most points available that can still be right?
I don't even look at it until Sunday, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't
with
look
you.
at it till like going into next week.
It doesn't matter. What happens in the first two rounds doesn't matter unless
The points are so minimal.
Unless you're
now.
Tyrone Johnson and you lose your champion.
Ooh.
On the first round.
That's tough.
Arizona's out.
Ooh.
I may have had Arizona in the. I definitely
had him in the Final
elite.
Four
I
one.
think I may have had him in the Final Four.
I think I had him in the Elite Eight.
I
think
took UCLA in most of mine.
I took
To win it
UCLA
all?
to win it
Yeah.
all.
I
You
got
did
Texas.
too?
Yeah.
Screw you, Jamie. Screw Bet Parks. Get out of here.
That could be a great Elite Eight game when it's because that's Kansas UCLA, right?
That'd be really, really good.
Yeah, that'd
Bill
be
Self's not. They're saying though is not. He's not necessarily out for the whole tournament. I
No,
heard.
he should be back for the second round game. Is what I saw last
would
night.
be
yeah.
great. A heart issue with him?
Yeah, he had some clogged arteries that I guess he got taken care of. So
That is
hopefully.
Well, that's good. Hopefully they found him.
Yeah,
You know what I
exactly.
mean?
It's better than the
got him-
alternative.
and got him taken care of there.
Yeah.
So, Pat, do you when you watch? Do you just watch it to be slightly entertained, or do you find yourself caring at all? I was watching people at Parks yesterday. I was at the sports book, and people were living and dying on every hoop, which is awesome because they're betting it.
I appreciate you asking that.
See.
I watch it to be entertained, but I also decided to do a little experiment yesterday, and this was middle of the Furman game, so I didn't hop in, unfortunately, during the Furman game. But I put $1 on every underdog.
Okay.
To see how it would play out. Now
They hit about 55% in the first round, Pat.
I spent $25 total, putting $1 on each underdog. Once again, Furman didn't hit, unfortunately, but I still have all of today left, and I'm at $22.
Okay.
So I'm paying.
So you're doing your
attention.
own little
I'm just
experiment,
kind of
social experiment.
Experiment.
I like that.
Because I have a Capital One venture card. I have the disposable income. I'm good. I can afford to be losing George
Jennifer
Washington's.
Garner and you are tight.
Yeah. I mean, it's me and Samuel Jackson. We hang out. So I'm thinking that with some of the upsets that you're going to happen to see today, I might end up coming up about $4, maybe $5 on top.
First beers on Pat.
Bud Light's everywhere today here at the Irish Horne. Did you up now? Our own Brendan from our roadshow crew here was he got a free wager yesterday as he signed up for the BetParks app, and he put a hundy down. You put a hundy down. He had a one singular bet as a new customer, and then he hit it. And he hit it in the face of Anthony Gargano. And not only did he – now, Jamie, you may be able to tell Brendan the error that he could have made. He did it in the face of Anthony Gargano. Like,
You're too close.
Yeah, is he flying too close to the sun? Is he Icarus?
I wouldn't want to be anywhere where Anthony can actually get his hands on you. We've all seen the
Well, right now he can't move well. Now you can say anything you want to Anthony just because he can't. He's not going to beat you in the 20-yard dash.
No,
right now with
if you're in his
Achilles.
range, don't let his hands get on you.
Oh my gosh, it'd be like that. It'll be real trouble.
Yeah.
So I made a real rookie error the one time when I signed up for a sports book of choice, and I had the free wager or whatever. Probably same thing that Brendan signed up for. You guys know I'm not a big bettor, so when I bet, like my max bet will be like $10. Well, at the time I didn't have $10, John. I had $3.
Okay, so what'd you do?
My first risk-free wager was a $3 bet.
Why did you do that?
Because I'm a damn idiot.
Well, I mean, I knew that one.
It's a rookie mistake.
I knew that when they talked me into having you on the show.
The good news was I lost that bet, so I got my $3 back.
See, that's good.
So I'm good.
You just didn't realize.
But yeah, rookie mistake.
That is a bit of a rookie mistake,
I'm not proud of it.
Which is a great
Luckily,
thing.
no one's listening to us, so no one's ever going to hear that story.
Well, I did yesterday. I took the advice of one Maniac Malloy, who from the BetParks app.
Sure.
I took the advice of saying put $5 down on every 12, 13, 14, and 15 seed on the money line.
It's not a bad.
So I just went and took I've already made more money with the bets that I've even placed for today.
Furman must have cashed pretty nicely.
Well, they're all. So, I mean, Furman won me money and Princeton won me money.
Yeah.
So $5 on the money line on all the 12, 13, 14, 15, and just let it ride. I've already made money on that bet.
Nice.
So I've already covered that one. So a lot of people there watching. I love the fact, though, that the getting out, Bob. Yesterday, there were so many guys cheating out of work, and some ladies, too.
Yeah.
Getting out of work, hanging out at the BetParks, celebrating their 1 year of the sports book, and it was a grand party.
Like we talked about yesterday, the Thursday and Friday of the first days of the tournament are just some of the bets in the best in the
days
sports
of the year,
world, right?
And today's St. Patrick's Day. Like what?
I mean, you
perfect.
can't tie it all in together any better.
And the weather cleared up yesterday. It was awesome.
Yeah,
Jamie,
and
can I test?
Springsteen played last night.
Yeah, see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's why there were no moves from the Eagles last night, except Marcus Mariota's here.
1:05 a.m. This is one thing I don't understand. Like, isn't there like a 11 o'clock? Like, all right, boys, let's just pick this up.
Turn the phone off.
Yeah, let's pick this up in the morning. Talk to you at 6.
Well,
why is that breaking
because
at 1
I don't because I think that somebody like a Marcus Mariota, if he gets an actual $5 million offer, he wants his name on the dotted line so nobody withdraws it because he is a guy who's already quit on a team in the last 12
months.
But
if I'm Howie, I'm going, dude, I need a little sleep. Talk to you at 6 a.m. All right?
You think it's Howie that needs to sleep?
Probably.
So I think it's Howie that's a vampire.
Probably.
Like,
I could see that.
You know what I mean?
I could see that, absolutely.
I could see Howie sitting up at, like, kissing the kids goodnight, and the wife, and then going to his man cave and plotting the demise of every NFC East team.
Well, so you focused on, because you're selfish.
Yes.
You focused on,
admittedly, yes.
Oh, my God, it's 1 a.m. Marcus Mariota's from Hawaii. It was like 8 o'clock over
That's
there.
a great point by you.
It's 8 o'clock. He's kicking back to watch some Chicago Fire.
I thought he was in Nashville.
And all of a sudden, he's got a summer home. My man's got a
but I think he was in
getaway.
Nashville, son. I'm not sure.
You don't know, though. That's the thing. So he could be kicking back ready to watch Chicago PD.
He could be, or Chicago Fire.
Chicago Med.
Chicago Postal
any
Service.
Of it, any of it.
Chicago Postal Service. That's a new one, Jamie.
That's a CW show.
And by the way, raucous. The women
Will the
on
mail
the
get
women
there?
on Chicago Postal Service, hot. Really, really
Through
hot.
rain,
What?
through snow,
Who
through
came up
sleet.
with that idea at the network? Okay, let's
Somebody clearly from Chicago.
let's pick a city, and we're going to have every single matter of their public works is going to be covered with its own show. Sanitation.
Yeah, well, Parks and Rec was a huge success. It's not Chicago, but it's
Illinois.
Midwest.
Chicago Sanitation.
Yeah.
Could be a new one. So.
Well, Detroit's just happy it wasn't them.
How come Philadelphia doesn't get this?
By choice. Trust
And
me.
we get
Trust me.
featured on a lot of shows.
We had
Trust
Parking
me.
Wars.
Philly's happy they
That's true. Parking Wars was pretty
Did
cool.
you like that show, or did you find the
No,
people
I liked
so?
it.
I didn't really watch.
Did you find the people that were getting ticketed more annoying, or the people who were giving the tickets more annoying?
Depended, but it did teach me a valuable thing of when they start the ticket, they cannot take it back.
I did not know that.
Yeah, a lot of them weren't jerks, and they'd be like, "All right, man, just move your car or whatever." But once they started, they literally cannot stop the process.
Well, I've heard that too. You put in somebody's license plate number or something?
As soon as they start clicking the buttons,
okay,
you're done. And it helped me realize that like these people aren't being jerks. They literally can't take it back. So I've gotten tickets before in the city, and I haven't it's just like, all right, if you started it, you started it.
They're just doing their job, Pat.
Well, some of them were like, there was one.
Some of them were a little aggressive.
There was
that
one,
lady.
There was one who was a Cowboys fan.
Oh, jeez.
And she would actively be like, I'm going out there today, and I'm getting 40 tickets. And I'm like, well, you ain't getting a Super Bowl, so that's probably why you're
Got her.
Oh, you look at you with the comeback.
I can't say because there's kids here. But
Joseph Clayton asked, he says, don't you think with the Greedy Williams contract and signing, they've already done that? Greedy's a corner. Greeny's often injured, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson isn't worried about Greedy Williams being signed.
No.
Like, he's not worried about – they're in any world where Greedy Williams is sniffing the field.
Yeah, Greedy's
if
nickname,
C.J.'s available.
Great nickname.
Greedy's new name is Desperate because that's pretty much what he was on this market.
That's a pretty cool nickname, though.
Yeah, it was good when he played well.
Yeah, but now it's
at
just
LSU.
It's just ironic when you saw
Hey.
It's a nice little pickup.
It's
I mean,
it's
okay.
a low risk. It's a low risk pickup if he's healthy.
Exactly.
Hey, let's have an early Cooney's Corner. And Bob wonders, is this guy all or nothing?
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
Yeah, it's really become kind of apparent over the last few years, and maybe you guys can help me out to see it a different way, but is how he either does everything great or everything bad, and there's not a lot of in between.
He's like Brad Lidge.
It's everything everywhere all at once.
Yes.
He's
Oh
48
my God,
for
that should
48
be a movie.
Or 24 blown saves year to year.
Yeah, doesn't it seem like it?
Seem like wow.
Like when his drafts are bad, they're piss poor
They're
bad.
epically
like
bad,
they're
yeah.
epically bad. Yeah. When they're good, they're unbelievably good. When he makes the signings, it's huge splashes. When he doesn't, it's sometimes like real big disappointments. Is there any in between with this guy, or do we overreact to everything that he does?
We probably overreact to everything that he does. Yeah. There's probably not as much in between gray area as there is extremes, good or bad.
What do you think is the best move?
There.
What do you think's the best move he's had over the last? Let's just take it since the Super Bowl.
Oh, you mean since the Super Bowl?
Since they no. I'm sorry. Since they won the Super Bowl.
A.J. Brown.
If you include the Super Bowl winning moves that he made, I think
after.
No, since
everything
then.
after.
Since, because I was going to say the Alshon deal was amazing that he got that done.
A.J. Brown trade.
Yeah, probably A.J.
AJ's pretty good. Getting rid of Wentz's contract, I think, is right
that's
up there
amazing.
too, right?
Yeah, that's a great one.
Pat, you did that whole breakdown the one day, and I know a lot of people have written about it.
Of what they got, which is, a ton, and it's still bearing fruit, which is incredible. I would go with the Hassan Reddick deal.
That's not bad either.
No, I mean, because with the price that they got him for and what they got, it's incredible. It's a steal.
The Javon Hargrave signing is phenomenal. C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade was really good.
Was it in the beginning though? Last year it was. I didn't think Javon Hargrave.
He overperformed his contract.
Javon Hargrave acted like he was out of his mind last year, but I didn't think Javon Hargrave before.
No, he was really good.
He was just.
he was okay.
To me, he was an average regular
solid.
player.
Yeah, he was solid. You never watched him and went, oh, wow,
he's terrible.
They're
right.
overpaying, but it wasn't until last year it was like, wow.
I think he's going to retreat to the norm. By the way,
I agree with you.
I do not
Although
expect
that defense.
Yeah, it's going to be great, but I do not believe he is. I do not believe he was the player that he played at last year. I think the truth lies somewhere down the line.
Yeah, probably with a lot of those guys.
Absolutely.
You know, we talked about it. Did all those guys have career years? Did Brandon Graham? Did Hargrave? I don't know. Josh Sweat's still up and coming, and I don't want to say anything bad about him because
you watch your
Jamie's
mouth.
love
Jamie
for
will
him.
be all over you.
Yeah, right. But there's probably a lot of guys that had career years last year.
Sure.
And maybe Bradbury's one. Maybe C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Maybe Slay.
I'm going to tell you, C.J. Gardner-Johnson did have his career year last year. I don't think he's ever doing it again.
You know what's amazing?
Not that kind of impact.
You mentioned his best move, and none of us mentioned drafting Jalen Hurts.
Well, I was about to say Devontae Smith, Landon Dickerson, and I wasn't even thinking Hurts, but yeah, you're right.
I was thinking Mailata.
How about
too.
Jordan Mailata? Yeah.
Yeah, he was drafted the Super Bowl year.
But wasn't
right?
that Stoutland?
It was after the Super Bowl,
he
right?
did it.
Yeah.
But Stoutland.
I put that more on Stoutland.
But it does. Like, there's no middle of the road with him, you know, and I kind of like that. Oh, I mean, I don't like the bad, but
there hasn't been a lot of bad since the Super Bowl.
There hasn't been a lot of bad moves.
that's not true.
Like his
There's
badness
a couple,
comes in picks mostly, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
like you said after the Super Bowl. I mean, after the Super
The
Bowl,
first draft.
it was J.J. Arcega-Whiteside and Jalen
Sidney
Reagor
Jones.
and Sidney Jones. And
damn,
and I would still draft Sidney Jones again. Like I thought the risk.
But they
second
seem
round
to
was
have
good.
righted the drafting course.
Yes.
I think he's listening to his scouts more or whatever.
I think he's listening to you.
And he's spending time in the South,
which
where
is
he usually
not a
could do
bad
a
way to
little
go
bit
about
better.
it. So, yeah, the good, I think, far outweighs the bad since the Super Bowl. But there's not a lot of gray area. It's
You know,
either
I'm
home
glad.
runs or misses.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here because we haven't talked about this yet. But quietly, kind of, Miles Sanders goes by the wayside.
He got a little more money than I thought he would have.
Okay,
What did he get, though? $12 million guaranteed?
Yes.
Yeah, but potential of 26
Yeah,
if he sees it out.
24, right? Or 24, 26?
It's something like that.
Are you okay with it?
Yeah, because I think the Rashad Penny one is a home run gamble you have to take.
And they're going to draft a running back.
I would think, yeah. I mean, the Rashad Penny thing, when he's healthy, and that's the big, what's the situation there? Like, he's missed 2/3 of his games in his career. But when that 1/3,
He's pretty damn good.
He leads the NFL in yards after contact, yards per attempt. He can catch the ball. Like, he's a risk worth taking.
I agree.
We are going to play a little game after the top of the hour.
A drinking game?
We can make it that way because there's Bud Lights and Bud Light Seltzers. Bud Light, $3 Bud Lights all day. Bud Light Seltzers are $4. And you're here at the Irish Horne in Richboro. Plus, Pat's going to do more bragging on a guy, I guess, that everybody is boom or bust on at times, Mr. Howie Roseman. We'll get to that and more. You're celebrating St. Paddy's Day with us at the Irish Horne in Richboro. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. You know, if you're a business owner and during COVID you had 5 or more employees and you got some supply chain problems or you had struggles getting staff, or you were still reeling from those COVID lockdowns, why don't you make a move right now with PhillyRefunds.com. PhillyRefunds.com will help you get a payroll tax refund, if you're eligible, up to $26,000 per employee. And you can absolutely love what PhillyRefunds.com can do for you. It is a fantastic process. If you do not know if you're eligible, 5 employees or more, you struggled through COVID, you could get $26,000 back per employee. You got to go to PhillyRefunds.com, fill out a simple form, or you can contact them through the number on the website, and you will find out if you're eligible. If you are, you're getting money back that you paid, up to $26,000. Do it today. It'll take you 2 minutes, and it might be the pot of gold at the end of your St. Paddy's Day rainbow. Go to PhillyRefunds.com. Tell them John Kincade sent you.
Happy St. Paddy's Day from the John Kincade Show, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. This March, take your first shot at college hoops with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge and get 10 times your first bet amount in bonus bets up to $200. That's right, just bet $20 on the bracket and you'll land $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. That's $200 you can spend betting everything from money lines to point spreads to that 5 versus 12 seed matchup that you've been eyeing on because we see a 12 seed win every single year. It's all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. There's no better place to bet the tournament than FanDuel Sportsbook, so sign up today by going to FanDuel.com/fanatic and make every moment more with FanDuel all tournament long. That's FanDuel.com/fanatic.
21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLE.
Wawa's paninis are getting even bolder. Like spicy buffalo chicken paired with creamy mac and cheese, all in a handheld toasty panini. Or the savory garlic pepperoni panini with provolone, pepperoni, and drizzled with a garlic aioli. Or mix it up with tuna salad and your favorite toppings. Fill up on these bold flavors that are sure to be the envy of every lunch. Try a new Wawa panini for lunch today. Gotta have a Wawa. Tonight, we satisfy everyone's cravings because Wawa has it all. After 4 p.m., get the savory French onion burger and loaded fries, topped with your favorites, while your crew sinks their teeth into a crispy chicken sandwich or a tasty snack of garlic knots. And best of all, there's kids' meal options the little ones will love. At Wawa, when the hunger hits, everyone wins, because dinner should be an easy decision. Tonight, we've got cravings covered. Tonight, we Wawa.
Hello, Madame Dupree? I'm here for my fortune telling.
Come, gaze into my crystal ball. I see financial stability.
Nice.
If you switch to T-Mobile, because you can get their price lock guarantee, so they won't raise your rate for talk, text, or data ever.
Wow, ever? Verizon and AT&T don't have that.
And I see a free Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus and no trade-in required.
No trade-in? Hey, wait a sec. Do you also work at T-Mobile?
Well...
Get the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus at T-Mobile, free on our Max plan when you switch. No trade-in required. Plus, you get our price lock guarantee, so we won't raise your rate for talk, text, or data ever.
With eligible port-in, $800 via 24 monthly bill credits and $200 virtual prepaid card rebate, plus tax for well-qualified buyers. Contact us before canceling service to continue remaining bill credits or credits stop and balance on required finance agreement is due. Register prepaid card code within 30 days. Allow 8 weeks. Price lock exclusions like taxes, fees, select promos, and third-party services apply. Details at T-Mobile.com.
Clap your hands, stomp your feet, and wave your pennants for the 76ers Heritage NFT Collection. Each 76ers Heritage NFT will be authenticated in partnership with Crypto.com. Complete your Heritage Collection and unlock a historic physical piece of Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point court and win custom-designed 76er merchandise to rep the city. All 76ers Heritage Collection NFTs are eligible for resale on the Crypto.com NFT marketplace. To learn more about this collection or when the next drop is, visit Sixers.com/NFT.
A good work partner knows what you need before you need it. That's how it feels when you work with Cintas. Your dedicated Cintas service reps get to know your business and have the industry knowledge that can help you prepare for what's ahead. They'll deliver your team's workwear freshly laundered. Make sure your first aid and safety supplies, mats, mops, and towels are stocked when you need them. And your fire extinguishers are inspected and in working order. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If the leading roofing and siding manufacturers certified a contractor as one of the best in the country, you should feel comfortable they can provide top-notch service. Cherry Roofing and Siding is a 5-star CertainTeed contractor and a GAF Master Elite certified installer. That should give you confidence. Here's the cherry on top. You can get 0% financing and free estimates when you book at cherryroofingandsiding.com. Since 1975, we're providing service with a cherry on top.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Primo Hoagies is throwing a Primo party March 21st. Come to the opening of their 100th location in Sewell, New Jersey, 380 Egg Harbor Road. First 100 customers receive a free Primo-size hoagie and the chance to win free hoagies for a year. Make your day Primo. Remember, it's not just a hoagie. It's a Primo.
With your tourney outlook, brought to you by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. What's your outlook for the weekend? Well, here's my outlook for today. I like a couple of favorites today, like Michigan State over USC. Give me some St. Mary's over VCU. And Pat, a little bit of an underdog here. Give me Iona against UConn, getting the points. That's right, and that's brought to you by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Make your plan for an awesome weekend at Live's Casino and Hotel. Play, stay, and dine at Live Casino and Hotel. Get lucky with Philly's hottest slot machines. Go all in on live action table game or bet on the bracket at FanDuel Sportsbook. Relax in luxury accommodations with views of the city skyline and indulge at one of our world-class restaurants. Only at Live Casino and Hotel. Visit livecasinophilly.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Philadelphia Union Soccer, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Now back to the John Kincade Show, St. Paddy's Day broadcast, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Good morning, Richboro. Everybody's having a little breakfast getting going. At $3 Bud Lights, $4 Bud Seltzers. Shelby's got everybody taken care of back there, Bob. Right?
They're doing great back there. Yeah, I don't see anybody waiting for a thing. You take that last sip, boom, there's another one right in front of you.
Get on in, Richboro. We're at the Irish Horne We look forward to seeing you. Jamie Lynch is here. We finally got the fourth leg of the stool with us, thanks to the Daily Odds Pod at BetParks Sportsbook app. And BetParks, they're loving that Daily Odds Pod, Jamie. 20-minute podcast every single day. And the best part about it is once you just subscribe to it, it's there every day. Anytime if Nikki Foles wants a little walk, Pat said that's the best thing to do. Listen to Jamie while you walk your dog.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Knock it out every morning. It's usually out by 7:30 at the latest. This morning was a bit earlier, but it's a good time, and it's a great time in the sports year right now. I mean, you got the NFL, NBA playoffs getting in shape, and, of course, the tournament right now with the NFL offseason. It's – somebody said to me recently, oh, it must be tough with no Eagles anymore. And I was like, are you kidding me? Have you met June and July?
Yeah.
Right now is a great time of the year on the sports calendar.
Now, not a lot of discussion. We didn't get into it yesterday of the now co-favorite or, depending on where you're looking at, favorite for the NBA MVP, Joel Embiid.
I was doing the show last Saturday at the BetParks Race and Sportsbook inside the Chickies in Malvern, and I was like, let me just look. Because I was talking about, Embiid's greatness and just how dominant he is. I was like, let me just paint the picture of how far apart these are. So I looked on last Saturday. Joel Embiid was plus 300 to be the MVP. Jokic was minus 400.
That's incredible.
And the only point I was making was that should be a 50-50 race at best already. Yeah. And I was like, now's a good time to hop in. You can still get 3-1 odds on him. Now he's minus 140 on BetParks to win it, and Jokic is plus money. So, Wednesday night was huge for Embiid because it's a national game. Bob can tell you a lot of these reporters aren't watching Joel Embiid, 15-plus times a year. So it's those national games that really matter down the stretch here. And Wednesday night might have been one of his most dominant performances I've ever seen from him.
Both sides of the floor.
Because of his defense. Like the stat sheet you just assume at this point is there. Like his line tonight is 34.5 points. Even when Steph Curry was peak Steph Curry and cooking, it's rare his line ever got above like 33.5. 34.5 for a player is absurd. And Wednesday night's game against Cleveland, I think, at least made him the favorite and probably won him the award because I think some of those national guys were looking at him and just going, wow, he's got the Cavs shook to be in the lane and attempting any sort of shot.
I want to thank Pat Egan, Bob.
You're welcome.
For what?
Because Pat Egan has given me a strategy that I've employed. I have placed $110 in free wagers on Joel Embiid during last offseason and leading into the season for MVP.
You're welcome.
And when they cash in, it'll be a very, very happy day. I love that BetParks app, Jamie.
Bud Light's on you at BetParks?
But I took Egan's advice and said start using the free wagers that I'll get and start using them on futures bets, and I'm loving it.
Yeah,
absolutely. If that pays off, I'm really loving it.
In 2023, it's the only bets I seem to win.
This is the first year in 3 years I haven't bet him because I thought last year I was like, well, if he didn't get it then, he's never going to get it, and I just stopped betting it.
We thank you for your sacrifice.
And that sucks for me personally.
Thank you. That helped the odds for us.
Because it's a bet I love making.
Us, yes.
And it appears it's his to lose now.
It is. And I think last week it was when I said it. I said he's going to win this thing. I think the national focus changed over. I don't know what it was. I don't know.
The Nuggets lost four in a row at the same time that Embiid.
And it just seemed the narrative was going so much of why isn't Joel Embiid getting looked at that it just changed it.
I don't think it hurts either when Charles and Shaq
and
Stephen
A. came out.
all start on the count and going, okay, this is going to be crazy. There's no reason that Joel Embiid isn't there, and it's not a coin flip at least.
I mean, I said he's the greatest Sixer I've ever seen put on the jersey. I'm not going Dr. J and Wilt and all that. That's way before my time. I have to compare him to Barkley and Iverson. I don't even think it's close anymore.
What about Pat's sweater? Is that the best you've ever seen someone wear that? That sweater, by the way, outstanding.
Belfast, who?
It's the Belfast Giants. They play in Belfast, Ireland.
I've heard of that.
They don't play in Belfast like Richboro.
No. Owen Nolan played for him. Theo Fleury played for him for a year.
Did they really?
Yeah, Paul Bissonnette.
Yeah.
Really?
What's up, Paul?
Yeah.
Spitting Chicklets,
No,
right?
wait, no, he did not. He
did
played
not?
for Cardiff.
Come on.
I see, Pat, bad knowledge on your part.
But yeah, shout out to the Belfast Giants of the European Hockey League.
Howie takes advantage of people. Pat Egan doesn't, in Pat's point of view.
I try to sometimes.
This is Pat's point of view. Here's Pat.
Okay, so I think Howie Roseman a.k.a. Howard.
Howard.
As his given name is taking advantage of something with this free agency class, and it's the fact that he knows that guys want to be here. So with Darius Slay, I found it very amazing that Darius Slay did not hide the fact that he wanted to come back to Philadelphia, and he wanted a new deal, but he wanted to come back. And then the report comes out of, hey, the Eagles are letting him go off and find a trade partner, and he immediately went on a podcast and said, by the way, I didn't request a trade. Like, I don't want to leave. And then they can't reach an agreement, so Howie slips it to Adam Schefter of, by the way, we'll just release him.
Yep.
And that deal comes out, and about, 12 hours later, all of a sudden he goes, oh, by the way, I'll take that deal. Howie is treating this like those D-bags on Pawn Stars. When it's like,
I got you over a barrel.
Yeah, give me 15. We'll do 10. How about 12? How about 8? Like, Howie's treating it like that, and I think he's doing the same thing with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, because I don't think C.J. Gardner-Johnson wants to leave. Fletcher Cox didn't want to leave. He left more money on the table. I found it amazing that that Penny signed day one for that contract. Like, guys want to come here. Howie Roseman knows it, and he's using it to his advantage of, yeah, look, if you want, you can go play for Cincinnati, and they're a great team. But we know you want to be here, so here's the price. If you want to actually be on a winning organization and play in this scheme and be an impact player, you can, and guys are caving.
I think a lot of it has to do with Jalen Hurts. I mean, you heard Brandon Graham's comments. Like, Kelsey said something similar. They want to win with this guy. Bradbury told Justina Anderson he took less money to come back here.
Yeah, that was another one.
I think there's something special. I think the Eagles have a great culture, but I think Jalen Hurts elevated it even more because that locker room seems
very united,
infatuated with this dude.
That was going to be my question. Who is it? Is it definitely Hurts? Is it a mix of Hurts and Sirianni?
I think it's a mix. I think it's more Hurts.
And Howie? Is Howie have a hand in there?
By the way,
none of them seem to mention Sirianni.
Well, by the way, I was just going to say I listened to the Sirianni and Kelsey podcast yesterday. Awesome interview with the two of them because it's just player and coach going at it. You get Sirianni. Like, there's an infectious energy, culture, whatever. Like, he's pretty cool.
He won you over.
The Monday Night Football.
He didn't have to win me over. He already had me. He had me at hello, Bob.
Really?
But
you're a slut.
It's an Eagles slut.
Dude.
But it's a combination of all of them. But I think Hurts is really, really swaying.
Well, and I think too that the word's gotten out about that. Like, if you're not playing in Philly, you've probably heard about what it's like to play with Jalen Hurts and for Sirianni. And, John, I think Howie Roseman does have something to do with it because when you see Kelsey and Roseman
doing shots of tequila.
Yeah, like,
so awkward with Howie and the shots.
I agree with you. Okay, but like it kind of reminds me of the Andy Reid thing. Like, Andy Reid that we saw was not the Andy Reid the player saw.
He's drawing mustaches on people.
And I think the Howie Roseman.
That's a good commercial.
That's a good commercial. But I think the Howie Roseman that we see up there is not the Howie Roseman that they see in the locker room. I mean, look, these guys like him.
Right.
You don't like him?
I think it's great.
I do. I like Howie. Now I do.
I'll do a shot with anybody. So that doesn't. Yeah, that doesn't.
Yeah, but it's a good mix of everything.
Pour it for Howie, though. You pour it.
Like, the team culture was there as the foundation. Howie understood that as a part of that. Sirianni came in, won everybody over, and then Hurts just blew the doors off. So, like, it's all kind of a perfect storm in there.
Jeffrey Lurie deserves a lot of credit, too, because when he moved on from Chip Kelly, he brought up emotional intelligence. And it was a line that we all laughed at and thought it was stupid.
Yeah.
But, man, like, firing Chip Kelly and moving on from him, they really have changed the culture. And it went from Doug Peterson, and now it's Nick Sirianni, and now it's a destination place where, I mean, Penny on day one is not even looking for a bigger deal. He goes, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, well, we knew he had a 1 year, and I saw with the Penny thing, I don't know if you heard him yesterday
knew that
from the
line.
press conference. He flat out said, Pat, he knew he was going to have to do a prove-it contract.
Yeah.
And we're better to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
We're better to do it that he knows the Eagles have gotten people paid.
He goes, Kelsey's back.
Oh, this offensive line. Yeah, it's good.
Dickerson. Yeah, I'll go there.
All right, I want to do a little exercise here. By the way, it's the 7 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show, brought to you by the Bet Parks app, sportsbook and casino.
I know them.
In one sleek, easy-to-use app. They even have your podcast. They host your podcast. And, by the way, go and get a spot this afternoon. I'll be out there from noon to 2 today.
Nice.
With cousin Chunas will be out there, and it'll be a fun time to go watch some of the tournament.
I'll be out there on Saturday, 12 to 3.
There you go.
Doing the show and hanging out in the sports book.
I want to do a little exercise. The 11 starters, just the starters, on Super Bowl Sunday for the Eagles offense. Okay? I want you to rank them in importance. I'm trying to do a little exercise here, and we're going to carry this over to the defense before you get out of here, Jamie. As far as
where are you going?
Did he do the Donuts with Dads is today?
Yeah, Donuts with Dad.
Not
man.
Bud Lights with Dad. It's Donuts with Dad.
How about beers with Bob? I thought that'd be more important.
It could be. I want you to rank them because this is going to lead us in later to a discussion on the defensive side. Did Howie actually address the priority guys? So I just want to run through it with offense. It's easy. Number one, will we all agree Jalen Hurts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hurts. Hurts is number one. Who do we think's number two on the offense? If you're talking priority of super, and they had to be a Super Bowl starter, not one of the.
I got Jason Kelsey as number two.
Anybody have a problem with that one?
I will go with Lane Johnson.
Yeah,
I think I'll go Lane Johnson also.
I was leaning Lane over Kelsey.
All right, that's three. Well, no, that's fine because Kelsey.
But A.J. Brown did cross my mind as number two.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, we said Johnson. Let's just to keep
Lane's
it moving.
fine,
Let's
yeah.
go Lane.
Lane's
Let's
fine.
not move. Let's
Do we want to go Kelsey or do we want to go A.J. Brown? Or do we want somebody else?
I think with Kelsey making all the calls for the offensive line, which is so good, I have to keep him up.
All right,
there.
so Kelsey goes 3.
I'll go A.J. Brown.
Okay, well, we'll
go A.J. Brown
We
4?
go A.J. Brown 4. Just to do this,
I'll
let's
go
go
Kelsey
A.J.
4.
Brown 4. So all of a sudden, all we know right there. So now we go. So what we just said there is how he addressed one of the top 3 priority guys on offense in the period of free agency. Even though he wasn't losing him, he re-signed Jason Kelsey for another year. After A.J. Brown, anybody else? How long does it take us to get to Miles Sanders?
A while.
Yeah, probably a little bit.
Okay, so if you went over A.J. Brown, you going Devontae Smith? Because I am.
I would go Devontae, Mariota, Goddard, probably Dickerson, all ahead of Miles Sanders.
So Miles Sanders ends up being what? 9, 10, or 11?
Yeah.
I would believe he's 9, 10, or 11.
I would put him higher than that, but that's just
Okay, wait a minute. Let's think. So, Pat, where you go? We go Hurts, Johnson, Kelsey, Brown.
Yep.
Who are you putting? Like, when does Miles Sanders jump in there?
So after that, I would do Mariota.
Okay.
And then I might do Sanders next.
Over Dickerson?
Yeah.
An all-pro guard?
And over Devontae Smith?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm surprised at that. I'm very surprised at that.
I'm focusing on the depth more than anything. And the depth out running back is not great. So that's why and look, the guy had like what, 1,200 yards, 1,300 yards, like
Yeah, over 1,300.
I think we discredited it because his last couple games weren't great, but the dude had a hell of a
I like
season.
Miles Sanders. There's just
I
no
know
way
you
in
do.
hell.
We like him. I
I'm
just wonder.
Not, Devontae Smith and Landon Dickerson are way more important to me than.
Well, then that's you.
Well, good.
But if
You're not my GM.
You're not my GM. Go get donuts, Dad.
Dad.
I mean, Dickerson. It's just like
It's a great. I tell you, John, this is one of the
It's a good
best.
problem to have.
I'm sitting here not talking because it's all running through my mind now. Well, how much does Miles Sanders mean to the running game besides the numbers that he puts
Right.
up? It's the threat. It's Jalen Hurts. You know, the RPOs
His
when you
blocking
have a running
improved
like
this
that.
year to his best ever.
Yeah, but you guys know how much I like Miles Sanders, but I think we're right on it here that he's probably down there at. All right, let's look at it this way. Who's easier to replace, Landon Dickerson or Miles Sanders?
Miles Sanders
That's
by
what I was
a
doing.
mile.
This
Right.
entire activity was just kind of like the.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking
If you
is.
took like the baseline player
Right.
and substituted,
That's fair.
you'd get more results
That's
from
why.
the running back.
That's
than-
why I couldn't put him before 9, and I maybe put him at 10.
I put him at 10.
That's a really good point that I hadn't thought of. I mean, I'm looking at the depth, but you're looking at replaceability, and you're right.
Yeah.
It's an easier position to replace, no doubt.
It's the easiest position in the NFL to replace.
Yeah, caller has a point.
Does
All right,
that
you might
show-
be my GM.
All right.
You're
Does
back.
that
Thanks.
show how good this team is, guys?
Yes.
That a running back with 1,300 yards, more than 10 touchdowns, put up the top 5 numbers in the league as far as running back goes, and we're saying he's the 10th, 9th, 10th, 11th most important guy on offense?
Yeah, it's a pretty good sign that your team's good.
Right?
And that's
now, wait, he goes ahead of what, Sayamalu?
No, I don't. I only have him ahead of Pascal if you consider him a starter.
No, Pascal
Or
didn't
whoever.
start.
Sayamalu was better than
Sayamalu's
I'm taking him over Sanders too.
I mean,
Wow.
I had him 10th, and I thought that was disrespect. But when we talked this through, it maybe isn't.
No,
That's pretty good. That's a really good exercise.
And it tells you is that it's an addressing of priority, and how we properly prioritize Jason Kelsey over the fact of going after Miles Sanders. I would never have given Miles Sanders that contract he got, and the entire Eagles running back room. And Jamie, I don't know if you saw this or not. their cap number under $4 million for next year.
It's under what Sanders signed for in Carolina.
I mean, their entire room.
By like
Gainwell,
$1.5 million.
Boston Scott, and they're not making anything. So Howie's playing the NFL today, Bob, the way you're supposed to. Don't pay running backs.
Yeah.
And he's going to draft one.
You know,
guaranteed there's a draft one, I think, second day.
I had a conversation earlier this week. Somebody said, Miles Sanders wouldn't be as good as he is without Jalen Hurts. And I
think
agree
it helps.
with it.
It helps,
It
right?
absolutely helps because of the threat that Jalen Hurts is to run the ball. And then the next sentence that was said to me by somebody else said, yeah, well, guess what? Jalen Hurts wouldn't be as good as he is without Jason Kelsey. Is that too far out there?
I don't think that's out there.
I can't remember life without Kelsey. So it's like,
Yeah, right?
You know what I mean? Like, it's so hard to.
Don't quit me.
I'm making the point. I think I take him for granted.
Who was the starting center before Kelsey?
Jamal Jackson.
Yeah. Delaware
Jeez.
State Hornets.
Yeah, Delaware State.
Wow.
Before that, Hank Fraley.
Yeah, Honey Buns before that. But I might take Kelsey for granted in that, like, maybe my dumb brain doesn't understand. Even though I know
And
he's
you
a
got
Hall
a
of
dumb
Famer
brain. Let's
and
not
he's great,
underestimate it.
Maybe I'm missing, like, how great he is. Like, because his impact to other players.
Well, yeah,
Did
you've
he
seen
make
it.
Sayamalu into, one of the highest paid guards? Like, I think maybe I take him for granted even.
Yeah, maybe. The guy's playing the best ball of his life. And to have a quarterback, to have an offense run the way it's running when he's not the quarterback, but he's the quarterback. If you know what I mean? Like all the calls that he has to make, all of the assignments that he's doing on the fly. It's never understated by his teammates how great he is at that.
I don't want to get to the point where I'm thinking about the fact that we don't realize how lucky we are to have him. Because if I'm at that point, it's probably because the poor play at center. You know, like if he retires and Juergens steps in,
Right.
and Juergens plays really well, I'm not going to be thinking about, damn, look at the drop off from Kelsey to Juergens. Man, we were so lucky to have him for a decade plus, and we didn't realize it.
Did Lane Johnson, by the way, and I'll ask this question today because it's clear, Jason Kelsey, unlike the other veterans, wasn't willing to pay for less. He was not playing for less.
No, he took
a raise.
He talked about it on the podcast. It was pretty funny. He was like, yeah, I already had money for life, but he was like, how do you say no to that? He's like, now it's just like.
They gave him a raise, which was.
He was like, it's endless money now for me. Like he talked about it like he was so real talking about it that I was like, thank you. Like, this is how you guys actually talk. Now it's good to actually hear it. Like, you're not behind a microphone. He was just like, yeah, now it's just like limitless money.
I always had a vision
And
of
it was
how
cool.
I had a vision of how this went down recently with him and Howie. And it was Howie saying, Jason, we'd love to have you back. We're going to give you $12 million a year. And Kelsey reached over the desk, shook his hand, he goes, 16 sounds fine to me. And Howie was like, oh, okay, 16 it is, Because he has that cachet. He could do that,
He's going to work for the team one day. You know what I mean? Like,
That's why I would have. That's why
think so,
I got to
too.
tell you is that I wouldn't have broken the bank because he's not.
worth-
He wasn't going anywhere.
He's worth it though.
He wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm not.
Well, I'm not lowballing him either.
No.
But if you paid $10 million to Fletcher Cox, you gave Fletcher Cox $10 million. By the way, I don't believe for one freaking second that the Jets were offering more than $10 million. I don't believe it. There are New York beat writers that don't believe it. I think that is BS agent talk. I don't believe
he had a really good year.
Yeah,
He did, but I do not believe that the Jets were saying, yeah, we'll give you 11-12 to come here. Don't believe it for a second.
I mean,
I believe it.
when you stack up D tackles around the league, he's probably, I don't know. I'm just going off the top of my head, like 25th or 30th maybe. Like,
that's not bad, yeah.
I mean, the Eagles value that position like wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
And we just kind of have to accept that.
Are you worried about linebackers?
No. I mean,
you think you just two guys off the streets?
They've made us not worry about linebacker. They don't worry about it.
Yeah, but
Why
we all
should
complain about it.
well, Nakobe Dean's there, and I expect,
What do you expect? I'm the biggest Nakobe Dean fan, and I don't know what to expect.
just to look like he belongs. Like he's
I think
he's not drowning.
Okay, I think you're going to get that.
Yeah, I'm not.
But I don't think you're going to get like a where he's going to be like bust out player. You're going to be like,
no,
oh my god.
I'm not expecting that. I'm just
Pat
expecting
won't have the Dean jersey.
competency.
I don't really do the jersey with football players. I've never had one.
What number is he? 17?
44. Is he
17.
Yeah, he is 17.
17?
The great entertainer.
That's a good number.
It's a great number.
I think 17 would look good on you, Pat.
Let's see.
And they'll grab somebody else, some kind of veteran.
They absolutely. They need one.
Yeah.
I mean, they did it with Kaiser White.
I mean, I'd love to see Bobby Wagner if the number's low enough.
I would love that.
I
I've
don't
been
think they're
saying
doing
that
it,
for a long time.
If the
I would
number's
love
low
that.
enough.
Yeah. I wouldn't even mind if you say, ooh, that pinched
What's
a little
the number
bit, but that's
expected
okay.
to be?
I heard $6 million.
Because they haven't gotten C.J. Gardner-Johnson signed yet.
You know what? But as I said,
Ed Reed Blankenship's in the system, baby.
This is a
Ed Reed Blankenship.
I hope you're saying that with it.
This is a destination.
No, he's a starter.
Where guys are be willing to take less. If it's the second wave of free agency and you haven't signed for $6 million and you wanted $6 million, and the Eagles call you up and you might win a Super Bowl and they offer you $3 million, are you really holding out in May?
Yeah. I don't
Probably
believe
not.
I don't believe Blankenship's going to be a starter.
Oh, I think they're counting on him as a starter.
Right now, he is.
I think today he's a starter. I don't think he will be on September the 12th or whenever
if
they
Bet
do.
Parks gives us lines on that,
We'll give an
I'll
line
take
on that one
Well,
because
so-
that's going to be a drop.
Because I thought Epps,
that's a drop back.
I thought Epps was going to be like near a lock that he returned, and when they let him go, I went, "Wow, they must really like Blankenship."
Now, did they let him go or did he go?
He got paid a little.
Like
bit.
I heard yesterday from one of the Chicago.
Was it $12 million for 2 years or something?
The Chicago deal with T.J. Edwards, the Eagles didn't offer T.J. like didn't have it. They didn't think there was going to be him jumping by the Bears. They were caught off guard reportedly that the Bears just jumped right in and took him. He's a hometown kid.
Exactly. So I find that hard to
He
believe.
wanted to go home, but they didn't. The Eagles hadn't even really. I guess they were going to have discussions, but he just went right away to Chicago.
Yeah.
He had worked that path. He wanted to go home.
I think if Howie has a notebook on the very last page is LB, and then I think it's the
LB,
last
RB.
page. Yeah, exactly.
There you
I
go.
think that's the last page of his notes and things that he has to do.
Hey, brought to you by the all-new Bet Parks app, 7 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show. We're live at the Irish Horne in Richboro, Pennsylvania, where Brian's on it's like number 4.
Attaboy, Brian.
I think, Bob. And I'm just
Uber.
checking.
Uber.
He's got the Uber. He's got it all set.
Or Lyft.
They're
or
all ready
Lyft.
to go. Come on in, and we'll look forward to having you hang out with us. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. You know you got a lot of appliances in your home, but there's one that quietly does its job every day that you probably don't think of as an appliance. It's your hot water heater. So whether you need water for your shower, for your laundry, your dishwasher, or more, Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best. They're going to give you the performance, the reliability, everything that you can count on every single day. And you can only get a Bradford White water heater through your plumbing professionals. So ask them, and they'll tell you about the quality, the dependability, and the performance that you're going to get with a Bradford White. Love Bradford White water heaters, love doing business with a great company, and they're going to direct you to a plumbing and installation pro near you that get you hooked up. Maybe you want a tankless model or more. Visit BradfordWhite.com because how you heat your hot water, it really does matter. Choose Bradford White.
Happy St. Paddy's Day from the John Kincade Show, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The Philadelphia Union look to add another W as they head north to take on CF Montreal, Saturday at 7:30.
Torres the magician, Carranza finishes it off for his second tonight.
Cue the game on 97.5thefanatic.com and the Fanatic app. Philadelphia Union Soccer has a new home, and it's on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-993-1760. That's 800-993-1760. It's like Viagra on steroids. Free bottles available for a limited time only, so call right now. 800-993-1760. That's 800-993-1760. 833-1760.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HOT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HOT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HOT.
Get ready, because Scott's is taking over Daylight Saving Time. It's such a big event that we're calling it Day-Long Saving Time. And now it's got real savings. In fact, it's the biggest deals of the year. Audacious? Absolutely. So don't wait. Stock up early and you'll be able to save up to $20 on Scott's Triple Action and Easy Seed products today at the Home Depot and Lowe's. Offers available March 9th through 22nd at select U.S. stores while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See store for exact offers.
Hi. Who's this?
Buzz. He appears whenever you eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
Like a genie?
Sure.
Ooh, does he grant wishes? I wish I lived in a giant boot. No, I wish I could swim with a humpback whale. No.
I can grant you a delicious bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios, which can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
Ooh, with heart shapes, too.
Happy heart-shaped Cheerios are back for a limited time. Pick up a box of Honey Nut Cheerios at your local store for an easy, delicious, and heart-healthy start to your day.
Businesses of all types and sizes are saving money with Pico because Pico's got the financial incentives and technical expertise to help you reduce your energy use and to save cash. See how Pico's helping businesses like yours take greater control of their energy costs to improve their bottom line. Simply complete a customer survey on Pico's digital portal and an energy profile. The report will be generated for you, and this profile is going to provide specific recommendation based on your facilities, equipment, and energy use with great ways to save while either maintaining or increasing productivity.
Catch Sixers game day action at Tin Pan Alley in Huntington Valley. Enjoy $4 Corona and Corona Light bottles and $3.50 Corona Premier drafts. Tin Pan Alley, 2231 Huntington Pike in Huntington Valley. TinPanAlley.net. Follow them on Facebook.
Wawa's panini flavors are getting even bolder, like buffalo chicken with creamy mac and cheese. Try a new bowl panini today. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, this March, take your first shot at college hoops with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. And get 10 times your first bet amount in bonus bets, up to $200. That's right. Just bet $20 on the bracket, and you'll land $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. That's $200 you can spend betting everything from the money line to point spreads or that 5 versus 12 seed that you love to look at, all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. There's no better place to bet the tournament than FanDuel Sportsbook. Sign up today by going to FanDuel.com/Bob and make every moment more with FanDuel all tournament long. That's FanDuel.com/Bob. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now back to the John Kincade Show, St. Paddy's Day broadcast, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Welcome back to Richboro. We're live at the Irish Horne, where people enjoy the liquid breakfast as much as they enjoy the real hearty Irish breakfast. Brian is really just he's down in the Bud Lights for us this morning.
He gets it.
He really does. He's embracing the holiday.
Yeah.
He really does a great job there.
Attaboy. With one hand, too, he's embracing it.
I hope he's not hanging drywall or doing plumbing today, or that house is screwed. Oh, he's got muffins. Muffins with MILFs? What? Muffins with moms. Oh, it's muffins with moms.
There's some hot moms out there.
Yeah, there are.
Well, now Jamie's going to the Donuts with Dads. Yeah. Bob had to go to 4 times as many of these as I did. So I always thought the Donuts with Dad was a great thing, and they brought it back Liv's senior year in high school, they brought it back at her school. Said they do it again, just like in kindergarten. We did an art project, and you did it with your high school girl. Doing that at that point. It's awesome. You're going to love this today.
Bob has PTSD just looking at the donut.
Bob's
no,
thinking, oh
when
my
my kids got to the high school age, it became beers with Bob.
Is that what got them all in school suspensions?
No, because their teachers were too drunk to suspend them.
Well, green happens to be Skylar's favorite color, so this is like a perfect storm.
Oh, it's
for her.
awesome.
She said she's going to save me a green donut.
Oh.
So she's looking forward to it.
Hey, at Jefferson Health, there are more than 12,000 caregivers who push beyond what's possible. It's healthcare rooted in care. Jefferson Health, uncompromising care. Did you hear Edwin Diaz talk about his injury?
I did not hear him, no.
Edwin Diaz, and I'm going to paraphrase, but it is what he said. The game he got injured in was more important than any game he'd ever pitched for the Mets.
I believe it.
Yeah.
He got $100 million from the Mets.
These guys have, I don't want this to sound awful, but like they have a little more nationalistic pride in these types of events than Americans.
But also he's a Met, so how many important games?
Great point.
Has he really?
Pat, that is a good point.
I mean, they choke a lot. He's a closer, so
That is a terrible message, though.
I get
You're
it.
just giving your family. And by the way, hearing the stories the other night on one of the broadcasts about Edwin Diaz's upbringing, he never expected to have generational wealth. He was given that by Steve Cohen. He was given that by his great performance.
He earned it,
But
yeah.
he earned it. No, he did. But the Mets said, we love you, we value, and we literally overpaid you crazily. $100 million guaranteed. And he says, this game I got injured in is more important than any game he'd probably pitch for the Mets. I think that sucks. And if I'm a Met fan, I think it sucks. And if it was a Philly player saying it, I think it sucks.
Yeah, but as a Phillies fan, I love it.
Yep.
But
good point, Bob. Good point.
Although sports aren't normal, I sometimes try to like rationalize it to normalcy. John, if there was a national contest of morning show broadcasters that you were invited to, and it was a week-long event, and the champ was crowned at the end of it.
We were going up against Belarus.
And you were invited to it, and you were facing off against some guy from Phoenix.
Okay.
That's going to mean more to you than a normal week of work. You know what I mean?
A normal week it would, but it wouldn't be something where it would mean more to me than my career.
So I think he's trying to justify getting injured in a meaningless game.
I think he is too.
No, I think these guys absolutely get up for this.
I think they get up. You
Latino
can see it.
nations.
Oh my gosh.
This means a lot to them.
Look, Mike Trout came out, and you talk money and all, but Mike Trout came out and said this is the most fun he's had playing baseball in a long time.
It's pretty cool. Actually smile.
I understand
Once
he plays
again,
for the
he
Angels.
plays for the Angels,
I
so-
understand that. But even to come out and say that, like Mike Trout knows the game. He knows what
It's
he's
a
saying.
cool
He knows
event.
how it's going to be taken. I do. I agree with you. I think these guys really love doing this
You're putting
thing.
on your country's jersey. It's different.
I'm going to tell you, Bryce Harper would never say this. Would never let those words be out of his mouth. Anybody who actually represents a city and cares about the jersey they wear and the city they represent would never articulate those words.
Bryce Harper's played in the World Series. Edwin Diaz can't say the
No,
same.
it's the truth. I mean,
'Cause he
and
sucks.
you know what, Pat? It might be the best point of all. But the thing is, Met fans,
Roasted him.
it's World Series or bust when you're a Met.
Yeah, it is. And
All the money he's thrown into
unfortunately,
this?
it's a lot of busts for them. So, no, I mean, I think it's two-part. Like, Jamie's probably right. They probably do get up for it. But also, I mean, I think he's trying to justify because he knows the heat that will come, and he picked the wrong choice of wording on it.
Scherzer's point was interesting. He was like, no, I'm not going to go throw in a playoff atmosphere before I'm even stretched out. Like, no.
Because he cares about the Mets more than he cares about the stupid World Baseball Classic.
I think there should be a different timeline for the World Baseball
Yeah.
Classic. I do think it's
When
a
would you
little-
have it? November?
I think you could make the
let 'em
All-Star
play
break like 2
Olympics.
weeks. And
Here's-
like,
yeah,
so-
here's
They're
a-
not baseball's not giving up 2 weeks in the summer.
And that's
I
stupid.
don't know. You got to maybe at the end of the year then? I don't know.
That's dumb.
I don't mind giving up to 2 weeks in the
Yeah.
middle of the summer.
Yeah, but
I'm
then
with
it's gonna
Pat
push
on
them
this.
up.
Yeah, like the Olympic break.
All right, so the World Series in November now.
No, you don't. That's the thing. Amazingly, hockey's been able to figure this out. Hockey's been able to figure out.
I don't
how
think
to have
they've
this time.
figured out a thing.
What do you mean they haven't figured out a thing? It's in the middle
They've
of the season.
fallen off the map.
John, it's in the middle of the season, all right? And then they take 2 weeks off.
And no one cares.
And they pick it back up. Oh,
Right.
wait. When TJ
No, but
TJ Oshie And Jonathan Quick.
No.
We're back to back.
What I'm saying is
Nobody cared?
the sport of hockey the NHL's fallen off the ledge.
Okay, I mean, last year you were talking about how great the ratings were, and now it's fallen off the ledge. Like, which is it?
They've improved recently over what they've been, but they're still not.
The point is,
but they handled
it's a sport
this
that's
right.
figured it out.
Yeah, they
This
did.
isn't
I
rocket
think
science.
they've handled this right. And if baseball, if you do take 2 weeks off, oh my God, what are you going to do? Cut the season from 162 to 150? Ooh.
Yeah, well, they won't do that.
I know
they
they
won't
do
do
it because
that.
of the
Every
money.
4 years.
Right.
Yeah, but if it's every 4 years, that's fine. Every 4 years. Hell yeah.
Yeah, let these guys play for their country, because right now the only time they can play for their country is when they're an amateur, because as soon as they get drafted and sign a contract, they can't. So this would be the first time to actually see the best in the world for 2 weeks in the Olympics every 4 years.
I watch international pickleball. Like
You do? Are you a big fan of that?
You're an idiot.
Anything international where countries are competing, I'm in on. Like, I love it.
Who's good at pickleball? Like, what country? What country's a sleeper
What would
pick?
be? It would be us, right? We would dominate at
I think
pickleball,
America,
right? America.
yeah, let's go with
Where was it
Britain.
invented? In America?
Probably in America.
Okay.
Well, it's pickle. So wouldn't it be German?
No,
Aren't the Germans big picklesmen?
Real Sports did a whole story on this.
I'm a
like,
big picklesman, if
a
you
year
know what
ago.
I'm saying.
I've heard.
That breaks the mold on this Irish holiday,
Are you
then, Bob.
serious, dude? Grow up.
Wait, what's
the
this
mold.
jersey here? Do you think is that his last name or is
Probably,
that?
yeah.
Okay.
Looks like a Phillies.
What do you think? He's a
That's definitely-
pitcher
that's
in
definitely-
the
that's definitely
Richboro
the Phillies.
softball league. Is that you, Reem?
Mr. Ream?
Is that okay?
He's the Reamer. Bob,
Yeah,
he's the
all right.
Reamer.
All right,
Come
I got
on
it.
now. He's in the paper industry. Big magnet in the paper industry.
I like paper.
Reams of paper, Pat. Reams of paper.
He knows a
Yeah.
lot about paper.
Just because we didn't laugh didn't mean we didn't get it.
No, I legitimately
He
didn't
looked
get it.
confused.
I didn't get
He's
it.
looking
I was,
confused.
I
It was an
very-
SAT word.
I was very confused. Oh, the SAT test. Okay, that was the downfall of my life right there.
All right, President Biden says yesterday that he's looking to potentially ban TikTok in America, which would raise the collective IQ of our children by around 50 to 100 points in a matter of a year.
Well,
and some of our 20-year-olds.
He wants to get rid of it because he's
And my
addicted
wife.
to it.
Well, because we're being spied on. But so if there was another social media platform that President Biden gives you a call and says, we can ban this one too, I can make it a double. What would be the best social media platform to ban in the United States?
Facebook.
I agree with you.
I deleted Facebook, I don't know, 7
Me and
or
you
8
did
years
it.
ago.
Me and you did it at the same time.
Jamie, you don't find happiness and joy in Facebook and hearing? And I loved all of my friends more before I found out their opinion on every freaking issue.
Yeah, Instagram's way too horny to ban. You got to keep that going. The horny algorithm is out there and it's thriving. Facebook doesn't bring me that.
Horny algorithms are always going to thrive, I think.
Yeah.
That's a mainstay.
So you can't get rid of Instagram.
You know,
Twitter's my news information,
Pat,
so no.
what was that idea? The Social Network?
Connor
The
knows
movie?
something.
Yeah, it was
Okay,
great.
The Social Network. It was so funny to think of what Facebook was supposed to be and what it's become.
Well, now Zuckerberg wants to steal Twitter and make his own Twitter competitor off of
I'm not going
Meta-
to
some
Zuckerberg's.
Some meta crap.
I mean, the Facebook was supposed to be
Well, he just steals all of his good ideas anyway.
in
so.
theory, Facebook was supposed to be a really great idea.
Yes.
And then I found out that even relatives, that I don't like them as much as I thought I loved them. And now I sort of just like them.
Well, now you know how they feel about you.
As they lecture you on every choice you make in life.
There was somebody recently that I went to high school with that I liked him in high school.
You did.
And my God, are they an insufferable D-bag online, and I finally muted him. But how else would I know that Hamid Floyd says it feels like a challenge every single day just to stay content?
Oh, wow.
How else would I know that?
That is amazing to be able to see those kind of things.
I loved Hamid, and I wish him nothing but the best. But I don't find Facebook as insufferable as a lot of people. I mean,
do you think your friends?
I find Twitter more insufferable than Facebook.
Your friends, though, Pat, may use Facebook more responsibly.
Yeah.
They may not wake up. They may not wake up at 7.
It's like a betting app. Use it responsibly.
They may not wake up at 7 in the morning and say, "You know what I need to do? I need to lecture my neighbors on how they need to vote." There's a social issue that I haven't told my neighbors my opinion on.
This is going to shock you, but I don't really run in the political circles all that much.
No, but do your friends though? You're lucky if they don't.
You know, that's the thing. Like, if I don't run those circles.
You may have better friends
First of all,
then.
it's a lot of things when you encompass it all. One, don't have a lot of friends. Okay, so
That's a good idea too.
Two,
good starting point.
Few that I do have, they don't know politics. 3, they just share food pictures. So
Food pictures.
So
By the
yeah,
way,
that attitude.
Haley is really pissed.
What?
Haley, Haley just sent me a text. If they get rid of TikTok, Haley is threatening to leave the country.
I've held out. I haven't dove into TikTok because Instagram repurposes all the best TikToks like a week later.
Haley said that if they get rid of TikTok, she's leaving the country and moving to Hawaii.
My wife is addicted to TikTok.
No, is she really?
Oh my God!
One of my
all
best
I
friends
ever
is.
hear.
What are you addicted to?
They have every corner.
No,
of the
I've
world.
watched
like home decoration TikTok,
Oh,
kitchen
okay.
hack
like
TikTok,
little girls
okay.
performing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like makeup. You can probably find an Irish dance TikTok.
Okay,
You
well
know
then
what I
that's
mean?
a little different. Then
I want to learn the Irish dance. Am I too old?
No, my buddy just picked up the
Aaron
bagpipes
does.
3 years ago.
Really?
And now he's like he played at the St. Patrick Friendly Sons of St. Patrick last Saturday I went to.
I want to learn the Irish dance.
So
and
if he
play
can
the
learn the
guitar.
bagpipes, you can learn how to Irish
I probably
dance.
could.
Erin from our roadshow crew here at the
Yeah.
she's a competitive
Yeah, she'll teach you.
Irish
I
dancer.
didn't know that.
They're having Irish dancing here at the Irish Horne later
At
today.
10 a.m.
At 9 a.m. when Pat likes to shake his booty.
Oh no.
It is. It's St. Patty's Day, right? Come on, Jane. What do you think? What are the odds? What's the Bet Parks app saying on Pat dancing today?
That's how St. Patrick got all the snakes out of Ireland. You shake that staff, baby.
He's minus 170 to dance.
I'm surprised you.
Did you
but
say shake that
but
staff?
Pat, I
Yeah,
think you're
shake that
right.
staff.
The
Shake that shillelagh,
of Twitter is great.
Twitter is insufferable.
And I'm sorry about that, James. James from our YouTube crew is very upset.
There's a lot of great people on Twitter and a lot of people that we've encountered on Twitter that are
Fantastic
awesome.
people.
And there's just a lot more that are the LOL, just like you're a clown, and it's just there's so much negativity.
There's angry people. There's very nasty, angry people out there in the world, and this is an outlet for them of 280 characters to do it.
We're talking sports, and it's like, oh, you really think that? But actually, LOL, you're a clown. It's okay, bud. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you make me want to go live in the woods like Dexter.
Why don't you?
It sucks.
Why don't you ban LOL? You've taught me
I
many.
have.
Oh, you have?
I have.
I like an occasional LOL.
But,
Do you really?
What annoys
If it's
me
done
is,
in the proper context,
What
yeah.
annoys me is no one that ever writes LOL is actually laughing out loud.
That's why it can be funny
And I've
sometimes.
called them out on it. I'm like, "Dude, bro, like that. You're not laughing out loud at my horrible take on whatever.
LMAO, bro.
Oh, he's
LMAO, I get
laughing his
behind.
ass off.
Because if you're laughing your ass off, that's different. Like that
could be happening.
Yes.
That could very well be
If
happening.
I'm actually laughing out loud, if it's chuckle worthy, I'll actually write laughing
chortle?
out loud.
Hey, you're lucky.
I'm laughing out
Pat,
loud.
hey Pat, STFU, all right?
Oh. Hey, your
I'll
local.
go home. I mean, that's fine.
Your local PJ Wellahans want you to know it's going to be St. Patty's Day all weekend long at your local PJ's. Traditional Irish food, St. Patty's themed cocktails all weekend long. PJ's is the place to be for all the shenanigans. You can't tell your best friend STFU, Bob. You can't tell your best friend.
You know how sensitive he is.
Look, I mean, that's going to wound him for the rest of the day.
Now he's over it already.
Now he buries Haley with a howitzer.
No, I forgot
Saying
my
she's
phone.
leaving
I'm
the
just grabbing
country
my
and
phone
going
Yeah,
to
but
Hawaii.
she didn't get it, so he didn't really bury
Definitely
her.
did not. Yeah.
Haley,
It's not right. That's
seriously,
not right.
it is not right. That is not right
She
at
definitely
all.
thinks Hawaii is one island.
That is not right at all. Now, this morning, Bob comes from a concert last night. He was out at the Springsteen concert. Bob, the collective,
go?
the collective
Yeah.
scores
Oh, nice.
that I received were 9.2. That's
Yeah.
what they scored.
Yeah, but no Springsteenite is ever
about-
going to score
No,
less
no,
than
no.
9.
I hear you on that, but it was interesting last night because I had no expectations. I'm thinking I don't want to get all pumped up for it and go in and be like, oh my God, the guy that I used to watch that was so energetic.
And he's
all
just
that.
coming off of COVID, too.
Yeah. So I really didn't have expectations. The tailgate we parked in another spot wasn't all that big. All that. I go in and Jamie, I'm not kidding you, man. I was shocked at how great it was. Just nonstop, 2 hours and 40 minutes or whatever it was, and it was just. Like, I'm looking at the people at the far end of the arena, and nobody sat down and jumping and, arms pumping. It was good entertainment for me last night.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, he's one of the best entertainers ever, but no Springsteen diehard is going to rank it less than an 8.5.
I think you know me that I could come the next day and say, yeah, that's the last one I'll ever see.
No, you're a Bruce Kool-Aid guy.
I'll admit
You're a
I'm
Philadelphia
fan, but-
sports
See,
writer.
I ran into John Clark.
Of course you did.
I didn't know
Of
that.
course you did. Of course you did.
All the
That's
beat
why there was
writers
no
are there.
Eagles news breaking until after the
Yeah.
concert
Was
last
Lambeau
night.
there?
Yeah.
As soon as you step foot in the press box, the first question you get asked isn't for your press pass. It's, what's your favorite deep cut Bruce song?
Now, from what I understand, he started earlier than ever.
Yeah, usually he would start at like 8:15 or so. Last night it was like 7:45.
That's because he was at dinner at the Golden Corral at 4.
I support that.
He had the seniors dinner, and I'll tell you this, the way the man moves and the way the man entertains, that's incredible. 73 years old, that's freaking incredible.
Yeah, it was impressive. Yeah, I'll just say that. Yeah.
And Jamie, at least my Springsteen friends, they get critical performance. They're very not looking forward to the link. I mean, to Citizens Bank.
They're not looking forward.
Yeah, they're thinking acoustically.
No, it's good.
It won't be as good.
No, he's
really
there. I've seen him there like
they
3 or 4 times.
They haven't liked that shows.
I saw Dead Day
as
last
much
summer.
as the concert shows inside like a Wells Fargo.
He did Citizens Bank Park in 2016.
Yeah,
the
I was
last one
there.
I went to, 4-hour show, and it was phenomenal. Yeah, so acoustics, no, that doesn't come into play anymore. That was back in like the 80s. Acoustics are fine.
They're perfectly fine in there.
Yeah,
So
that
got it.
really
Pat,
are.
are you
I'm not
recovered?
kidding you.
Have you recovered?
From Bob's cheap shot? No, I haven't recovered, and I don't know if I ever will be recovered from that. You think you know a guy?
'Cause I don't wanna
said
rift.
LOL after it, and I meant lots of love.
Oh, I didn't realize that. See that?
Okay.
That changes
So
a little
I said
bit.
it.
Did
I
you put a
smiled.
heart on the emoji,
Was
or
it-
did you?
was it-
Lots of. I even gave him one of these.
Oh, that's sweet.
Were you the person?
Love you.
Were you the person who thought that LOL did mean lots of love?
No. So this is funny. So a friend
It's a
of
great
ours,
story.
Dawn Tobler.
Yes, that was
say
it.
Dawn.
One of her friends' mother died or whatever. So she sends out a text and she goes, "So sorry to hear about your mother. Blah, blah, blah. Such a shame. LOL." That's terrible. And the girl gets back to her and goes, "Dawn, thank you. I think. What's wrong with you?" And Dawn's like, "What?" And she goes to a group of our friends. "I said LOL." and they're like, "That means laugh out loud." She goes, "Oh, I thought it was lots of love."
That's the most.
Oh, that is
mom-
fantastic.
That's the most mom mistake of all time.
Yeah,
is
that was a good
fantastic.
one.
All right, so Jalen Hurts has shown us in December of both of his years as a starter, he's had to miss multiple starts. How do you feel about Marcus Mariota being the guy that steps in and replaces him?
Love it. Him and
That's a bold. Love it?
I love it too.
yeah,
I love it.
Him and Jacoby Brissett were the two guys I thought made the most sense because you wouldn't have to change the offense. You don't want to have to shift things that dramatically if you're going to your backup. So he's mobile enough that he can run an RPO. Hopefully we don't have to see him, but they clearly value the backup position, so I thought he made a ton of sense.
Would you have paid five? So they obviously saw Marcus Mariota as an upgrade to to Gardner Minshew, because Gardner Minshew, I believe, signed for less. If I'm not mistaken,
Yes,
got
I believe
guaranteed
you're right.
less. So they obviously said we would rather have Marcus Mariota than Gardner Minshew, a guy who's been here for 2 years.
Yeah, look, if
That
you're-
surprised me.
If you're putting two guys on a scale and it's Gardner Minshew and Marcus Mariota, like, I don't care if the scale breaks. It's not that big of a deal. What you're getting, though, as Jamie said, is somebody more in the form of what Jalen Hurts does.
Okay, right.
Gardner Minshew's not running anywhere. You know, Marcus Mariota will give you that threat of running the football. You can do the RPOs with him. So, therefore, getting a quarterback in the same kind of line of a Jalen Hurts, I agree with. I like it a lot.
It's a nice. I mean, when he was in this year, he started 13 games. Not bad. I mean,
Yeah, he's serviceable.
I mean, he was
yeah,
15 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. He's not good. He's not good with the football. He makes poor decisions,
exactly
and that's
what-
always haunted him as a passer.
He's a backup quarterback. I mean, he's a bridge quarterback that a team like Atlanta will sign to be their bridge when they've drafted a young guy. And for a contender, he's a backup quarterback that you need if your quarterback goes down. He can win you some games. He's a perfect fit for Philly. And more importantly, John, they didn't have to go from 20 to 2 to get him.
Yes,
They didn't have-
exactly,
they didn't have
too.
to
You're
give up
right,
all
you're
those
right.
draft
Do the
picks.
deal.
Yeah, Sal Powell can finally wear that shirt proudly.
But
Okay,
I will
you did want that deal back at the time,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you definitely did. I just hated Chip Kelly so much. I did not want him to get that.
I just thought Chip Kelly would get his little play toy and it would work.
Yep.
I think it's a different story if
doesn't wanna
Mariota
play toy.
plays under
Oh, I absolutely believe
Chip
that.
than he does elsewhere.
I hated Chip Kelly so much. I was just like, please don't get him something that's going to keep him here longer.
Yeah.
Different story, how? Do you think that would have succeeded more than
better
Kelly?
better chance of
Absolutely.
succeeding. Probably.
I
yeah.
think Chip Kelly's system here would have been even much more effective.
Huh.
If he had had him. And I didn't want that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, because you start off day one knowing everything about the guy, what his strong suits are, what his weaknesses are, how to cater an offense to it. You're out of the gate knowing each other.
Does that make him keep LaShawn McCoy and Deshaun Jackson?
No, I think he hated LaShawn's brazenness or
Right.
rashness. So I didn't think he suited Chip's culture. So I think Shady was gone no matter
Pat,
what.
it's a perfect example of what you say, though, where somebody has an opinion and then they don't want to back off of it.
Yeah.
Chip Kelly, I did not want. I wanted the Eagles to win, but I didn't. Despite him, I just couldn't.
I was all because I used to bet Oregon overs like every weekend.
Well, you made some money,
especially during the Chip Kelly era. So
Right.
I was a big fan.
So you were at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock Friday, Saturday night.
Oh yeah.
You love
Closing down the new wave, betting on Pac-12 football.
Pac-12 after dark.
Were you trying to recoup some early losses?
Yeah, it depends how the weekend went.
Or anything like that?
Back to the quarterback thing real quick. I draft somebody with decent capital this year. Like I'm thinking like 4th round.
You say that every 3 years you'd like to see a running back and a quarterback.
No.
pick, right?
Yeah.
Right,
A quarterback at least every 3 years.
So you do. You're looking at that.
Yeah, I would spend a 4th rounder on a quarterback.
Jamie, then why don't
Ian Book ain't it?
Ian Book is
How do you
absolutely
know?
Oh, he's not. He wasn't it in college.
Yeah, because I watch a lot of Notre Dame.
Ian Book wasn't it in college.
He wasn't it in college. He wasn't it in New
Neither
Orleans.
was
and he's
Tom
not
Brady.
it
I
here.
mean, seriously.
So Mariota now is the backup. You take the risk on
Right.
a 3rd string guy that you can develop. And get in the
Jamie, why don't you next Friday bring us a little shopping list?
Okay.
Of value third day quarterbacks.
When do Jamie's mock drafts begin?
I think Jamie can mock it starting up next week if you want.
For free web content?
Yes.
Yes.
Get lost, pal.
Yes, and we need you also. And Jamie, I need you also to
I
like.
don't know football. I need your expertise.
And Pat, shouldn't we be getting 2 articles a day from him on Friday?
Yeah. By the
On-
way, there's mandatory Zoom meetings that you've been missing.
Come on, and you know what they ask for you too, Jamie.
Tuesday I have to do one.
They say, "What happened to that Jamie guy?"
Yeah.
I said, "Well, you better know, because seriously, someone's got to know." We're live at the Irish Horne in Richboro. A lot of friendly, nice people drinking their breakfast here with the $3 Bud Lights, the $4 Bud Light seltzers, and the food smells great.
Brian's
really smells
taking
great.
his first leak, too. He's breaking the seal.
Brian had to break the seal. Now he's going to have trouble. He's going to be having to get up every segment.
Yeah.
So at least he waited for a commercial.
Yeah, good
so
man.
we have plenty coming up for you, including a reaction to the first day of the tournament. And we're going to do the same exercise we did before Jamie gets out of here with the Eagles defense. John Kincade Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. I know I'll be at the Bet Parks Sportsbook today from noon to 2. Well, Cuz will be there, and Chunas will be there, and I'm going to be hanging out there. It's going to be a great, great time. You want to get in on all the action on the Bet Parks app today. It's day 2 of the tournament. Now, you got 16 games, and they start at 12:15 today. You got Pitt, a 4-point underdog against Iowa State. Baylor, a 10.5-point favorite over UC Santa Barbara. I love Baylor, by the way. UConn, a 9-point favorite versus Iona. I'm now very cautious on that game because of Bob Cooney. Houston still 4-5 favorites, 4.5 to 1 to win the title. Alabama 5 to 1. So check those out because there's been some injuries. Get the Sportsbook app that'll give you $10 wager, get you $125 in Sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. Just bet one of the 1 seeds. They'll beat the 16. You'll get that $125 in Sportsbook bonus. Check betparks.com for terms and conditions. I'll see you out there this afternoon. You got to be 21 in Pennsylvania or Jersey. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy St. Paddy's Day from the John Kincade Show, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hello, Madame Dupree. I'm here for my fortune telling.
Come, gaze into my crystal ball. I see financial stability.
Nice.
If you switch to T-Mobile, because you can get their price lock guarantee, so they won't raise your rate for talk, text, or data ever.
Wow, ever? Verizon and AT&T don't have that.
And I see a free Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus and no trade-in required.
No trade-in? Hey, wait a sec. Do you also work at T-Mobile?
Well...
Get the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus at T-Mobile, free on our Max plan when you switch. No trade-in required. Plus, you get our price lock guarantee, so we won't raise your rate for talk, text, or data ever.
With eligible port-in, $800 via 24 monthly bill credits and $200 virtual prepaid card rebate, plus tax for well-qualified buyers. Contact us before canceling service to continue remaining bill credits or credits. Stop and balance on required finance agreement is due. Register prepaid card code within 30 days. Allow 8 weeks. Price lock exclusions like taxes, fees, select promos, and third-party services apply. Details at T-Mobile.com.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Spilled your milkshake? Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up spills quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading Ordinary brand. So you can get back to your milkshake.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Using your phone should never have to be a luxury. Walmart Family Mobile now offers free or discounted plans for the Affordable Connectivity Program. ACP is a government program that helps eligible Americans have access to wireless service. You can get unlimited talk, text, and 8 gigabytes of high-speed data for free when you qualify. Apply now at myfamilymobile.com/ACP. Walmart Family Mobile is supported by the Affordable Connectivity Program and Lifeline, government assistance programs. Please visit myfamilymobile.com/ACP for more information.
Since the dawn of time, men and women have fought over one thing: the temperature. It's too hot. It's too cold. I'm sweating. I'm freezing. It's time to end the thermostat wars. With special financing offers on a high-efficiency heating and cooling system, including Trane's whole house air filtration system, you'll get even, consistent heat and breathe cleaner, healthier air. Visit Trane.com to find an independent Delaware Valley Trane comfort specialist near you. It's hard to stop a Trane. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for details.
Play, stay, and dine at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Get lucky with Philly's hottest slot machines. Go all in on a live action table game or bet on your favorite teams at FanDuel Sportsbook. Relax in luxury accommodations with sweeping views of the city skyline and indulge in one of our world-class restaurants. Only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. This spring, something giant is coming to Live. Follow us on social media to learn more or visit livecasinophilly.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, I can tell you, if you're a business owner and you got 5 or more employees, listen up. How did COVID treat you? Well, if it treated you like it did most business owners in the country, you took it in the shorts. It wasn't good. And you know what? If you kept employees on the payroll, there's a chance for you to cash in now with a payroll tax refund for every single one of those employees. You could get back up to $26,000 per person. And I've said to people, they've been like, well, John, why have I never heard of this? You know why? Because the government never wants to give you your money back. You are eligible for this. You're the business owner. You just need to find out how it works. Go to phillyrefunds.com. It's going to take you 2 minutes. Fill out your information. Send in the form, phillyrefunds.com. Do it today, and you're going to find out if you qualify to get up to $26,000 in payroll tax refund for every single employee that you kept on the payroll during COVID. They told you to shut down. They kept your business in handcuffs. Now it's time for you to get some of that money back. So here's what you need to do. Go to phillyrefunds.com. I trust these guys. I've met them. They're great, and they're going to do great business for you. Get your money back. Go to phillyrefunds.com. Do it today. Take 2 minutes to do it today, and that money could be rolling right into your pocket.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Philadelphia Union Soccer, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Now back to the John Kincade Show, St. Paddy's Day broadcast, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
We are glad to be back in Richboro. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Everybody enjoying their $3 Bud Lights, their $4 Bud Light seltzers. Thanks to the folks at Bud Light for getting us out here. And thanks to the Irish Horne.
Yeah.
Bob, you said it perfectly. This is a drop-in bar. This is a fantastic place you could visit 2 or 3 times a week.
I think Russ comes here for his car shows, doesn't he? Yeah.
For his car shows?
Yeah, he's a old motorhead.
I saw Grussman smile 3 times today. So, I mean, I'm just taking whatever it is, whether it's the Bud Light, whether it's the Irish Horne, whatever it is, I'm absolutely fine if it makes Grussman smile.
Yeah, see, this is my kind of place because it's bright, lots of windows. You can see, like, down at the end of the bar, you can see the person. And this is my kind of place. And Connor and I are going to rip into it as soon as we're done the show.
I'll tell you how I know it's my kind of place.
How do you know?
Because Ed Horne, the owner over
Hey,
there,
Eddie.
What's up, Ed Horne?
Ed comes over at 5:30 and just drops off a bunch of cookies.
Ed Horne brought cookies.
My kind of people.
Wait a minute, he brought cookies to his own joint.
Yes, my kind of people.
Like,
right there.
Ed looks like he could handle himself a little bit, right? If you're walking into
Ed
the
has
bar,
been into he's been in a bar.
Yeah.
Get
So
you a
if you
cookie.
walk into the bar at 5:30 in the morning, you're looking over your shoulder. Ed's the guy you want to be behind your shoulder.
Yeah.
And then the fact that he had a box of cookies with him,
just ready to go.
Yeah.
He's not playing games.
I mean,
today.
that's probably the ultimate male right
It's a
there.
veteran
Well, he
move.
says he's kicking ass and he's giving out cookies and he's almost all out of cookies.
It's a veteran move.
So
right
don't mess around at the Irish Horn today or you're going to be mopped up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Connor says he could take him. Connor said he absolutely could take
Yeah,
him.
you know, you said you want to fight him. You said
Connor said he could absolutely.
You said he looked like he was a weakling. I think is your. Did you use the word beta or mid?
I don't know what it was.
I
but,
forget.
But, I mean, Connor
You
usually.
can say it to his face, man. You don't have to look at me.
Connor's very boastful.
You're the one who
and-
said it.
Connor goes, look, he goes, he's middle-aged. I could absolutely take him.
I never said that. I would never say that about Ed. Now,
And
me
I
and
could
me and
tackle
Ed
him.
go way back to about 5:45 this morning. And I would never say that about that nice man who's much larger than
The
me.
first cookie, which is great,
Who's
too.
much larger than
Exactly. I'll tell you this. Come on out to the Irish Horn. It's an absolutely great spot. And I understand some of our sales department will be here to
it's amazing.
enjoy a little breakfast
Well,
and
they're not
maybe
here
an
yet
adult
'cause-
beverage.
Yeah, they don't start drinking until like 10.
It's amazing
So
how that
they're
happens.
going to get here towards the
I
end of
think
the
it's
show.
when Paul Blake stops talking, they start drinking.
Well, they have a Zoom meeting coming up at 8, and then
that'll be
They
it.
have a mandatory Teams meeting at 9.
And then that'll be it. So there'll be some of that going on today. Bob in Cooney's Corner says, let's take a step back, look at yesterday, and maybe look a little bit ahead today.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
Yeah, we talked last week a little bit about, Jamie, I don't think you were with us when we did, so I'm anxious to hear what you have to say. I kind of felt like a little bit of the luster, for some reason for me, of the NCAA tournament kind of lost a little bit. And I don't know, we were trying to figure out why. Is it because, some of the kids, a lot of the kids are unknown? Like, we used to be able to name the top 10 kids that were going to get drafted, right? We can't really do that much anymore. So I was a little thinking, oh, man, I'm a little down this year because I didn't know as much about the tournament as I usually did. Yesterday brought me right back in. I thought it was the kind of day that someone like me absolutely needed, where you had the upsets, where you had the close games. It was like, all right, Bob, you're out a little bit. Here, we're going to reel you right back in. Did you feel like a little of the luster was lost on this tournament this year going into it?
Just on the back burner. I wouldn't say like lost luster, just the Eagles Super Bowl, Phillies World Series.
Yeah.
Kind of like overshadowed the timeline of our sports lives. So I think it kind of snuck up on a lot of people. Like all of a sudden it's like, oh, wow, it's tournament time.
Plus the local teams being crappy.
First time since
Didn't hurt.
1977.
It's terrible. Oof. It's absolutely terrible.
But you're right. I mean, like as soon as you get in it yesterday, I went and got a beer at 12 o'clock, and I was just sitting there, and I was smiling ear to ear because I knew for the next 4 days it's nonstop action all day, and then you get.
Was that because of the Bud Light that you poured, or was it because of the games?
A combination of the
both?
two.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. A little bit of both.
But like yesterday was awesome. I started a fire, sat outside in the nice weather with the girls, watching the games, and the games were awesome. And it's one of my favorite sports days of the year, every single year, Thursday. And now we have 3 more days of it.
Yeah, I was a little nervous going into yesterday because, like I said, I just didn't have that passion that I always have.
Well, your top
for the
2 picks in
tournament.
the draft, Scoot and Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, they're not. Exactly.
And then Brandon Miller is going to be a lottery pick. Cam Whitmore, who's going to be a lottery pick. So, probably 6 of the top 10 guys aren't even playing in this.
Right.
So from that perspective, it's kind of lame. But that also opens it up to a legit 8 to 10 teams that have a crack at this,
which is cool.
Which is great.
Yeah. So yesterday reeled me back in.
It was great, and I found myself getting sucked in yesterday too. Just the energy of
once 3 games are going at once, it's
at a sports book too.
Yeah.
I'm over at Parks, and those giant TVs, and then every basket, as it starts to get more critical, everybody's looking at their tickets.
Yeah.
You can tell who's betting what. And so that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I just thought yesterday was great.
Don't stray, Bob. Don't stray.
No,
We can't lose you.
No, you're not losing me. I'm
No,
fully
he's there.
back in, and like the Virginia game, the end of that, like that started the day.
You this is why March Madness is great. Think about that pass the Virginia kid makes. He's probably broken a full court press 1,000 times in his life.
999 times.
Yeah, but because it's March, he got a tight sphincter and made a boneheaded decision that led to an incredible three-pointer and a loss. Like, that's why March Madness is great. That kid's broken 1 million presses in his life.
Tony
Yeah.
Bennett's got
But it
Tony
was
Bennett,
tight.
by the way,
They're
gets
the
a
biggest
lot of
choke
love.
team ever.
Gets a lot of love. Has 1 title, and they choke incessantly.
Well, and you think they wouldn't because he relies on defense.
Exactly.
And you would think that would carry over into an NCAA tournament and something you could rely on to carry you further because shooting's not going to always be there, whatever it may be. You would think defense always is, but yeah, they just every year I look at them and I say, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And then like this year I had them winning 3 games.
Yeah.
And it just kills you every year. It's strange. You wonder about the preparation by a coach, by a school, whatever it may be, why this happens every year when you seem to be more talented.
I thank the people who did John Maley from our trip out with Philly Sports Trips and out in Arizona. Pat did the same thing you did. He sent me a text about betting those underdogs yesterday. So he did the same thing, but he did it for $10.
Oh, congratulations on your success, John. Yeah.
He's just throwing around money.
I mean, right now
He's going to be a daddy soon, too, by the way.
I pretty much just need to win 1 bet, and then I'm in the black.
Right. That's the way, like, I bet yesterday, because, as I said, because of Maniac Malloy, Jamie, one of your compadres over there at Parks, saying and I put the money on 12, 13, 14, 15 for both every single game. Bet the money lines, and I've already won.
Yeah,
I've won 2 bets
most people
already.
always think it's 12-5s. It's the upset. 13-4 is a big upset. So if you're looking to play some dogs today, take a look at the 13-4s.
Anything
is
you
Iona
like, Bob?
13 seed?
You like Iona?
I don't think so.
I like Iona to cover
I
today.
think Iona is a 13 today, aren't
Yeah,
they?
I thought
UConn's
UConn
a 4?
was- Yeah, that makes sense.
I think
guess.
UConn's a 4.
UConn's giving them early line I saw was like 9.5.
9.5 is the number on my Bet Parks app this morning, and you
I don't know why,
sort of
I
are
kinda-
leaning towards that number.
Yeah, that
Patino
stuck out
versus
to me a little
Hurley.
bit. Yeah.
People hate Danny Hurley. I have a couple buddies that are
and
like, I can't.
Patino, you should hate Patino.
Danny Hurley has a punchable face.
He's a
Yeah,
dirtbag.
everybody says that.
He is a dirtbag.
But, you know, Hurley, like
the
people
pasta
got on
prematura.
him. People got on him for getting a technical foul for, like, enticing the fans to, like, cheer. Really? He got a technical for telling his own fans to cheer.
Yeah, that's cool to me.
Like, I think he's really rooted in the game. Him and Bobby
Yeah.
are both. And, yeah, I can see where it gets annoying. I
Yeah.
understand it. But pick what you're going to be pissed off at, not, you know.
Yeah.
Not
That's ridiculous, though. You're getting your own fans souped up. That's awesome. Coach
Yeah.
Chaney did that.
I
Coach
didn't-
Chaney would sometimes look around in the
Yeah,
stands
that's
back in the
cool.
day
Yeah.
and get people fired up.
We're
I mean,
a little too sensitive anymore. You think?
Absolutely.
Like
oh my
Pat.
gosh!
I was only kidding when I said STFU.
You weren't.
I was.
Bet he was though, because he knew he's your best friend, Pat.
not anymore.
By the way, Iona's the 13, Bob.
It
Iona's
is.
the 13, Connecticut the 4. 8 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show. I want to tell you, when someone gets hurt, we know who to call, but when there's a mental health crisis, who do you call? Call 988. It's the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Free confidential support around the clock. Don't hesitate. Call 988. Sixers and the Hornets tonight, 7 o'clock on the Fanatic. So
Kyle
great one
Cooney
tonight.
will be in attendance.
Oh, nice.
Will he be? Will he?
Yeah, he got tickets yesterday.
How much?
He got upstairs for maybe, I think he said like $26 or
Nice.
something. It's
Well,
not that
they,
bad.
by the way, they still draw
more
for a
expensive
really
than
bad team.
A little bit, yeah. If he went to see another game earlier this year, I don't know, not a great team coming in. He was able to get mid-level for like $10.
Oh, that's
See, you
awesome.
never
Yeah.
know.
So, by the way, suit of the day over here.
What is that?
That's
wearing?
awesome.
Oh, look at him.
Look at
Look.
that. Where's the jacket? You got the jacket with you too. You got.
He's got. Look at that. Nice
he
look.
does.
We
This
got to
guy
get that
has
for
a
social media.
full leprechaun suit on.
Oh, he's got it going on. Look at that.
Well,
that
it's
is
more
a
of a
sharp-looking
Clover. Or
outfit.
Clover, rather. I'm
That's
sorry.
Clovers. Look at that.
That's pretty cool.
a nice-looking suit.
I like that. Yeah.
All right, we
Aces.
did this earlier on, and Colin Newby wanted to keep an eye on this one. We did the ranking of the Eagles' 11 offensive players from Super Bowl Sunday. How would you rank the 11 starters on defense in value and importance that started the Super Bowl? Who do you have? It is going to be much harder for us to come to any kind of consensus
Yeah.
on what that list is. So, if you're ranking those starters, Where do you go?
I think Hassan Reddick for me would be number one.
That's my number one also.
That's my number one.
All right, so
Pat,
we're locked in there.
I know you
can
love
say
Reddick.
something, Pat.
I do like Reddick. Well, you told me to shut up, Bob. So
Now I want you to talk.
Now you want me to talk. You got to figure it out, man.
OYM. Open
Okay,
your
so
mouth.
so we all said Reddick most valuable.
I think so.
Where do we go second?
This is a great. Everybody's
This is
gonna
so
vary
hard.
So
This
much
is
on
so
defense.
hard.
And we're not talking about playing against the
No,
Chiefs, right?
it's it's just the value as an Eagles defensive starter, but we're going with the starters from Super Bowl Sunday.
I think I would go Javon Hargrave second, but I have a feeling Slay or Bradbury might enter the conversation.
I go Slay.
I would probably go Javon Hargrave.
Bob, you can maybe break it right here. If you say
Yeah.
Hargrave. No, now, are you guys, does Slay come up in your list very soon?
Yes.
No,
okay.
he's next.
Okay, well, then that's fine. So
I might
I'm willing to go Hargrave and then go Slay.
All right,
If
we can
that's
do that.
it.
We
So
can
we can
go
go Hargrave
Hargrave,
and Slay.
Slay. Okay.
Okay, so there's our three.
The Bradbury Slay debate is a good one.
Now, where do you go after these three? Where do you go? Do you go to another corner or do you go to C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
I might go to Sweaty Season, baby.
That's exactly where I was going.
So you're going Sweaty. Where
I
you going,
think the
Pat?
importance of
Bobby?
the line, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go
All
with
right, I'm
Jamie's
not
love.
That damn sod father hadn't cooked the books.
See, I was ready to go Sweat next, so I'm fine with that.
And then I'd
I
go
go C.J.
Bradbury.
Gardner-Johnson.
I'd probably go Bradbury ahead of him, but CJ's right
Where do you
behind.
go?
I think I go safety. I think I'd go C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
I go T.J. Edwards.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going T.J.
Not my GM.
Explain that a little bit. You'd be fifth.
That's fine.
Explain yourself.
That'd be your fifth, Pat. You got to explain that.
Because Patrick Mahomes is going to hurt you, and you have to keep a spot.
Okay, remember, it's not supposed to be because of the Chiefs who's your opponent.
Right,
It's
it's just
supposed to be because
defense.
valuable to the Eagles'
What's in your
defense.
heart? What's
I
your
just
philosophy?
asked
Your
that
heart,
question.
your philosophy.
Then I'd have to go C.J.
Okay, so
go.
you're going that Gardner-Johnson.
That was easy.
All right, so Gardner-Johnson comes in fifth.
I don't understand the assignment.
And then after
all
Gardner-Johnson.
the food got delivered in my
And then do
my
we
brain
go?
just
And
went
then
to
do we
mush.
go Bradbury?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll go Bradbury.
So we'll go Bradbury.
T.J.
Okay.
Edwards.
Okay, so now we've gone through six. I haven't gotten to T.J. Edwards yet.
Yeah, no, I'm not even close
We're
yet.
getting there.
We are. We're eventually going to get to the. But like I'm looking at it here.
6 Brandon Graham.
You go Graham ahead of Cox.
I would probably have Cox ahead of Graham.
But that's like, for me, that's very close.
Yeah.
It's like
I think
1A,
it's very
1B.
Yeah.
close. Cox and Graham.
You think it's very
I think it's close.
I like
think
Cox.
it's close.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like Cox.
All right, so let's go.
Do you, Bob?
We'll go Cox and Graham because
I
it really
found that out
doesn't
in
matter.
Arizona.
It really doesn't matter when you share a room.
Yep.
There it is. Okay, we've gotten through 8. We haven't gotten to one of the starting linebackers yet, so they're literally.
Well, one of us tried, and we were shot.
You were
down
shot
quickly.
full of holes, Pat.
Well,
I
the
was
Eagles.
told I'm not a GM.
The Eagles have made us like this.
Okay, so
Sorry, but you have.
They don't prioritize it.
So Howie got rid of the 9th, 10th, or 11th starter. Well, 2 of them. So 2 of his starters that he got rid of were 9th, 10th, or 11th.
You know, but
Kaiser White and T.J. Edwards.
I don't think that's indicative of the talent, though. Like, T.J. Edwards, I think, was a really important piece of this defense. I just think this defense was loaded. And they were. I mean, statistically, they were the best defense in the league, and they had 70-plus sacks and all that. So I don't think that's a slight on T.J. Edwards or the linebacking core.
Okay, so we go
T.J. Edwards was
Epps.
really
We go
important.
Epps, Edwards.
I'd go Edwards over
I'd
Epps.
go Edwards Epps, but I'm fine either way.
Okay, so Edwards, Epps. But here's the thing that we just did. Kaiser White is the way when we did this program, Edwards, Epps, and Kaiser White, Howie got rid of 9, 10, and 11.
Yeah.
Howie did not prioritize 9, 10, 11. Does this speak more to how the Eagles value a defense or how you believe the NFL values a defense or that you think is a good strategy?
I think it's the NFL. At least the good teams in the NFL. Like the Bears are going out and investing all this money in linebacker. I'm like, all right. Like, I don't know if that's really going to turn the tides there. But Zach Berman tweeted this out yesterday. It's an old Andy Reid quote from 2016. And I think it speaks a lot to the Eagles' philosophy, too. It's just give me 2 offensive tackles, a quarterback, 2 pass rushers, 2 corners, and I'll figure out the rest. And I think you substitute maybe edge rushers with D tackle, and there you have the Eagles' philosophy.
For me, it's give me 2 left tackles, a center, a quarterback, 3 wide receivers.
Well, you're asking for a
running
lot.
back.
You're not my GM.
Why do you want two left tackles?
Four defensive ends.
How you gonna have two
linebacking
left tackles?
core, 2 cornerbacks, 1 safety, and I'll figure out the rest. And
mean,
a running back. I forgot a running back. And a running back. I need that too. And I'll figure out
You're
the rest.
definitely not my GM.
Well, here's one of the things that makes,
Not my
which
GM.
is absolutely crazy if you look at it. The Howie Roseman went into a season where he went to a Super Bowl, and out of his starters, 9 out of 11 he had to make a decision on.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
I hate this. I hate that you leave a roster that vulnerable that 9 of the 11 guys either had to be signed again or told to go.
But it got you to a Super Bowl.
Reddick and Sweat are the only 2 under contract. Everybody else is up for grabs. By the way, you've kept Slay, Bradbury, Cox, and Graham. You've kept those 4, and you've jettisoned Hargrave, Edwards, Epps, and White. So I mean, I don't want to see this now. I want more stability. I want them to get younger. What did they do? Howie went with a philosophy of we're playing Golden Girls again. We're doing let's bring back all the old guys.
Yeah, but Slay's really good, and he's a captain of the team. And I almost spoiled by the good cornerback play again. I don't want to go back to the old ways. I don't want to go back to Jalen Mills and Ronald Darby. Like Bradbury and Slay spoiled me last year. I'm not ready to quit them. So I'm good for another. It's really only kind of a 1-year deal, I think, if they want it to be. So, like, I'm okay with that. And Fletcher Cox.
It's a 2-year deal for Slay.
Yeah, but it's only $23 million guaranteed, right?
12.5 a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12.5 a year.
Cox was the Hargrave backup plan, so I'm fine with that too.
You can't judge the moves they've made this year because of the last time they went to the Super Bowl. Because the last time they went to the Super Bowl, they did have the run it back mentality that you're talking about, but it was with guys that were often injured.
Nigel Bradham, they paid.
It was. Let's bring back Jason Peters, who missed the Super Bowl and was out and injured. Let's bring back Darren Sproles, who was injured. The majority of the guys, even Alshon Jeffrey, who deserved that contract because of the way he paid, but he was injured in the Super Bowl. And this time they're bringing back all pros. So while they're older, they're still playing at a high level, and that's why I don't have a problem with the contract.
And I think it tells you where they're going in the draft. Because to your point,
Where are they going? Are they going linebacker?
The youth movement is needed on the defensive side of the ball. So
I mean, it's absolutely needed.
I think 70 or 80% of their draft picks are going to be on the defensive side of the ball.
And that's where you get younger so quick, right? I mean, it's great. You have the 10th and the 30th pick. Like, they are in a great position. I don't care if this team was good or not last year. Any team that has 2 first-round picks, they're in a good spot. This team went to the Super Bowl, and they have 2 first-round picks. So I think that's how you get younger real quick, John.
You get 2 first-round picks this year, Bob, 1 second-rounder. Next
Are
year,
you guys confident they're going to draft 2 in the first?
I do not think so.
Neither.
I think. I don't think they're picking at 10. I don't think they're picking at 30. I think they'll trade out of the first round.
I think it's more likely they pick at 10 than at 30.
I agree with that.
I do not believe.
I think 30 is a lock.
Picking at 10 will be somebody who gets after a quarterback. It's not going to be a corner.
I think
now
It's not going to be a corner, but it could be the kid from Northwestern. It could be the offensive lineman / guard. Or it could
I can't do that.
Or Carter's going to be there now at 10. Like, you have to wonder, do they consider him?
Would you?
Does character matter?
I mean, he lied about everything.
He lied about everything.
That's a
He
pretty
shows
big red
up
flag.
to his pro workout.
9 pounds heavier.
Now he's
And he was laying on the sidelines?
They're worried about him, too. There's chatter that there's concern about his mental state right now. Too.
Yeah.
He's stressed out, and you can understand it.
Absolutely.
You love those
guys.
guys.
I would be stress eating, too.
And so he's feeling it.
Yeah.
Look, Jamie, you and I may stress eat this morning.
Yeah.
Here
I
at
see
the
a
Irish Horne.
corned beef hash just came out.
And
staring
Pat's
me in the
looking
eye.
at stuffed French toast.
I can't wait to stress eat.
De-stress.
Stress no more.
Pat de-stresses by eating.
Oh yeah.
But they might look at the defensive edge. You know, if
I think they're going for the most impactful defensive player they can find.
I think Zach Berman, when he said it last week, or maybe he wrote it this week, I forget. But it was like they don't go for depth chart needs. They go for philosophical positions of value that you don't have to pay big money to. And that means this year probably D-end or D-tackle. I think cornerback's now out of it, but I do think they'll address that later in the draft.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, because they got to get young there.
I think they might get an athlete, a kid that you don't know if he's a safety or a corner, but a guy that, they can groom into what they want him to be. But I do. I think they stay at 10 also. I don't know why I have that feeling.
Because you're going to get a really good player.
I think they're going to get an edge rusher also.
I think so,
Look,
too.
at 10, when's the next time we're expecting the Eagles to draft at 10?
Hopefully not anytime
Better not
soon.
anytime soon.
So you have to get a guy for 4 years
Yeah,
that's going to be cheap at a position you really value.
To give up the opportunity to draft, a top 10 talent you're not in that position very often. So I think they drafted 10. I do think they trade out of 30. And I also think another issue is the cap situation in terms of paying first-round picks is expensive. And I don't know if they're going to want to pay 2 first-round picks if they are crunched against the cap and they want to bring back C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I think that could come into effect.
Dork Boy yesterday read something. Jamie, what was that? Nerd? What do you call me, Nerd Boy?
I think it varies between nerd and dork. Yeah.
What do you call me when I'm not listening? Is the final 4 spots in the draft of the first round are the most frequent spots where a trade occurs.
I feel like it's always Belichick, and he's always trading out.
Last 4 spots.
But he sucks at drafting.
Those 4 picks are traded the most often with frequency. If you break them down into 4s, 1 through 4, 5 through 8.
That makes sense.
It's the most frequent area, and I think Howie's going to get some calls. Even if you move back to the top of the second round and pick up an additional 3rd rounder that maybe gets you
they don't
that
have
running back.
They don't have a 4th and 5th,
right?
So
But
there's no
maybe,
chance
right.
they're not going to draft there. They're going to acquire a pick there somewhere.
Hey, we're live at the Irish Horne in Richboro, where they take great care of you. And our friends at Bud Light are also going to take great care of you here. So come on by and see us. We will be here until 10 o'clock today. But then watch college hoops action here later on. Have a good time and enjoy all the fun and festivities. We got March Madness Day 2 drama coming. And we'll talk to Danny Briere.
Oh, good.
The Flyers general manager. It's been a rough week for him. We'll talk to him next. Coming up at the bottom of the hour. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. I know the BetParks Sportsbook app is a great place to be today. I'll be at the BetParks Sportsbook itself over there. It's going to be awesome. Do you know if you're a new customer, perfect day for you to get involved. Bet $10, get $125 in Sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. Make a BetParks future wager on who's going to win the tournament. Maybe you can bet on it or who's going to win their bracket, a conference, whatever it is, who will be the furthest performer from a specific state. Bet $10. Get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. So bet $10 on any number 1 seed to win. You should be able to pocket that $125 in sports bonus. I'll be out at the BetParks Casino today with Cuz and Chunas and hanging out from noon to 2. Check betparts.com for terms and conditions. You got to be 21 in Pennsylvania or Jersey. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy St. Paddy's Day from the John Kincade Show, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
In the lane, spins, hangs, fires, shot up, and good with 1 second to go.
Sixers Hornets tonight at 7 on your home for 76ers basketball. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Sixers basketball is brought to you by Corona, proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do
officially over. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
Play, stay, and dine at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Get lucky with Philly's hottest slot machines. Go all in on a live action table game or bet on your favorite teams at FanDuel Sportsbook. Relax in luxury accommodations with sweeping views of the city skyline and indulge in one of our world-class restaurants. Only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. This spring, something giant is coming to Live. Follow us on social media to learn more or visit livecasinophilly.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi. Who's this?
Buzz. He appears whenever you eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
Like a genie?
Sure.
Ooh, does he grant wishes? I wish I lived in a giant boot. No, I wish I could swim with a humpback whale. No.
I can grant you a delicious bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios, which can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
Ooh, with heart shapes, too.
Happy heart-shaped Cheerios are back for a limited time. Pick up a box of Honey Nut Cheerios at your local store for an easy, delicious, and heart-healthy start to your day.
March Mania is here. Looking for a place to catch all the college hoops? Check out Bankroll, Philadelphia's first luxury sports and entertainment venue. Enjoy Modelo on tap throughout the tournament. And don't miss a single game with over 70 large screen TVs to watch all the games at once. Bankroll, 1910 Chestnut Street, Philadelphia. Visit them online at bankrollclub.com. Follow them at BankrollPHL on socials.
Before new Cascade Platinum Plus, I would pre-rinse all my dishes because my old detergent just wouldn't get them clean. But now, I do dishes differently. A no pre-wash, no rewash, money-back guaranteed kind of different. Because Cascade Platinum Plus has double the grease-fighting power of Dawn built right in, with twice the scrubbing power, giving me a clean that lets me break all the dish rules. I just scrape, load, and I'm done. Yep. So clean. With Cascade Platinum Plus, I dare to dish differently.
Hey, this March, protect yourself against upsets with Bracket Parlay Insurance on FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. Right now, all customers can get up to $25 back each day if your parlay of 3 or more legs falls 1 leg short. I told you what I like today. Let me rehash it. I like Michigan State over USC, St. Mary's over VCU, and the underdog with the points. I like Iona against UConn. You can turn a small bet into a slam dunk, and with cash out, you're calling the shots. You can close out your bet whenever you want before the game is over. Just sign in to your FanDuel Sportsbook account or go to FanDuel.com/Bob to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Bob. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus bet $25 per day unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Nakobe Dean from the Philadelphia Eagles, and you're listening to the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now back to the John Kincade Show, St. Paddy's Day broadcast, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Welcome back to Richboro. It's the Irish Horne is where we're hanging out this morning, thanks to our friends from Bud Light. Having a great time. Everybody's chowing down.
Oh, man, that was delicious. I had a corned beef hash.
Pat,
Wolfed it down.
Pat is an impressive eater for a man his size. Because you are not fat.
I'm putting on some pounds.
Yeah, you're not fat. And you can
I'm
put
getting
away
there.
you can put away food in brisk fashion.
I got my corned beef in today, so I'm good.
Nobody can suck down bread like me.
I'm telling you, you liked it.
You wanna see?
The food
And
here,
sausage.
the
You want a
food
challenge?
here is fantastic
I
at
know.
the Irish
You
Horne.
want baguette,
I
man?
just put in my order, so I'm getting there.
I don't know who's running the kitchen. Who are we thanking in the kitchen? That's Zach and Corey. Weren't they on the?
Sounds like a Nickelodeon show.
Yeah, it's a Nickelodeon, no, a Disney Channel, I think. That's where they ended up, Pat.
Yeah, now they're on Freevee.
Now they're on here. I mean, you know, it's not the same ones. They know how to cook bacon here, and a lot of these breakfast spots, I would rank them by how they know how to cook bacon.
Are you a crisp bacon man
Yes.
or the undercooked?
I do not
variety?
want undercooked, chewy bubblegum bacon.
I'm good
Yeah,
with
I'm
both.
the crisper. I'm more of the crispy guy too.
I like both.
Yeah.
Give me a little flop with my bacon. I'm cool with it.
No, you can't
No,
have that.
I like a stiffy.
Yeah, you would. We've already been over this,
When
bud.
it comes to bacon.
Is that it?
When it comes to bacon.
Or a cocktail or a Bud Light. You can have that one there, too. Jamie's Daily Odds Pod is why he hangs out with us on Fridays. He was contractually obligated to come back to the show. Jamie knows how much we miss him, though.
Yes, I do.
You know how much you're loved, and you know how much we miss you.
Miss you guys too, and thanks to the people at Bet Parks for allowing this magic to happen.
And they love you, by the way.
Yeah, they're good people.
I said I was hanging with one of your big bosses yesterday, and he was very like, I said, what did you think? You think I was telling you that Jamie Lynch was a good dude and he was some psycho idiot?
Yeah, I think me, you, and him will have to get out on the golf course at some point this summer.
He's playing in today I got invited, he's playing in a St. Patrick's Day golf outing.
Oh, I'd imagine that's
cool.
fun.
Mr. Cullen is out
really
there
cool.
swinging the clubs.
Oh, that's sweet.
But beware of D. Lynham, though.
She's nasty at golf.
She will take money out of your pockets.
Yeah.
She will beat you
She's
on
got
the
like,
golf
what,
course.
3 or 4 hole-in-ones in her life?
A fantastic player.
She's a good player, I hear.
Hey, the Daily Odds Pod, though, you already have it up there for Bet Parks today, and we appreciate Jamie being here. Jamie is leaving for Donuts with Dads.
Yeah, couldn't miss that one this morning at 9 o'clock.
Well, you gotta get running, don't you? I do not want you to be late for your daughter.
No, that's fine. I'll leave in about 8 minutes.
Okay, good.
He's got another one. He's fine.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, Jamie, a question that was funny is we had a little discussion with friends of ours last week, and I wanted to bring it up while you were still here, because Bob and you both fall into this. I do not. I do not have multiple children. You guys do. The idea that I was told the biggest lie ever told.
Is that you don't have a favorite?
Correct. Is that now, and a couple that we know, their favorite child is a different child. Of their children. We know all their children. We love all their children too. But they absolutely say any parent who tells you that they do not have an affection more for one child over another is lying to you. That's the biggest lie ever told about parenthood. You and Bob now have multiple.
Mine are too young, I think, to really make that call, but I have a feeling I'll have a favorite.
Yeah, and you love them both.
Which one's less a pain in my ass as they grow up? Yeah. And then the other one will be the favorite.
Bobby, I mean, is there a truth to that? Is that the greatest
I
lie
don't know.
ever told?
I keep telling you guys this. You don't listen. I don't like any of my kids. So I don't have a favorite.
Who do you not like the least? And then,
Don't
I mean,
like them.
at the
Well,
least.
No, they're yeah. You want to say
yeah.
And then you get into two where
you got a man crush on your son. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's all right.
I love all my kids.
I know you do.
Yeah.
You love one more than the rest.
Yeah.
Can you love somebody
might be
more
going
than
to
you
the
love
Sixers
somebody
game.
else?
Yeah, you could be the third kid. You could be the
really?
third kid in the family where
There's levels to this.
Dude,
Dad-
we just did this experiment with the Eagles, and we said, hey,
you got to rank them.
This defense was great, but, we had to rank them.
You got to rank them. I mean, it's
I'm
hard.
not ranking my kids. Sorry, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, I've known you. I could
like,
probably rank
I
your
don't
kids
know
for
what.
you.
No, and I don't want you
Which
to.
ones
Thank
are
you.
listening right now?
I don't know.
See?
I don't.
That
talk
would
to
be the
them.
one that loves us the most.
Exactly. I was
Shout
gonna
out
say.
Jenna.
I
number
don't think
one.
they know what I do for a living, to tell you the
What
truth.
do you say, Tommy Cooney?
I think as we go
Tommy's
on here.
my favorite.
It is
Tommy's my favorite too.
We're going to have Danny Briere is going to join us, the Flyers interim
Do you want to? Never mind.
head of hockey operations, general manager, whatever they put it. He will join us coming up. And I heard John Tortorella the other day, and I was glad that we've got an adult in charge as the coach of this team. And having been around hockey a long time and professional hockey a long time, Tortorella is as good as it gets. Whether he's the perfect guy at the perfect time. The amount of times that I hear people go, well, John Tortorella, you're rebuilding. This is the guy. John Tortorella's been a part of successful rebuilds. He is a guy who can rebuild. And two, he has 3 6-year tenures in the NHL on his resume. He is not a guy who burns people out in a matter of a year or two. He's not Mike Keenan. He is a guy who cultivates this. But they finally are getting on with it, Pat. They're finally getting on with the business of trying to maybe tear it down to the drywall. Bring in Chip and Joanna.
Yeah, maybe.
Joanna, what up?
Yes.
I guess we'll see. I mean, he says all the right things so far.
Okay.
Now it's just about the actions, and you'll probably see a lot of movement towards the draft and in terms of getting some bad contracts out and whatnot. And
What's the
we'll see
worst
his
they
plan.
can do? Can they get like 4th, 5th in terms of odds?
They're 5th right now.
They're 5th.
Where can they end up? What's the best they can do here?
No, the best they could do, I think, is 4th is a dream. I think 4th is a dream.
Okay.
So right now you're in 5th, but the thing
It's
is,
not a bad spot to
lose a few spots and lose a few more games, and you're pretty going to be securely in 5th
and
also.
They should, because their upcoming stretches against killers. So
And
they should come out of that with a few more L's.
Good.
4th could still happen.
All right.
I mean, 4th could. It's a potential. Let's put it that way. there's a potential for that to happen. But so day 2 of the tournament today, Jamie, who do you like? You've already done the Daily Odds pod. Anybody you want to shout out to give anybody a little last-minute help? Anybody you're looking at or not?
I haven't really dove into the game by game yet. I just kind of buzzed through this morning and fun. I go 16 games rapid fire. I just go gut pick. So I kind of went into a blackout mode this morning with the podcast where I just go boo 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 boo. Give me this, give me that. I think USC. I think I'm opposite Bob. I'm banking on the Big Ten choke. Because they stink it up.
Because they tend to be.
Yeah, they stink it up. You know who's actually the best conference? And I do value this when making plays. SEC always shows up in terms of covering.
There are a lot of covers out of the SEC.
Yeah, Big Ten's one of the worst. Pac-12 is fairly good at covering. So I do value that stuff. So I like USC early. I think they're the first game today. Xavier versus Kennesaw State. Kind of like Xavier a little bit.
I can tell you the Kennesaw State team is dangerous.
Yeah.
They could be slightly dangerous.
I think Vermont covers the 10.5 versus Marquette. They're just the Catamounts. You never want to see the Catamounts in March.
I like Marquette.
Don't they
this
wear
year.
green?
Marquette's really good.
Yeah.
Don't the Catamounts wear green?
Yeah, they're green.
Green and yellow.
On St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
You know, I liked Arizona State coming into this tournament because I'd seen them twice against Arizona, and I thought, okay, I saw what I saw. I kind of like them, and then Arizona bombs out yesterday. So I have Arizona State going a couple of rounds. So that's an upset today. Beating TCU, yeah. 5.5-point dogs.
Should be a good one there. If you missed the news, I'm sorry.
I didn't watch good college basketball all year, so.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that.
I had Arizona going all
So
the way.
did he actually resign, or was that a fire?
It was. Would you? I think
a respectful firing.
A respectful. Would you please resign? And more importantly, though, I was proud of the fan base of my alma mater.
How they acted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they didn't do the. They're not. They didn't do the happy dance, spike the ball.
Yeah,
you know, be
he's
excited
huge to that
because they
program.
love Aaron McKee.
Sure.
And that it didn't work out, and Aaron didn't do a good job.
Well, it's one of the toughest jobs in college sports. I mean, of like a big-time marquee basketball program, it's tough.
I keep hearing that.
It is tough.
He's got 1 year left on his deal too, so it's like, all right, hey, we'll keep you around and we'll justify that 1 year.
And there's a lot of off-campus stuff this year that's not going to make that job easier.
And the kids who interact with him on campus, and I was asking my students the other night, when they run into him, they all loved him.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
He's awesome.
They all loved him, and he has the right attitude. And so Aaron, everybody wishes him the best.
You're going to be hard pressed to find somebody that doesn't like Aaron McKee after meeting them.
So that's good.
Yeah, and with that, family comes first, and he's one of the bigger people of that Temple family. They're not going to go against him. You're right, Pat. Everybody likes him. Aaron's a great dude. It's a shame it didn't work out. I was hoping it would, but like I said earlier this week, you can just hear that page being turned from the John Chaney era. It's done.
It's ripped. I don't think it's turned, Bob. I think it's ripped out.
Well,
I think they're looking now to finally make the rip out of the book.
But they're going to get the guy from Colgate, right? That's a Dumphy
Langle.
Yeah.
It looks like that. And I wonder how.
I'll tell you what, though. Mike Jensen, sorry, John, who covers college sports, he wrote a piece saying, Langle, don't do it. I don't know why you would do it. Don't take this job. It was kind of weird. Yeah, it was strange to have somebody come out and say that. I don't know what the
job.
There's no question.
I'm
real tough.
You know, I'm so tired of that though, with the Temple narrative.
But it's the reality.
It doesn't have to be the narrative. It does not have to be. It's because we've seen it happen. We've seen where the right guy, like Temple football always gets, can't win, Temple football can't win. No, you can. I've seen numerous guys do it. You can't sustain it. You can't sustain it where you're great for 4 or 5 years in a row, but you can have good seasons and compete and get some big victories. People just tell you what it can't be.
You're right, and it's ridiculous because it can be good. Unfortunately for Temple, it seemed like Aaron was kind of the last guy that would stay for like a while.
Yeah.
You know, that you could get that if it worked out, he was going to be there, and he might have been a lifer, and he might have been an ex-John Chaney in terms of just longevity. And now they've ushered in an era where whoever comes in here, if they do have success, it will be a Temple football program moving on after 4 or 5 years or whatnot.
We are awaiting to get hooked up with Danny Briere.
Yeah,
hey,
and I'm
hey,
gonna take
Jamie,
off
go
for
to Donuts with Dads. Jamie Lynch, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks. Good
to
to see
Bet
you guys.
Parks.
Thanks to you, Bet
Good
Parks.
seeing you, Jamie. We love you.
Another half day, huh, Lynch? Okay.
It's hard work.
Wait a minute.
All right.
He has to be.
I hope you choke on
a
a sprinkle.
He has to be in front of the TV at noon, and with his Bet Parks app out, drinking beers with his girls in the backyard.
It's working.
Oh, okay.
This
tough
stay-at-home dad thing, maybe he's gotten too
killing
comfortable.
it, man.
He
You
really
are.
is.
I'm proud of
Good
you.
job, Jamie. Have
Yeah.
a great time. Post a couple pictures, would you? To be able to check out what that is. So, Stat, we do not have a call screener in front of us. So if Danny Briere is there,
Out with one Jamie and in with another. Look
I
at this.
did-
Jamie Frankel in the house.
I didn't hear you, Stat. Okay, let's go to
my fault.
the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Comcast Business gets you ready for what's next. Danny Briere from your Philadelphia Flyers stepping in with us this morning. Danny, good morning. We appreciate you. Are you celebrating St. Patrick's Day later today or not?
Honestly, I'm just trying to catch up with everything going on in my life, so I won't be celebrating. I'll be at the Flyers game tonight, so thank you for having me, guys.
Danny, I got to ask you right off the bat, it's been a little bit of a tumultuous week, you say, with everything going on in your life. If you wanted to make any comment on that, I wanted to give you the opportunity to do so.
Well, I appreciate it. We kind of the statement that we've made. We weren't too proud and shocked with what Carson had done. He's working hard to try and fix that. It's a mistake that he's going to take responsibility for, and hopefully it makes him a better person moving forward.
Danny, when you came on, some of your quotes I loved, and I talked about it over the air where you said, but you used the word rebuild, which is okay. And then you also said something that you said, yeah, decisions were made. I might have had other ideas, and I'm paraphrasing you here. Did you look at some of the things that were going on and in your own mind either said, yeah, I would have or I wouldn't have done that, and that's what you're carrying into the job now?
Well, I think everybody has ideas, right? So it's easy to say that now. So I want to be careful how that's phrased. We all have different ideas, and it doesn't mean that it's going to work or that it would have worked. But I think everybody has their own minds. I'm really looking forward to it. Yes, I used the word rebuild. I think the players will decide how fast that rebuild is, but at the same time, I wanted to be honest with the fans. The Flyers fan in Philadelphia have been passionate, and they've been supportive for years and years. And one thing, they do know hockey, and they're not stupid. When they look at our hockey team, it's been tough at times this year. We've had a hard time scoring goals, but the one thing that I've seen in our team more than probably the past couple of years is more character, better effort. They're working harder under John Tortorella, and to me, that's the start of something.
Danny, do you feel the connection with the fan base from this front office, from this administration? Because I've got to tell you, I've never heard such disdain for an organization right now from fan base that loves their team than I've heard from the Flyers.
Yeah.
A long time. I mean, you're feeling that, and how do you plan to address that?
Yeah, that's it's a good point, and yeah, I know that the fans were very frustrated the way we've played the last few seasons, and I think a lot of it was we were trying to do some patchwork too much instead of facing the truth, and that's what I want to do with them. I want to be honest, and tell them about the plan moving forward. I feel a personal connection with the fans on my own just because of my time here. I've been played here for so many years. I've been living here, raised my family here in Philadelphia. So Philly is home to me, and the connection to the fan is extremely important.
Danny, looking at the former GM, he would constantly use the word aggressive retool, and the fan base seemed to want the opposite. It just seemed like the ownership and Chuck seemed to think that if all of a sudden we kind of got into contention, then the fan base would be back, and it kind of had an adverse effect. So the job that you have in front of you is tough. Looking at some of the other franchises in hockey, who do you think you're going to model this rebuild after?
Well, there's some. Obviously, we'd want to be like the Boston Bruins this year, and this team year after year, forever they've been good. In the last 15 years. So, but more seriously, there's teams that are probably 2 or 3 years ahead of us. When I think of, a team that we're going to see tonight, the Buffalo Sabres, they've done a rebuild. Hopefully, it doesn't take as long as they have. But since Kevin Adams been on the job, he's done a really good year. Good job the last few years. You look at the Devils. The Devils are on the upswing. The Red Wings, the Ottawa Senators. Those are teams that have gone through rebuilds, and it's starting to pay off for them. So we're probably, 2 or 3 years behind them, but I think it's time for us to start looking in the same direction.
The Flyers' Danny Briere joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline here on the John Kincade Show. Danny, do you expect the interim tag to be removed? Are we to expect that you will be a guy who's going to be helping to make these decisions in years to come? And also, too, will there be another front office executive coming in to team with you as long as we know you're staying?
Yeah, well, as far as the interim tag, I think it's the right thing to do. They want to go through the process, make sure they don't make a mistake, and give Dave Scott the chance and Dan Hilferty to talk with me a little bit more and get to understand my plan. So I think it's the right thing to do. I want them to make sure. I want them to be exactly what they want in their choice. And then as far as the other position, that's more of a decision for Dave and Dan, what they're going to do in the future. But I've heard the rumblings and the rumors like everybody else. It sounds like they want to bring a president of hockey operation as well. So, it'd be great to have another hockey guy in the building that can help us and give us some feedback. I mean, I'm a hockey. I've been in hockey since I was young. I'm a team guy first. I want good people around, people that can help us moving forward, so I would welcome that.
Danny, do you expect to be running things come the NHL draft?
Well, that's what I'm going with at the moment. That's what I'm expecting. I'm diving headfirst in this job as if I would be.
I should ask, have you been told that you'll be running
goes
things?
Away. Sorry, what?
I should ask, have you been told that you'll be running things? You'll be allowed to run the NHL draft?
Well, there's never any guarantees. So I'm going as if yes, I will be, and we'll see. That it's the boss's decision, but that's what I'm expecting at the moment.
Danny, I think a lot of people look at a GM job and say, oh, it's player evaluation and getting the team better on the ice in your case. What are some of the intricacies of being a GM that you had to learn, that you may have found a little harder to do or something you didn't expect when you became an assistant GM and now the interim GM?
Yeah, I think it's the amount of people that you're managing. I think managing is a big thing. You have different departments. We have many amateur scouts. We have many pro scouts. We have people in player development. We have people around me on the second floor in our building in Voorhees. We have the coaches. So there's just our analytics department. So you just have a lot of different departments that you're managing. That's one of the key things that I've kind of noticed and had to learn in the last couple of years.
Danny, one of the things that has been heavily critiqued is that the Flyers never break away from staying in-house and doing things the Flyer way. And we still hear promos on television broadcast about they're playing Flyer hockey. I don't recognize Flyer hockey. I worked for the organization years ago. I don't recognize Flyer hockey anymore. In your mind, what is Flyer hockey if you are defining it?
Well, that's what I want to do, and if I'm defining Flyer hockey, it's not the Broad Street Bullies from the 70s and 80s. As times have changed, you can't play the game that way anymore, so we have to be realistic when we say that. To me, Flyer hockey is a team like John Tortorella is trying to build right now. A lot of character, competitive guys that work hard every single night. At the moment, we have it's been a little more trying scoring goals. We have a hard time scoring goals and creating offense. That's going to come eventually. But we want to kind of build our culture, guys that are working hard, guys that are competing every single shift. And we've seen that a lot more of our team this year. But it's far from being a finished product. We still have a lot of work to do. But that's how I would define Flyer hockey.
It's a good answer, Danny. I think it was.
That's
He did a good job.
Music to a lot of Flyers fans' ears right now.
Hey, Danny, we appreciate it. We know it's a tough week, and we appreciate it. And you got a lot of work to do, and we would welcome you to come back anytime. And we are rooting to see this thing turned around as the flagship for Flyer hockey. We appreciate your time.
Well, thank you guys, and thank you for giving me the chance to speak to our fans that have been so passionate in there for so long for us. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Danny Briere joined us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. Pat, instant reaction to what you thought there.
I think the biggest takeaway was, and I think you guys probably jumped out to you too, the definition of Flyers hockey is not Broad Street bullies.
I love hearing that.
And that's coming from a former Flyer, and I think that's a lot of negativity surrounding his hire was the fact that he's a former Flyer. And it's like, here we go again. And I think it's that just Pavlovian dog thing of former Flyer means, oh, they want Broad Street hockey and the Flyers toughness. And it's like, no, his admission that the game has changed, I think, goes a long way.
It's funny. His answer was correct. And, John, you're right. It was absolutely correct. We're not that. The fact that had to be approached in 2023 is laughable.
It is. But the thing is, I wanted him to articulate it.
Sure.
Just because I know some of the minds in that building that have never broken away from that.
Yeah.
And to me, I think that's promising.
Hell, a lot of those guys are still in the building.
And this is not going to be a quick turnaround.
No.
But as
he pointed to Buffalo, that's been years.
Yeah.
What do you say, Buffalo? 3 years?
Oh, dude.
No, I mean, as far as
decade.
since they've been making the good decisions, though.
Oh,
now
the good decisions.
they're in a good trajectory.
Yeah, no, the good decisions have been about 4 years.
Okay, good, right.
Rasmus Dahlin, and then the trades they've made are really good. The draft picks.
And now they're a young team that you could root
dangerous.
for.
Yeah, they're good.
And
They're
you
really
play?
good.
Don't they play them tonight?
They do.
See, that could be a little bit more
Yeah,
different.
I
Yeah, but
think
we're right now. We're not rooting against the Flyers as the flagship, but as a Flyer fan, I am rooting against the Flyers.
I think most Flyers fans feel the same way.
I want to see
Flyers
it.
lose.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
I already saw one of the dirty bitches is here.
Well,
Yeah.
no, they are the naughty girls.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you're gonna get
I
that.
always
You're
get that
gonna.
wrong.
You're just gonna get crushed.
Nah.
You are gonna get crushed.
Not the first
talk
time,
about
won't
her
be the
like
last.
that.
That is terrible.
I thought that's what their names
That's
were.
somebody's daughter.
I have told you over and over, and he would have taken Bob out. Big Don would have taken Bob out, is all I would tell you back in the day. Hey, welcome into the Irish Horne in Richboro. Thanks to our friends at Bud Light. Get your $3 Bud Lights while we're here, $4 seltzers and more. Enjoy a traditional Irish breakfast that is amazing. John Kincade Show. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody, here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Landis Block and Concrete does an amazing job for you. They are fantastic at helping to build a beautiful backyard paradise. Now, we had ideas about what we wanted to do. We went and visited Jared Nice and his entire team out in Souderton, Pennsylvania, and it was tremendous. They have a beautiful showroom, as they call it. But I would tell you that you're going to see so much of their beautiful materials that they can use. You can decide what you want your backyard to look like. They can help make it happen. Are you looking for a fire pit, an outdoor kitchen, a retaining wall, or more? They've got it. If you're a do-it-yourself guy, they can teach you how to do the project, or they can hook you up with a contractor that they've worked with in the past who can get it done. Spring's here. You're going to be spending more time outside. Get to Landis Block. They're going to help you create your own jaw-dropping outdoor paradise. Go to landisbc.com on the web, check it on out, and tell them that John Kincade from The Fanatic sent you in.
Happy St. Paddy's Day from the John Kincade Show, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
No.
I can grant you a delicious bowl of High Nut Cheerios, which can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
Ooh, with heart shapes, too.
Happy heart-shaped Cheerios are back for a limited time. Pick up a box of Honey Nut Cheerios at your local store for an easy, delicious, and heart-healthy start to your day.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try Babbel for free. That's Babbel.com.
Just before I put away the tools and settled in to relax for the summer, Tom, my neighbor, challenged me to a yard competition. I mean, it wasn't spoken between us per se, but I could see the look in his eyes. But I'm not worried. I've got Lawn Doctor. And in no time, I'll be winning this subconscious contest. I just gotta sit back and watch the grass grow. You know, your lawn can be great too. All you gotta do is call Lawn Doctor and get a no-hassle quote today. Enjoy a greener, healthier, pest-free lawn with Lawn Doctor. Watch your back, Tom.
Join the Junior 76er Kids Club presented by Five Below today. Sign up for a free rookie membership or an all-star membership for your very own Junior 76ers welcome kit with a Junior 76ers sling bag, Franklin the Dog keychain fidget, a Joel Embiid growth chart, and a whole bunch more. Sign up today, and for more information, visit junior76erskidsclub.com. That's junior76erskidsclub.com.
Head into PJ's to catch all the college tournament action. Tons of TVs, great bars, featuring $15 Miller Lite buckets for the entire tourney. Why would you go anywhere else than your local PJ Whalahans?
Is it time for maintenance on your vehicle? Stop into your locally owned Meineke today for an oil change and get a free tire rotation. Right now, synthetic oil changes is $59.95. Up to 5-quart standard filter plus disposal fees. Tires, brakes, alignments, batteries, exhaust. Meineke, doing car care right.
Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. Now back to the John Kincade Show, St. Paddy's Day broadcast, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
The John Kincade Show's hanging out on St. Patrick's Day.
That's Steve Polinsky. He's a hell of a basketball
Steve
player in his
Polinsky.
day.
He looks like he would have fought for a rebound, Bob.
He may have given me stitches at one time or another.
Busted your nose up a little bit?
I met him
He
before.
was a dirty-ass player, yeah.
Where did you meet, Pat, where did you meet him?
I met him at an appearance for a Bud Light, actually, and he came up, and the first thing he said was, "Where's that scumbag Bob Cooney at?"
Wow, Steve, I thought we were tight.
So what you're telling me is it's Polinsky, right?
Yes.
So what you're telling me is if Bud Light's having a promotion in the area, Polinsky shows up. Could there be a correlation to that?
He played at a rival high school.
Really?
So we played against each other in high school. Steve was so good, he
played for the Washington Generals.
Played for the Washington Generals, yeah.
Really? That is fantastic.
You think I have a conversation with someone and don't remember their backstory?
It's my friend. I thought you'd let me talk.
Not anymore.
Damn it.
I took them from you, and
I
there's
hate
nothing
when
you
that
can do.
happens.
Me and Steve are best friends.
By the way, Jamie...
Are you going to have beers with them after the show?
I think
so.
Steve.
I am.
Root beer's on me.
By the way, Jamie Frankel's now mingling with Pam.
Yeah.
So Pam Chestnut's here.
They're trying to find another dirty bitch.
These all in there. You are really...
Don't do it, Jamie. You're too good of a girl.
You are cruising for a bruises.
He's getting initiated into the group.
I think Jamie's going to have Pam joining the sales force by the end of today. You could do a lot worse. She's awesome. Hey, remember, listen to Jamie Lynch on the Bet Park Sportsbook Daily Odds Pod every single day. We love having Jamie with us every single Friday. We miss him.
It's all right.
We miss him. He's on Donuts with Dad, Pat. Now, you'll be doing this with Jack coming up, right? At some point. Don't they do the Donuts with Dad?
If his real dad isn't willing to step up, I'll be there.
Well, does the mailman get dibs on doing it? Or?
He's got work most days, so...
He has to deliver the mail.
Unless Donuts with Dad is a Sunday.
Oh, he delivered all right.
He absolutely delivered.
He's a blonde-eyed, blue-eyed man. I mean,
9
really.
months, she delivered.
It
happens.
That was
it's
the
a circle of life.
Hey,
male.
You know what we don't do on this show? It's like St. Patrick's.
Content.
It's like St. Patrick's Day. Tell us your favorite Patrick. We don't do stuff like that.
that's
Oh,
my
wait a
next
minute.
top.
Except for Pat's point of view.
That's right. And I guess I'll get
This
to it right now.
is
Nope.
Pat's point of view.
Here it
Here's
comes.
Pat.
That's
Here we
right,
go.
boys. I took the low
What we don't do on St. Patrick's Day, Pat does.
What you don't do on St. Patrick's Day. But guess what? This isn't St. John's Day. It's
You're
St.
right.
Patrick's Day.
It is.
So I'm going to do it. That's right. I took
You
the
can have the
low-hanging
rest of the
fruit.
show to yourself, buddy.
What was the luckiest? Get it? Because it's St. Patrick's, the luck of the Irish.
I
What
got
is
it.
the luckiest moment in Philly sports history?
The luckiest.
I'll go current if you don't mind. I'll jump on it.
No.
And this is weird. The Sixers were lucky that Joel Embiid broke his foot.
Are you serious?
Is that Pat's? You stole
Do you guys
Pat's?
feel the tension that I feel with
The
me and
sexual
Egan here?
tension so real. He feels it. He's walking by and he noticed it.
Yeah.
But yes, that was mine.
It was it really?
And I
Was
thought,
it
and I
really?
thought neither of you guys are.
No, I wouldn't have gotten
I thought
that.
you would have went for a game.
Oh, I'm going for a game.
I never. But go ahead, Bob. Tell me why.
No, well, yeah, so he breaks his foot in a workout getting ready for the draft and drops from number 1 to where the Sixers were able to grab him at number 3. Otherwise, they would have been Andrew Wiggins' up.
I would say the luckiest moment in Philadelphia sports history is Julio Jones getting interfered with on a 4th down pass play that was not called, and then Julio Jones not catching said pass from Matt Ryan that allowed the Eagles to win the game, that allowed them to move on and win the Super Bowl. The Minneapolis Miracle the next week that kept the Saints from coming in here. We got to face a backup quarterback. That also might have been some of the luckiest moments leading to a championship.
So, John, same. Well, because Bob took my number 1. Same game, different play. Keanu Neal.
Good man.
Because the ball hits his knee, goes right into the hands of, I think, Torrey Smith.
Yeah.
Torrey Smith.
And set up a field goal that ended up being huge.
Well,
They
you know what?
Kind of
Even-
winning the game because of that. And it's such a fluke. Like, no, Torrey Smith wouldn't say that wasn't lucky. That was an absolutely lucky play. Should have been picked off, should have ended the half, and instead you end up getting 3 points out of it in a crucial, obviously a playoff game.
All because Keanu Neal bought the Kincade house. So it was he was cursed to help us out.
This guy actually thinks he made an impact on it because he
I
sold him a
did. I
house.
was there.
Even more than that, like Foles completes the pass the next play
Yeah.
on an out, which was a great throw, and it was like, oh, look at that. It turned the way Nick Foles was playing football changed on that play. And then he went on a 2.5 game run that was unheard of, and they wound up winning a Super Bowl. So not just lucky to win that game, but I really think that turned Nick Foles around and got him on the run that he was on.
And didn't they complete a pass to Alshon on the sideline to get the needed yards to kick
Yeah,
the
that's what I
field
just
goal?
said.
Right, oh, no, but as far as that,
yeah.
but I mean, like, was that even luckier?
See, I don't
Those
put that
1
as-
second.
That was a great throw.
Because the
That's
Giant
the
game.
thing. Yeah, I don't put that as luck necessarily. Like the Keanu Neal thing is just straight up luck. The Joel Embiid thing is straight up luck.
I've got one for you. How about the day that Gene Steratore was named the official for that Super Bowl? There were a couple really close calls in that game that ended up going the Eagles' way. The Philly special itself, questions about the formation, that Corey Clement touchdown, I know it was reviewed and everything, but
That was a catch.
The call on the field was that it was a catch, but they called that incomplete. That could easily have gone the other way. The Eagles got the benefit of a lot of good calls in that game, and if they have a different official, like maybe the guy you had this year, it might have gone differently.
Like, I thought, I don't know. I didn't think the officiating was bad.
That's just something so far
in
out of
this
their
year's
power.
game. I heard this officiating crew for this Super Bowl was supposed to be so litigious. I didn't think they were.
No, they were.
In this
fine.
recent one?
I think they did a good job. And the thing is,
I did too.
And as Bradbury said, it was a hold. Whether it should have been called at the time, we can all argue that, and I think we all share the same opinion.
No, that wasn't so much commentary on this year's officiating,
No, I know, it's
but
the
just
truth.
I think Steratore really helped the Eagles out. Not that they wouldn't have won it, but I think it was a big part of the game that they got some of those calls to go their way.
Is there another moment though, like Bob's and mine until he stole it, but the Joel Embiid non-game situation, but more of like a front office move? They were going to hire this guy. He took a job. What was it?
Cleveland Browns drafting Tim Couch.
So I have
and
thought
not drafting Donovan McNabb when you're sitting there. You got the better quarterback.
I've often wondered, because the Eagles were the worst team in football that year, and because the Cleveland Browns were an expansion team, they ended up getting the number 1 overall pick. I often wonder if the Cleveland Browns don't come back and they get the number 1 pick, who the Eagles would have taken.
I think the Eagles would have taken Tim Couch.
And I
think there's a really good chance that they take Tim Couch and that Andy Reid's not here.
And all of it doesn't happen.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a great one, Sean. The trickle-down effect of Tim Couch going 1, and really the expansion Browns ended up just being in that draft going 1 is huge.
I got another one for you.
Yeah, let me go on real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I think this might be before your time a little bit, Connor, but Flyers getting Lindros.
Oh, God.
Because that court case shouldn't.
I mean, it could have gone either way.
Yeah.
And although it didn't get you the ultimate goal, a Stanley Cup, it brought you some pretty good years of hockey.
It really did.
Sorry, Connor. What do you got?
No, you're good. It's not to the level of Joel Embiid, but not having an NCAA tournament the year that Tyrese Maxey is coming out.
Great one, Connor. That's a
pretty
really
good.
one.
You got a guy in the midst of being a competitive team where you shouldn't be able to get a player of that caliber out of the draft because nobody knew what you had in Tyrese Maxey.
That's a really, really good one because everybody's in lockstep that if they have an NCAA tournament, that Tyrese Maxey goes.
Lottery pick.
Well, I guess if we think about it, there's a lot of times where somebody else, we may be luckier because of something that someone else did than something that actually happened with our teams doing them. I'm trying to think for the Phillies. In the Phillies run.
Oh, I got one for you.
Okay.
So Ed Wade had 2 offers for Brad Lidge.
Okay.
Okay, so the one was Mike Costanzo, Michael Bourne, Jeff Geary from the Phillies. That's the one he took. The other one was for Cliff Lee.
Oh, my.
And he didn't take it because Cliff Lee was coming off a down year with the Indians, and he wanted the younger prospects instead of the proven commodity. And Lee, who, once again, was coming off a down year. He was up and he was down. And it's one of the few times I've actually heard a GM admit that he messed up. Normally, when you have these former GMs do podcasts and interviews, it's like, hey, let me tell you about the trade where we offered crap and we were going to get gold back and the owner stepped in or some crap like that. This is the first time I've actually heard a GM say, no, I messed up. But that ended up lucking out for the Phillies because he ends up going 48 for 48, perfect season, and capped off with a World Series championship. But if they had taken the better deal, which is the Lee deal, and I think at the time that you could have made the case the Lee deal was better. They're getting a starting pitcher for him.
Yeah.
That would have changed the trajectory of the team.
I'm lucky that the punter didn't listen to the coach and didn't punt it out of bounds when Deshaun Jackson beat the Giants.
What was
that's
that
a
one?
play, so I don't know if I can call that luck.
Yeah, I think he just wasn't very good.
That was the last. That was the last game they won.
Tom Coughlin coming out and yelling at him right away. That was hysterical.
Wasn't that the last game they won that year?
The Eagles?
Yeah, it was.
Was it?
I don't think the Eagles won a game after that.
Correct.
It was December 19th. I only know because it was my daughter's birthday. And it was and I don't think they won a game. They lost back-to-back to Dallas.
Yeah, because I watched the highlight of that all the time, like the recap of that broadcast. And at the end, they say it because it's in the Eagles recap video is what the YouTube video is from. Yeah, they didn't win a game after that.
By the way, Todd France, a prominent NFL agent, has long had a thing, and I'm thinking back to Todd. So he said these players going on these podcasts, they hurt themselves in negotiations. They hurt themselves by talking during a negotiation process.
I think Darius Slay hurt himself.
I think he did too.
In terms of, obviously he ended up where he wanted
Social
to end
media
up.
hurts them.
Oh, yeah.
And
I think
going
social
on,
media more than anything.
Going on these podcasts hurts them. And there are some NFL agents that say, you will not be on a podcast while I'm negotiating a contract because you're going to say something that lowers your value or hurts your value. You're either going to say, oh, I really want to go back to Buffalo.
I think Twitter's way worse with that because the agent can find out if you're going to be on a podcast and put the kibosh on it. Twitter, I mean, it's at your fingertips. It's right there, and it's immediate. And when you're C.J. Gardner-Johnson and you find out that Harrison Smith signed a contract with the Vikings and you're still sitting there without a team, you might say some stupid stuff, and screenshots will live forever.
CJ seems a little unstable.
I think he's just a
he's
little
like
shell-shocked.
but he seems like a 15-year-old on Twitter.
No, I think he seems like a pro athlete on Twitter.
Yeah,
I know a lot of pro. I think
we're
the
not going to
majority-
get used to it, but it is the norm. I hate to
it's
say it,
what it is.
we're not going to get used to it, but
Look
it's
at the
kind of the norm.
Eagles. It's not the norm, though. Look at the Eagles. Look at all the professionals or the professional athletes we have in this town between the Sixers, the Flyers, the Eagles, the Phillies. It's not the norm.
Well, Embiid used to do it. He grew up a little bit, decided to get off of it. I mean, these guys get into it.
Very impulsive.
I really do. I guess I'm trying to grow down a little bit.
Regress a little bit.
Someone my age normally would be like, "Oh, stop! What are you doing?" But I kind of understand that's what these kids do now.
But if it costs you money,
but I think
it's
that's
stupid.
on them. It is stupid. I'm not going to say it's not.
You know what I mean?
25, 26, you're pissed off. You make stupid decisions. I think we all made stupid decisions at the age of 25, 26 at some point. We had a reactionary decision, and unfortunately for these athletes today, it's, as I said, screenshots live forever. You can delete it in 2 minutes, but it's out there, and it's your natural reaction to go, wait, that guy's not better than me.
And it really isn't the reaction of the Eagles organization has done a good job of getting athletes that don't do this for the most part.
I mean, I don't even think what he did. Sorry, I don't even think what he really did was all that bad. He just tweeted out the disrespect
is real.
Is real. Well, okay. I mean, like I joked earlier,
and all the eyeball stuff.
I joked earlier today that like he could have been talking about Furman, and I'm clearly joking. We know what he was talking about, but he the 90% chance, yes, he was talking about the market. For all we know, he was talking about something completely different, and he went, "Oh God, I didn't even realize it was misinterpreted like that."
Yeah.
Do I think that's the case?
No, I don't
Absolutely not.
think
But sometimes you do say stuff that is just completely misinterpreted in the moment.
All right, so I think both of you will agree with me on this statement. I've been to a couple bars in my life.
Yes.
Fair enough?
I agree with you on that.
You certainly have.
I saw something happen in this bar within the last 5 minutes that I have never seen happen before in my life in a bar.
Connor did not hit on a waitress.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Connor did not tell somebody he's got to listen on Sunday mornings.
And it has to do with the dirty bitch over there, too.
Oh, gosh, you better watch this, dude.
She's calling her friends right now.
So, what is she? So, naughty girl Pam over there.
Pamela
just
Ding
went.
Dong. What up, girl?
Yes.
She just went around the whole bar and cheered everybody with her drink.
That's Pam.
I thought that was pretty cool.
That is what my
way to go, Pam. Cheers to Pam.
She's on the naughty list, but she's trying to be nice.
All right, I will get the naughty girl reference right from now on.
Please
I promise
do that.
you that, you dirty bitch.
One of the I would say one of my oldest friends, longest friends of my lifetime.
Yeah.
And her family is family to me. So in family time.
I thought it was pretty cool. I saw her making her way down, and I'm like, all right, what is she doing here? I thought she was panhandling for a second.
She's panhandling. That's what she does.
Yeah.
She goes around and panhandles.
That's pretty. I can't wait to get done this show so I can cheer you.
There you go. 9 o'clock hour. The John Kincade Show is brought to you by the Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. And for details, go to Bagster.com. And the best thing with Pam is there's one just like her. If you think she's hot and attractive, there's one that's just as hot and attractive. She's got a twin.
What's her deal?
She's taking care. She is a lovely heart.
Does she like younger guys that are under 5'5"?
It could very well be.
Right.
It might be.
All right, we
might
might have to link up.
You know what happens at 9 o'clock on Fridays, though? It's time that you told the boss this. Oh, it's been a long week. And you know what? It's been busy, and you got a lot of memos and a lot of Zoom meetings. And it's about time that you told that boss it's not worth it anymore. They're not paying you enough. They're not treating you with proper respect.
No, they're not.
So you got to dance. You get out and you dance.
What are you going to do, buddy?
And then what do you do?
What do you do?
You're before the 12:15 tip-offs today. You're strolling into the boss's office, and you're telling him, "Take the job and shove it."
Shove it!
It's Loverboy on the Fanatic.
Pat Egan, everybody.
Our 9 o'clock tradition.
This is what I get at 9 o'clock every Friday.
I'm telling you this.
You used to hate the tradition. Now you like it.
Now you like it. You've grown to love it.
When you have a small human being grinding up on you at 9 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden your mood changes.
There are fetish sites that would pay big for that too.
Oh,
Pat.
you go on Lobster Tube, you can find them. You can find those videos.
He's gotten closer every dance too. It used to be you'd be a couple feet away.
Well, after you two
my elbow felt things this morning.
Yes, after the night that you had to share a room in Phoenix.
Those are my lucky charms.
It was several nights, John.
Thanks to our fantastic travel agent. That was C&D Travel.
Yeah.
And we will never
1-star review.
We are never again trusting C&D Travel for our trip because seriously, that hotel we got placed in Phoenix.
Yeah.
It was on cops last night. That's how bad it was.
It all wound up good.
And I got offered some good meth.
You know what's great is
the front desk.
The only person who stayed there though was Grussman.
Yeah,
he hasn't been the same.
And by the way, and that's the most Grossman thing of all time.
Oh, I'm not leaving.
This is what you get, but it's fine. I'm not leaving. I'll just sit here and watch horror movies.
Now,
But
Peter,
you're living one.
Now, Peter and Stan down the dial, they would have been at the Ritz-Carlton.
Yeah.
They would have been up at the Ritz-Carlton.
Well, Anthony and Casey Boy weren't they?
I think they did have some.
Yeah.
They had a Marriott. They were in a
spot.
beautiful Marriott spot there and everything. We found our way out. All right, here's my concern. And Bob, yesterday, I had to go back and watch it because it was put out on social media. I can't believe that you were painting my concern as like irrational or why are you doing it? I'm looking at next year's Eagles.
Why?
Because that's the next year we're talking about.
The year after this one, or
no,
this
next year's Eagles.
Okay.
And the amount of players who will be in there, farewell, sayonara, this changes the entire narrative of the 2023 season, I should say. Graham, Cox, Kelsey, potentially Slay, because of the deal being very easy now to maneuver the way that they've maneuvered the money. They have gone so much on farewell tour guys for next year, and I wanted more of a youth movement this year. I don't like it when youth movements are across the board. They're going to replace 5 starters on defense. That's a lot.
Well, you knew it coming in, though. What's surprising
But the thing is I like them to have a better next year. By bringing back Cox, by bringing back this, I'm worried about the transition to how big this draft is. I mean, this draft is, I think now it forces you to go defense. So you don't get to look at the whole menu and say, we want the best player available. It forces you to say, no, we're only looking at this half of the menu.
The offense wasn't going to need anything anyway.
See, now I never look at it that way.
Well, you knew you were going to lose a bunch of guys on defense. If you take it on the shelf there, the defense was going to lose people, and they were older. The offense is set. The offense has guys signed. They're younger. Your offensive line is intact. Like everything is already there. So you knew you were going to have to go defense. Look, they went to the Super Bowl last year. You're the one who said more than any of us how great their defense was.
And it was.
And now you want to get rid of the guys?
No, yeah.
So, I don't mind bringing back a Fletcher Cox, a Brandon Graham, if it means what? You're going to go youth and pick up somebody that's on the street that, in your words, a lot of times nobody else wanted, so you got him?
No, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to go the Fletcher Cox $10 million to me still. It doesn't sit any better 24 hours later.
I didn't like it yesterday either.
And I understand that. It's the idea that that's the time to rip off the Band-Aid and not do these moves. And when you've got the 10th pick in the draft, you can find someone who better be your Fletcher Cox for the next 5, 6, 7 years.
Okay.
You got one of those guys, you hope, in Jordan Davis.
Again,
in that mix.
But he wasn't. You can get that guy at number 10 still, even if Fletcher Cox is still here. You just get him and you carry him over, and he learns from a Fletcher Cox. You've talked about it a lot, how much Fletcher Cox
did a lot, supposedly
Jordan
a
Davis
ton.
under his wing and all that. Yeah. You still have your youth movement. You have all these good picks this year. You're going to have even more picks next year. You still have your youth movement.
You
needed players.
You've just put the pressure on to 2023, though. It's Kelsey, it's Cox, it's Graham, it's now this is the farewell tour season coming up.
Yes and no.
You don't believe so?
Yeah, I mean, there's a yes and no. Like I'll explain it. With Kelsey, they've already drafted his replacement. Brandon Graham coming back, he had his career year last year, and he came back at $6 million, which is nothing. I think he would have gotten much more in the open market, but everybody knew he wanted to come back, so Howie took advantage of it and brought him back on a team-friendly contract. And I think that it's at a position that they desperately need. They don't have a lot of depth at the defensive end spot. Fletcher Cox, similarly. I mean, we all think that Jordan Davis is going to take a jump and he's going to be great. We don't know. He wasn't a proven commodity. He had mixed results last year, and that's a position that they're very thin at right now. If they end up drafting a defensive tackle high in the draft, and I'm talking like within the first 2 rounds, I want a veteran there who is already proven he's good with the younger guys. I want a veteran there in that room. And he also played at a high level last year. So I don't think this is necessarily giving a guy a lifetime contract, a pat on the back because he's good in the room. He's a productive player, and on top of it, he's good in the locker room, and he'll mentor these guys. And I think that's the thing. If Jordan Davis had proved that he was this wrecking ball of a player last year, I think they might have moved on from Fletcher Cox.
If I knew that I had Slay and Bradbury coming back, if I had that crystal ball, there's no way I'm re-upping with Graham and Cox. I am absolutely saying, yeah, I love the idea of having the veteran leadership and everything like that, but I don't need two of them.
Let me ask you. So if they end up getting the C.J. Gardner-Johnson signing done.
I told you it is a great offseason for Howie.
So it goes from I wouldn't have done it to.
Oh, no, but I still wouldn't have done Cox under any circumstance.
But if they get it done, it's like, oh, then, hey, no complaints.
No, and it's a great offseason, I would say, because of all the other moves, keeping that secondary intact, which I think makes your pass rush lethal.
All right, so with the Cox thing, you say like you want a youth movement.
Right.
What are you going to do? What would you do differently if you didn't sign Cox that you're not going to do anyway?
I'd even go for a veteran player that's coming off his first contract that I can pay less than I'm going to pay Fletcher Cox. And I am, knowing that Howie loves to get guys that get after the quarterback, whether it's the pass rush coming up the middle or from the edge, I am all over it for Howie to then say, guys are going to slip, and use that 10th pick to be able to do that. Or maybe even sneak up a bit.
You
gotta
can
go
still
to 8
do that, though.
Or 9. You can, but I want them playing.
you're
I want them playing. I don't want it to be, because what I end up seeing is next year we're seeing, well, we don't know what we got in the guy we drafted.
If they're
high.
better than Cox, they'll play.
I don't believe that.
Well,
I really do not
they
believe
put Jordan Davis out there at the beginning of the year and saw that they couldn't have him out there
They
on passing
literally,
down.
the Eagles beat writers literally wrote about the fact that when they brought in Sue and Linville Joseph, that one of the commitments to them was, yeah, we're bringing you in for a month when Jordan Davis is out, but you're going to be part of things, and we're not just going to use you for his absence and then sit you. They've already shown if they make commitments to veterans, there's little handshake agreements. We're going to play you.
I wonder how much of it had to do with, like, look, let's be real. Jordan Davis, as I said, mixed results last year. And they probably thought about bringing in veterans, but the Jordan Davis injury pushed them over the top to go, okay, now we do need some vets in the room. And it was because of production. Like, he wasn't, for whatever reason, that dude was not good against the pass. I can't figure out a large human being that big couldn't get to the quarterback, but he couldn't. He was also having trouble staying on the field because of injuries and maybe conditioning. I don't know. But, I don't have a problem with him bringing back Fletcher Cox because he had a good season. I had a problem with bringing back Darren Sproles and Jason Peters that year because those guys were banged up, injured, and breaking down.
Did you like the Alshon deal when it happened, Bob?
I did.
Yeah.
The second, the second.
Oh, the second one?
I did not. I was absolutely against it. I never I did not.
I thought Carson Wentz was going to continue his MVP form.
I didn't see Alshon though, and I do not mean to disrespect the man, but I'll say it. I never saw him as a stud number one receiver. I thought he was perfect to me, I saw him as a guy. His Super Bowl performance was epic.
Yeah, he had
may have been one of the greatest days. He had spectacular catch after spectacular catch.
With a bum shoulder.
And he had a few in the playoffs, too. So there's ultimate respect.
Yeah.
But I honestly would never have signed that. I never would have signed that contract either.
His numbers look a little bit better because he had 9 touchdowns. And also, we had gone through years without a number one wide receiver. So it was like, oh,
yeah.
God. This guy's amazing. You're probably right. I like the deal to be when it happened, but looking back on it, it wasn't a good deal.
Hey, the Sixers are heading into Charlotte tonight and then Indiana. Back-to-back. Bob will tell us if it's a good weekend or a bad weekend for a trip up. It is St. Patrick's Day weekend. We're live at the Irish Horne in Richboro. We love live audiences, too. It's great. Thanks to Bud Light. Bud Light, $3 Bud Lights, $4 Bud Seltzers, and more. It's the final stretch of the morning, presented by Stretch Zone. If you want to relieve sore muscles, increase your flexibility and range of motion, book a free 30-minute stretch session today at StretchZone.com. It's the John Kincade Show, live in Richboro here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hey, everybody loves free food, right? Man, the food here at the Irish Horne's great. Well, your pet loves free food, too, and you have to pay for it. Well, Pets Plus Natural, you're earning paw points with every single thing that you buy that allow you to earn free food and cash back on every purchase. For 35 years, Pets Plus has been Philly's favorite family-owned pet store. And not only do you love to buy stuff at Pets Plus and buy the toys and the food and anything else you need for your pets, dogs and cats that you get at Pets Plus are adopted. They're not bought. These animals are cared for by vets, given proper nutrition, and of course, a lot of love, and they're in tip-top shape to join your family. You're going to love Pets Plus Natural. Locally owned and operated, there's got to be a location near you, and they feature free delivery in some areas. Visit petsplusnatural.com, take care of business, and tell them John Kincade sent you in.
Happy St. Paddy's Day from the John Kincade Show, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The Philadelphia Union look to add a
Hey guys, are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? There's a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men and is now available in Philadelphia. Oak Hills Medical Clinic uses WAVE technology, backed by 50 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call now to schedule a completely free and confidential assessment. You will receive a free blood flow ultrasound and get something unique that produces powerful results in the bedroom in just minutes. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but is free to those that call in the next 2 minutes. 215-302-9999. That's 215-302-9999. Guys, put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your love life back. Call Oak Hills Medical Clinic of Philadelphia now to schedule your completely confidential appointment. 215-302-9999.
Hey guys, Bob Cooney here with your Tourney Outlook, brought to you by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. What's your outlook for the weekend? Well, here's my outlook for the weekend. Today's games: love Michigan State over USC, St. Mary's over VCU, and I'm going with an underdog with the points. Not necessarily a win, but I like Iona against UConn, getting the 9.5. And this Tourney Outlook is brought to you by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Make your plan for an awesome weekend at Live Casino and Hotel. Play, stay, and dine at Live Casino and Hotel. Get lucky with Philly's hottest slot machines. Go all in on live action table games or bet the bracket at FanDuel Sportsbook. Relax in luxury accommodations with views of the city skyline and indulge at one of our world-class restaurants. Only at Live Casino and Hotel. Visit livecasinophilly.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dr. Rick here. If you find yourself getting particular about where you get the weather, you may be turning into your parents.
Looks like it might rain. Let's see what Corey from Channel 2 has to say. He's something else. I like him better than Harris from Channel 5.
You could just look up the weather on your phone.
I like Corey from Channel 2.
Progressive can't help you from becoming your parents, but we can help you compare rates on home insurance with Home Quote Explorer.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Come see all your favorite 76ers in action. There's still time left to see Joel Embiid, James Harden, Tyrese Maxey, and Tobias Harris take the court. As the official ticketing partner of the Philadelphia 76ers, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of seats, so you'll never miss an upcoming game. Individual tickets are always available at Ticketmaster.com/76ers. That's Ticketmaster.com/76ers. Come be at the center of action today.
Is your home renovation plan hibernating? Start planning that kitchen of your dreams with Colonial Marble and Granite. They're offering fully installed countertops for just $14.99, an all-in kitchen for $69.99, including cabinetry, countertop, sink, and faucet package. That's right, go to Colonial Marble and Granite area showroom to see their amazing selection. Make an appointment for a free in-home consultation. Visit colonialmarble.net today and tell them Cut sent you.
Just before I put away the tools and settled in to relax for the summer, Tom, my neighbor, challenged me to a yard competition. I mean, it wasn't spoken between us per se, but I could see the look in his eyes. But I'm not worried. I've got Lawn Doctor, and in no time I'll be winning this subconscious contest. I just gotta sit back and watch the grass grow. You know, your lawn can be great too. All you gotta do is call Lawn Doctor and get a no-hassle quote today. Enjoy a greener, healthier, pest-free lawn with Lawn Doctor. Watch your back, Tom.
Hello? Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now.
Hey, imagine if your favorite casino came with an undo button. Well, guess what? Yeah, get that with FanDuel Casino's Play It Again. Get up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. Play your favorite table games and hundreds of slots for real cash. See why FanDuel Casino is the #1 rated online casino app. You know all about the daily and weekly promotions that they have. Awesome. You get to play with a live dealer. Awesome. And if you ever have any troubles, the best-in-class customer support team is awesome. So sign up for FanDuel Casino with FanDuel.com/Bob today and play it again with up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. That's FanDuel.com/Bob. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania, must not have previously placed any wager on FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Casino, Betfair Casino, Mohegan Sun Casino, or Stardust Casino. Refund issued as non-withdrawable, casino-only site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/casino. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
Now back to the John Kincade Show, St. Paddy's Day broadcast, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hopefully your St. Patrick's Day is off to a fantastic start, and here at the Irish Horne in Richboro.
It doesn't suck if you're at a bar at 9 o'clock, so that's that.
It certainly doesn't, especially this one.
Yeah,
the Irish Horne. Bob, are you going to do a traditional toast for us? You did it with the bar earlier, but a traditional toast for our listening audience to be able to take part in this. If they grabbed their Bud Lights.
Sure.
And had a great opportunity. You have an Irish blessing or anything like that to say?
The only way to avoid a hangover, people, is to stay drunk. Cheers.
Drink responsibly, but that's good.
Well, there's Uber and stuff.
There's also Uber, which is great. Uber's the best invention ever. As far as next to air conditioning.
Did you watch the well, you know what? We'll save that for the next.
Save it for the next one.
Whatever we called that segment yesterday.
I like that very much.
Pat watches too much stuff.
Pat with the TV, we already last night were looking at it, and I was like, okay, this is what Pat suggested. And Christina said, we're going to watch one of them this weekend. Which one of your 5 suggestions did she choose?
I would go with the sour grapes.
That is correct.
Oh, I was going to go Tickle.
It's going to be sour grapes.
Dude, I'm telling you,
we're going to watch.
I knew that you would give me the look. I will send you the
I didn't
trailer.
give you a look.
You gave me the look of like, there's no shot of me ever watching
There's
this.
one, like, convincing Christina to watch Tickled would be impossible. Getting her to watch like rich people being conned by fake wine, yeah, she could get into that one.
It's so utterly satisfying.
It's
incredible.
That's been out a while a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah. And I got to give credit once again to Anthony Gargano because he's the one who tipped me off to it. I initially watched it on Netflix. Unfortunately, it's not there anymore. But if you search it, you can find it.
Pam, what is our birthday boy's name? Ted?
Yeah. Whose birthday?
Ted is his 22nd birthday today.
Hey, Teddy!
So
the
everybody
man with the suit.
Everybody buy him a Bud Light. But think about this.
And they're $3, so you can all afford to buy Ted a birthday Bud Light.
So he turned 21 on St. Patrick's Day. He's just sobering up now from last year.
He is. He was very good.
Just in time for everybody to buy him a Bud Light.
That is a great suit.
And he's not hard to find because he's wearing a Shamrock suit. So.
Ted looks like half the kids I graduated with at O'Hara. I mean, it's like
he does.
Ted could be on the billboard saying, "Welcome to Delco." He looks just like a young Delco man, and look, you get a free Bud Light there. Ted on his birthday, and Colin
Nice.
is on it, man.
Yeah,
checking
Colin's
that
the
out.
man. Good
Colin
job.
knows how to do it. So.
I'll tell you what, those Irish coffees that Pam is throwing down look pretty tasty also.
Yeah,
they do. And Pam already has her Uber to the next spot already arranged.
That's my go-to after dinner drink.
What's your deal?
You do that, the Irish coffee?
Oh, when we go out to eat, I did it the other night when we went out for our anniversary. Yeah, got an Irish coffee. I love it. What's that?
Well, she could have some Irish in her.
Chestnut.
If she plays her cards right, she could have some
she's
Irish.
Irish.
In her.
She's chestnut.
Oh, Pat.
Come on now.
Wait, I got to get back to Ted for a second.
Okay, Ted, looking great.
Ted's with the most eclectic group in the world. He's got a guy with a T-Wolves jersey from about 96.
Which is not because it's green.
Good. And then he's got the biggest Marquette fan in the world. And when I asked him, why do you like Marquette? He just went, vibes, bro, vibes.
and then he's
that is a fun group over there.
I'm sitting with them when I get
Bob
down
is
here.
definitely
Yeah.
going over there. Bob's going to be, hello, fellow kids.
And then he's with a 22-year-old who is actually 85, wearing his Jeff cap.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got that going on. He's a
huge fan of Blackthorn.
He's
He
a
doesn't
cab
miss a show.
He's a cab driver, which is great on the side. So this is a Bob. You've talked about the Irish Horne.
Yeah.
This place is a drop-in bar, and everybody would know your name here. See you, Ted.
Teddy.
Happy birthday, Ted.
Bye, Ted.
There you go.
We love you, Ted.
Thank you. Ted
See you
better
next
come
year.
back next year for his birthday.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Ted's going to grow up with us.
Let's hope so.
Any bar that has the name Irish in it, I'm in.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in. Give me an Irish pub, the Irish tavern, give me the Irish Horne, I'm in.
And Bob, I've said it many times before. This is a day, if I would have sent a car for my mom and she would have come to a live broadcast, it would have been this one. And she would have loved to have had cocktails with Cooney afterwards. You would have been her favorite person on the show. I've told you many times. You would have been her favorite.
I wish.
Pat, she would have liked you.
done that.
She would have liked you.
I don't think so.
But she would have. No, she would have.
I'm an acquired taste.
You
a
would
lot
have
of
been.
people don't acquire.
Pat, you would have been her second favorite on the show. Then her son,
and then it would have been,
as she called Dad,
and then it would have been Jamie.
As she would have said, yeah, there would have been.
And then it would have been Connor, and then it would have been Chevy, and then
she would have liked Connor too. She
would have been Coach, and then you're on that list.
I would have wandered in at some point.
Yeah, you know what you are? You're TJ Edwards.
That's very much.
I think Pat's the most liked on our show universally.
How could you not like him?
I think it's
like
you.
no.
I think it's Bob.
I think it's John.
I think it's Bob.
I think it's Connor.
I often get texts from my wife saying, "Leave Pat alone."
Oh,
Why'd you say
I get that.
to Pat?
Whoa,
knock it off.
I get that from my daughter. My daughter will watch something after the fact and say, "Don't pick on Pat."
And I tell my wife, I'm like, "Look, he can stand up for himself." And she goes,
He is
yeah,
standing.
but he does. You don't know he's like.
I didn't realize that. So
He is standing up. You just can't see.
Joe Z is here from our sales staff too. And,
Yeah, look at all the green Joe has on.
Yeah.
it's nice
What's the
green,
matter with
Joe.
you?
Joe took a respite from selling.
Joe posing as Dave Dombrowski here,
Brendan.
answering Phillies questions for the crowd, which is great.
He could get away with that.
He actually did that. The
Oh no, he has a couple of our PJs too.
And I thought it was a scumbag move that he was fooling
I
the
introduced
youth of America into being Dave Dombrowski.
Did you ever get mistaken for someone? Sorry, real quick. Besides Jamie Lee Curtis.
No, Jamie Lee and I. She actually. There's a restraining
You're
order
a good
about us
sport
being in
on
the
that.
same room.
Have you ever been?
Back in no, I can't think of one. As far as mistaken for somebody, I told you once that I was detained in an airport while I was a cancer patient because they thought I may be Andrew Cunanan.
Oh, jeez.
Who's that?
While he was on the run, the
Wow.
guy who killed Versace.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I
Okay,
was
yeah.
at our Miami office. I was a cancer patient,
Wow.
and I had a cap to
cap,
cover
yeah.
my head because of the sun in Florida, and I had sunglasses coming in from outside. Everything that can affect you during chemo and stuff like that.
Right.
And I come into the Miami airport, and Cunanan was on the run, and we had very similar builds at the time. and they took me into a side room, and I missed my flight.
That was because they were probing away at you.
Well,
let's not bury the lead.
I
here.
missed
John
my flight.
said, "Do it again. You didn't do it properly."
Check every cavity, gentlemen.
I got an apology letter from the president of the airline, which I don't know if he wrote it or not, and I got flight vouchers that gave me 4 free round trips because they literally detained a cancer patient because they thought Andrew Cunanan had changed his shaved his head.
So let me
and tried to hide.
I know you missed the flight, and you were probably super annoyed.
Oh, I was.
But looking back on it, do you understand why they might have thought? Like, do you see their side of it?
Andrew Cunanan, I don't think that we looked that much alike.
Okay.
I don't think we did, but they were so worried about this guy changing his appearance, and it took them like 25 minutes to clear me, and I missed my flight.
Because when I was detained in the Amtrak terminal for people that thought I was Ted Kaczynski, I was annoyed, but I understood it. Because we do kind of bear a resemblance.
I see. So who, Pat, who would play you in the movie?
Oh God, probably.
I could see Tom Cruise playing you.
No, he's too tall. I would probably go with
really.
Denzel.
Denzel playing you?
I would love for Denzel to play me.
Denzel would have the grittiness to play you.
Denzel would be great. I will go with Brendan Fraser. He's hot now.
He's a little big to play you.
Well, but he's acting, so he's got range, and we saw that in The Whale.
Oh, he's got range.
I don't know if I told you guys this story before. The one time I got mistaken for somebody.
Who'd you get mistaken for?
I walk into a store. We're buying our son Bobby. He was a little kid. Did I tell you this?
This is amazing. Go ahead. This is amazing.
So
story.
we walk into this store to buy shoes for school for him, right? And it's a place you go. We walk in. That's me, Bobby, and Donna. We walk in. The guy comes over right away. He goes, "Hey, Bob, how can I help you?" And I'm like, "We're just looking for shoes for him." So the guy walks away, and Donna goes, "Do you know this guy?" And I'm like, "No." And she goes, "Oh, that's weird." So the guy helps us out, going overboard,
Bob's
blah,
like,
blah, blah.
Must be Houston
Guy
and
keeps
Daily
calling
News
me
Live.
Bob. I'm like, man, this is cool. I don't even know if I was on Daily News Live yet.
Who did he think?
So we go up to pay for the shoes and all. I'm like, dude, thanks so much for your help. I really appreciate it. I hand him my card, and he goes, "Bob Cooney? I thought you were Bobby Clark."
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He threw the shoes in a bag and
He
like,
should
get out
have
of
known
here.
right away that it wasn't Bobby Clark because you had personality.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I have gotten mistaken
and you
for
smiled.
him a few times.
Really?
Yeah,
I've gotten I can see it. Now that you say it, I can
can't.
see it. I wouldn't have thought it.
I can't.
Now, I had an obscure actor once. Somebody thought I was an obscure actor from a show called Stalking or something. Silk Stalkings.
Never heard of it. That sounds
It
like
was on
something on Lobster too.
It was like a USA Network
Yeah,
show.
sounds like
And people are like,
something
"You're on Silk Stalkings." I'm
Sounds
like,
like something
"No,
on
I'm not."
Skinamax at
I'm like,
about
"No, I'm not."
1 a.m.
I didn't. I hadn't been a fan of the show, and I didn't see it. So, Sixers and the Hornets tonight, 7:00 on the Fanatic, and let's get to it, Bobby. Is it a good spot or a bad spot for the Sixers tonight with the Hornets and Indiana back-to-back? You cannot afford. You finally caught Boston in the loss column. You absolutely cannot allow this to slip away now. You've got the opportunity. Boston and the Sixers both playing the next 2 nights.
Charlotte tonight I like a lot.
You like the Sixers.
Need to put that on.
You like the Sixers a lot.
Love the Sixers tonight. Yes, I don't think you're going to get a bad effort. I think they're, a couple days rest. They're going to go in there. They're going to play a good, solid game. Look, the Sixers are playing really good basketball.
6 in a row.
And they're really starting to concentrate on their defense. Vince Pellegrini and I were talking at length yesterday about the defense. And he's kind of I don't want to say a Joel Embiid detractor, but he questions a lot of things. He has no questions on Joel Embiid's play right now. And most of it has to do because of how well he's playing on the defensive end of the floor. I think Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, I think they're really putting together a concentrated effort to play better defensively. So, yeah, tonight I think they get a win. Pending how they go about tomorrow night, I don't think anybody will get rests. Like I told you before, John, Indiana's a tough place to play. I don't care if they're good, bad team. It's just a tough place to play.
Was this the place you were talking about with Thaddeus Young where you said, it's just tough to get up?
It's in Minnesota.
No, that was Minnesota, yeah.
So then let me ask you, why is it tough to play there?
The fans are very, very into it. It's constantly sold out. It's a great basketball state, which we all know, but there's just something there. And it gives them, like I said, even if they're a bad team, it gives them a little bit of an advantage. It's a great arena. People love going to those games. It's just, it's hard to describe. going around the country and going to different arenas, you can just feel it sometimes. And when I felt it, I would ask, and I wouldn't say it unless it was confirmed.
So it's weird because a lot of times, for me being a sports fan, when I have a place like Indiana, and I'm like, damn, like that's the only thing going there. It can either go two ways.
Right.
You have
I hear you.
what you're referring to, and it's rabid, and like Oklahoma City's like that. Oklahoma City has the Thunder, and that's it.
Yep.
So they're rabid, and then you've got a town like Charlotte, and I know Charlotte has other things going on, like other pro teams, but Charlotte's.
No, that's a place where it's a dead place.
Yeah.
But there's usually enough guys on your team because of the Carolina, Duke. There's usually guys that have some kind of a connection, so they're up for playing there.
Okay.
They're okay with it. Charlotte, in my experience, has never really come into play as a place that
what was
you
the
can't
worst
find.
place?
Minnesota was bad. Oklahoma City was a great place to play because the fans were so into it. So I always saw good games there. But like a Minnesota.
So how
Minnesota.
How does it change when you go from a situation like tonight where it's dead to a situation the next night where it's like, is it? Do you think it's tough for the athlete the players to kind of get up
And a flight in between.
And that's the thing, and remind themselves like, hey, we're not. We just said we could sleep through a walk, or I'm sorry, we could sleepwalk through a win last night, guys. Now like no, it's go time.
That's why they're professionals. I mean, they have to overcome that. We don't see it all the time because they're human beings also.
Yeah.
But that's what you have to come. You know, it's funny. The best story on that I ever got told. So my high school coach got drafted by the Sixers. Was the last cut by the Sixers. So I went to play over in Europe. He said, one night you're going into a gym and you see the other team outside smoking and drinking beers before you play them. You go in and play in front of 20 people, and these guys stink of alcohol and cigarettes and stuff. You kick their ass. The next night you go, and it's like you're playing the Russian national team in front of 20,000 people. He's like, somehow you have to find the energy, same energy both nights.
And it's hard.
It is. And that's what makes, in my book, what makes the great athletes the greatest, that they can do it no matter the circumstances.
And I think Joel Embiid is at that level now.
So do I.
He's so incredibly dialed in right now, and I think part of the reason why is something we talked about earlier, the MVP odds, them swinging in his favor. I think he can taste it. Yeah, and while I know John, you're not into the individual award thing, I understand why, but like
it's going to mean nothing to me if they get knocked out in the second round.
And I understand why totally. But if it motivates this guy to up his game, and it seems to have on the defensive end of the floor, then I'm all for it.
Right.
And I think it does help.
Somebody said to me the other night, or maybe it was a tweet, I don't know, but they said, Embiid absolutely knows that this game's on national TV.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And look, that's okay. God, take it to a low level, but playing high school ball, we always played in front of a full gym. I then played junior college ball, and the game meant everything to me, and there might be 5 people in the stands. And it was a conscious effort to get
self-motivate.
That was these guys are so good at it.
In the movie Friday Night Lights, which is based on the Buzz Bissinger book, the one player from that team went from playing at Permian to playing at Harvard, and he couldn't do it.
Yeah.
He had trouble playing in front of like 20,000 people to playing in front of 10 people who are all going to be future doctors.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it is tough.
I thank one of my old coworkers at SMS who sent along the picture, Rob Estes was 30 years ago. From silk stockings.
So I've seen pictures of you when you weren't gray.
When I wasn't gray.
And
that hair, and people would always say that. I don't even remember. Why can't you be somebody who's like why a USA show, a USA Network show? Why not somebody from couldn't I look like somebody from
I was
maybe
a
something on
hockey
ABC
player with fake teeth.
He was a hero here.
I always thought you looked a little bit like Johnny Sins.
I don't know.
I don't know. You don't know Johnny Sins?
No, I don't. I said I don't know.
Star?
Okay.
Is he in porn?
No, just look him up.
No, I don't want to look.
Do I look him up on the Irish Horns? Do I look up on
He's a character actor.
Do I look up on the Irish Horns social media?
Horn is the right word.
You can do that. So, all right, let's have a special Cooney's Corner to knock this thing out today, as he's looking at holidays on his mind.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
I got to play catch up here.
That's
I don't
good.
even remember. I think I was asking
it's the top
you
holidays.
About your top holidays.
Yes.
What's your favorite Patrick?
I set it up in the tease for it.
Well, it's fine. No, you did. It's funny. I saw I watched an interview. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to bring the name up again.
Let's do
I
it.
watched an interview yesterday with Springsteen.
Okay, that's good.
And Jimmy Fallon was asking him about his personal life, and it was around Thanksgiving time. He's like, "What's Thanksgiving about?" And Springsteen looks at him and goes, am I nuts, or is it crazy that we have a holiday that is surrounded by eating food? And it was like funny. He's just like, I love the holiday. I just find it really funny that
The food is
it's
sort of
surrounded by-
essential.
Well, St. Patrick's Day, what's it surrounded
Drinking.
by? Drinking. So what are your favorite holiday? Like, I know we all love Christmas, so we'll take the
Christmas
obvious
is
out.
off the board.
My favorite holiday is Thanksgiving. And I've told you guys why, because of the cooking and all that stuff, and then that's my favorite holiday. But do you have one that might be a little bit off the... What do you got? Jamie Franco has one. Do you have a holiday off the books that kind of excites you a little
you
bit?
take it? Because to me, I would go to Thanksgiving second.
Yeah, let's
But if I took Thanksgiving
yeah.
off the board, I got to tell you that there's something about Memorial Day, not the holiday and remembering the dead, but the idea that it means I'm coming into 3 months where I'm really, really content because you get more time off, a little more family time. You go to the beach, you do things like that. So there was something about that always being the gateway to fun.
The summer.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, living in the South as long as I did, shorts on an everyday basis began around late March, where every day you could pretty much get away with it.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit different.
That's a good one, though, because at my old house...
meant something.
Yeah, when the kids were little, our pool that we belonged to would open Memorial Day weekend.
So
And
it's
that
a
was-
landmark.
Yeah. You got one, Pat?
It's not going to come as a surprise to you guys.
What's that?
Halloween.
He loves Halloween.
I get to go to strangers' houses, and
Get candy.
all I have to do is say trick or treat. And half the time, I don't even have to say that, and they just give me candy. And it's awesome. I'm short enough, all jokes aside, where I can just put on a mask and I can still pass. I can still get
Wait a
candy if I
minute,
want
wait a minute,
to.
wait a minute.
You have the ass of
Can
a
we-
32-year-old, though.
Can we try this next year?
We could. And
For
also,
social media?
Furthermore, it's the holiday where I can finally be cool.
You are cool,
I can
Pat.
go as a cool guy. I could be whatever I want on Halloween.
That's putting a lot
I
on
could go
a
as
holiday.
Captain America.
All right.
I could go as a hockey player, a good one. I could go as Bob Cooney. The world's my oyster on Halloween, and at the end of it, I have a bucket of candy.
I can think of how many Halloween costumes that I used that would be completely cancel culture today. That would absolutely get you there. The hobo, nobody's a hobo anymore. With the broomstick,
Yeah.
with the bed sheet like over it in the back, like you're a hobo and you dress up like a bum. The bum going as a bum on Halloween is no longer acceptable.
I think the bum's still a
the
strong
bum?
one.
You know, you know what's another one that went by the
Who's
wayside?
that offending?
The sports talk radio host. Like, no, kids don't go as that anymore.
No, they really stopped.
When I was a kid, it was like my mom would have told me, like, Patrick, you got to go with something else.
I was Steve Fredericks one year, Bob, and it was a huge hit. Bill Campbell another year.
I went
It
as
just-
Pierre
No, you-
Robert one year.
You were Pierre Robert one
I
year.
started just yelling "Hello, fellow citizens" at everybody.
How
It
about
was
Jackie
great.
Bam Bam next year? we can all.
I guarantee Jackie's favorite holiday is Halloween.
Oh gosh.
Guarantee, but yeah.
When did you stop trick or treating?
I haven't.
It's awful.
What, 8th grade?
No, I probably stopped.
8th grade, maybe?
Yeah, I probably.
You didn't go out in high school, did
No,
you? You weren't
no,
one of those
no.
creepy kids.
No, the one year I went around with friends who was taking their little sister out, and they dressed up, and I did not.
Okay.
I was like probably a junior in high school, and I'm like, I'm not.
Hey.
And I joked with people, I'm going as Mark Cuban on Shark Tank.
Hey, Staples stores are a new world of possible. They've got innovative tools for small business, remote workers, and learners. You can explore more at your local Staples store or visit staplesconnect.com. So we are now, if I was to say by the start of the show on Monday, tell me something that's going to happen with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Should I give you the obvious one?
Do you think it's going to happen?
Yesterday, Pat and I were both above 50%.
I said
Both
I
felt-
said 45.
Yeah, you
And
were.
right now, by the way, today I'm at like 30.
I gotta say, I don't think it happens.
So by Monday, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is not an Eagle. Monday, 6 a.m.
Is he not an Eagle right now?
No, he's not an Eagle. He's free right now.
Right. So
you're saying there's no contract with
no,
the Eagles?
let's do this. Is he with another team by Monday?
No.
Well, then I'll still have hope.
No, I'll still have hope on Monday. I don't think he's signed by Monday. I think he's getting bad guidance.
I think if he signs with another team, then that was the Eagles' choice. And what I mean by that is I really do think they said, go test the market, but let us match.
Well, Cincinnati,
because I think they know that he wants to be here.
Right. I think they know he wants to be here, and it's one of those reasons why. And Bob, we talk about the younger generation with the social media.
Right.
They give away too much in a negotiation. My agent used to sit me down, and his whole plan was he had a sign behind his desk: "Shut up and go to work." I'll do the negotiating. Shut up, go to work, do a good job.
He had an agent.
But do not. The radio rabbi, he was his name, Norm Schrott, God rest his soul.
Drew Rosenhaus.
He was the best.
Yeah.
But it was his whole mantra to every one of his clients: shut up and go to work. I'll handle the negotiation. You have nothing to say about it. If you're asked about it, you don't say anything. Don't talk to the bosses about it. Don't talk to anybody about it. I think these young players living out loud are negotiating on social media. And the minute you tell, we love it here, this is the best place in the world, we don't want to go in it, it's done. It's done. Because you've taken away leverage.
And it hurts. Other teams know it too.
Yes. Because you've told them.
Yeah, so that's good for the Eagles. Maybe.
Yes, I think it
Who was
could
number
be.
21 on the Wolves?
21 on the Wolves?
It
Kevin
was
Garnett.
I didn't think my first thought was Garnett, but I didn't think he was 21 for some reason.
He was a really good basketball player for them for a while. Went to
He was
Boston,
what was
won a
he 5 on
championship.
He was number 5 on the Celtics.
Yes, he's
I think,
five, right?
Really good basketball
Now,
player.
the strange thing is they only sold 21 of those in Minnesota. Of that
Minnesota.
particular one. So they did that. So, hey, is your home renovation plan hibernating? Start planning that kitchen of your dreams with Colonial Marble and Granite and save today. Go to colonialmarble.net today. So, Pat, are they or are they not? Is C.J. Gardner-Johnson an Eagle by 6 a.m. Monday?
I'll say yes.
Oh, this weekend will go. This city will go nuts if that
I'll
happens.
say yes because I thought he'd already be an Eagle, so I'm going to keep saying yes until he signs with another team.
I shouldn't go. I should agree with you.
Like, if I thought it yesterday, nothing's really changed my opinion. In fact, it's only helped.
Well, wait a minute, though. You had more information today.
In what sense?
He feels disrespected.
Well, I understand that. I mean, I think.
So I mean that may,
like many Americans, he thinks he's not getting his value.
And the thing is, though, that may cause him to say, "Well, I'll just hold out a little bit here,"
And
because I don't think Howie's going to pull the trigger on some C-list safety to
I don't
replace
either.
it.
But what is happening and what I look at going in the Eagles' favor is the teams that need safeties are drying up.
It's
They're
the
signing
truth.
guys.
And by the way, Cincinnati doing it, right?
I
think they got a veteran.
Yeah. How many more teams are going to be giving C.J. Gardner-Johnson the price that he wants?
Well, none of them are giving
a luxury.
None of them are.
But even like coming down a little bit, like if they've already filled it, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a piece that some NFL teams might be looking at as, all right, we'll take him if he's willing to come down in that price, but nowhere near that, and nowhere near like we're talking. It's got to be a big discount. He's going to have to humble himself a bit.
I got to tell you, I am shocked that he hasn't been signed.
I'm shocked he's not signed.
I mean,
but he must be outrageous demands. It's got to be.
Yeah, but it only takes one team. It only takes one. And the fact that none of them, like this guy played a new position last year for only a little bit of time and led the league in interceptions. I mean, he showed to be a real playmaker on defense. I hear you about the money, but I'm surprised somebody didn't just say, yeah, we'll pay it because he's kind of a difference maker in that defensive backfield.
I have a buddy of mine who does mortgages for a living, and he'll counsel people, and they'll go, I'm willing to go. We're looking to buy this house, and it's $350,000, but our budget is $350,000, and they want $360,000. And he'll say to them, and I just had to do the math, he'll say to them, that's like $27 a month for $10,000.
Yeah.
So you're sitting obsessing on it. I wonder if these guys go, but I want $14 million and nothing less. And they don't realize $13 million, if you invest it properly, you can more than make up money.
But like I told you, I had an NBA player pull me aside one time and say, look, I'm telling you, when we go to lunch and I go with another forward in the league and we're sitting there talking about family and stuff, the first thing on both of our minds is I'm making you more than you and you're making more than me.
That's incredible.
But it's the truth. That's the competition within.
That's what Pat does to me every day before the show starts.
I often come to work and I say, all these people are making more than me, but the difference is I go,
Yeah, but I get it.
Oh, we get it too.
I get it. I don't blame the bosses. I understand.
We
my
all
role.
understand.
Sometimes you got to humble yourself and look in the mirror.
Today is going to be an amazing day at the Irish Horne. It's going to be an amazing day. Everybody to go grab yourself a Bud Light anytime during the day today. Bud Light seltzers, Bud Lights. Go grab them. And it doesn't just have to be at the Irish Horne. They're going to be cold and served everywhere. And we appreciate Bud Light being a part of the show.
I'm staying right here.
I'm sticking around too.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to be
shout out to Ed Horne.
Yeah, way to go, Ed.
Hey, Ed Horne, thanks for your hospitality. We appreciate it very,
Shelby,
very much. This
awesome.
is a great, great time. Shelby's kicking ass.
She is.
She seems very in charge. I mean, she's really, really in charge. I mean, she knows how to run this place. She's the brains of the operation, from what I've been told.
Oh, wait. Somebody just yelled at us, said that my name's not Shelby.
What? Kelsey is. Kelsey.
They wrote down Shelby.
They wrote down Shelby.
Well,
and Shelby. They want double billing. All right, I'm going to be out at Parks Casino later today, too. As will Chunas and Cuz. They'll be doing their show today. Great chance to go out and meet them today. And come on by the Parks Sportsbook as they celebrate their 1 year. I'm looking forward to being out there today. Support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. Make a donation to the AACR today. Go to 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. We love you, John Kincade Show, saying Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody here from the Irish Horne.
Cheers!
We'll take you to Parks Casino next as the party continues with Cousin Chunas, two great, great Irishmen here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Get the BetPark Sportsbook app downloaded right now. If you have not done it yet, do it now. And if you're a new user, bet $10. Get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. So, you bet $10 on one of the 1 seeds to win. I told you this yesterday. Bet them all. Just bet them. One of them will win, and you'll get the $125 in free wagers that you will then be able to use on whatever you choose. Maybe it's a futures bet on your favorite baseball team in town. Maybe it's your favorite team that you think is going to win this tournament. Get in now. BetParks has got it all for you. It's a sleek, easy-to-use app. It's awesome. You're going to love it. And that BetPark Sportsbook, I'll be hanging out there today with Cuz and Chunas. Come on by. You're going to love it. It's a great place to watch the games. Bet $10, get $125 if your first bet wins. Check out betparks.com for terms and conditions. You got to be 21, and you got to be in Pennsylvania or Jersey. Should you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy St. Paddy's Day from the John Kincade Show, live from the Irish Horne in Richboro, PA, and on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The Fanatic's business.
incentives and technical expertise to help you reduce your energy use and to save cash. See how Pico's helping businesses like yours take greater control of their energy costs to improve their bottom line. Simply complete a customer survey on Pico's digital portal and an energy profile. The report will be generated for you, and this profile is going to provide specific recommendations based on your facilities, equipment, and energy use with great ways to save while either maintaining or increasing productivity.
Out of all esports, none has a history as rich as Counter-Strike. While the series has been fostering esports since the early 2000s, there hasn't been a new entry in the series since 2010. Fans have regularly requested a major update for the decade-long game, and the rumors have begun to run again. In a recent meeting with graphics company Nvidia, Counter-Strike 2 was shown in multiple screenshots. Do you think a new game is coming, or is this just another pipe dream?
The latest esports and gaming news. Find it online at checkpointxp.com.
Are you concerned
concerned about your IRA and 401k with everything that's going on in the world? Well, you should be. Securing your IRA or 401k with real gold and silver is a portfolio protection plan, and Oxford Gold has made it as easy as 1, 2, 3. One app, one call, you pick your precious metals, that's it. Call Oxford Gold today. Ask about additional free bonus opportunities you might be eligible for. Call 833-899-GOLD. 833-899-4653. Call right now.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HOT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HOT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HOT.
Just before I put away the tools and settled in to relax for the summer, Tom, my neighbor, challenged me to a yard competition. I mean, it wasn't spoken between us per se, but I could see the look in his eyes. But I'm not worried. I've got Lawn Doctor, and in no time I'll be winning this subconscious contest. I just gotta sit back and watch the grass grow. You know, your lawn can be great too. All you gotta do is call Lawn Doctor and get a no-hassle quote today. Enjoy a greener, healthier, pest-free lawn with Lawn Doctor. Watch your back, Tom.
Hey, baseball fans. Are you ready for a home run deal? Visit Exton Nissan and Nissan 422 of Limerick, part of the Bush Auto Group, for unbeatable prices on the latest Nissan models. The Bush Auto Group has a wide selection of over 500 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And that's not all. We'll save you over $3,000 in bonus value to help drive down the cost of vehicle ownership. So don't strike out on this opportunity. Visit Exton Nissan or Nissan 422 today, or visit us online at bushautogroup.com.
Ready to hit the gym? We need to get in shape for summer.
So does our HVAC system.
Yeah, winter was so mild this year. Our HVAC system definitely didn't get its usual workout.
But cooling down the house in the summer, that takes some heavy lifting.
Bryant will do whatever it takes to get your AC ready for summer, from system tune-ups to 0% financing on a new home comfort system. Act now to take advantage of federal, state, and local rebates. Find your local Bryant dealer at nopaybryant.com.
Bryant.
Whatever it takes.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, go to forthepeople.com to see cases just like yours. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Meineke is committed to keeping you and your vehicle safe and on the road. Right now, Meineke is offering a semi-synthetic oil change package for only $29.95 with a free tire rotation and battery check. For tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more, Meineke, doing car care right.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. This March, protect yourself against with Bracket Parlay Insurance on FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. Right now, all customers can get up to $25 back each day if your parlay of 3 legs or more falls 1 leg short. So you can go with a couple of areas. You can go with that Virginia squad that I think makes a decent run, and maybe you add them to a couple of other teams that you like in the first round. You want to play it safe and go with the 1 seeds? I think you can do that. I don't think there's going to be a 16 seed that upsets anybody in the first round this year. With a parlay, you can turn a small bet into a slam dunk, and with cash out, you're calling the shots. You can close out your bet whenever you want before the game is even over. Just sign into your FanDuel Sportsbook account or go to FanDuel.com/Fanatic to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Fanatic, and make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
21 plus and present in PA. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 per day unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. It's time now for Cuz Radio.
What up, Cuz? Deshaun Jackson gets a block. Are you kidding?
Talking with the Cuz.
Yo, Cuz. How you doing? Stairs rips one into the night. Stolen by the Doc.
after. Yes, he's got it. Here he comes. Way rock the baby to sleep and slam dunk.
Look, cuz, don't even try it, okay?
Now here's Anthony Gargano.
Why don't you get the hell out of here, cuz?
Good morning, everybody. Happy St. Patty's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day. And a happy Friday to all across the Delaware Valley. What a day it is today, because it's the confluence of St. Patrick's Day, the NCAA tournament on a great Friday. Wow. This will be a fun day today, and more chicanery coming your way today. This is just party day, all right? So I want to hear all of your Irish stories, okay? Where you're at, the whole thing. We're going to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. Give us a kind of a timeline of your day today. I want to kind of live vicariously. We are at the Parks Sportsbook, the incredible Parks Sportsbook, for day 2 of the tournament, man. This is an incredible time. As yesterday was a lot of fun. All the Princeton game was incredible. We're going to go through all the results, set you up with the schedule, the whole thing. Just remember, come celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the Bet Parks Sportsbook app at the Parks Casino Sportsbook. You can watch all the games, right? All day today. You got all kinds of stuff, food and drink specials, bonus bet giveaways, tons of Bet Park swag with your name on it. And Jameer Nelson will join us today at 2 o'clock at the Park Sportsbook from 2 to 4. The legendary Jameer. And then remember his run, which was incredible. Come to the Parks Casino and Sportsbook. Experience excitement of March Mania. If you're going to bet at Bet Parks, got to be 21. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. So before we get into the tournament and everything else and all the fun, the Eagles signed Marcus Mariota. And I want to go back in time. So Marcus Mariota was, if we remember, he was one of the original white whales. He was the Hawaiian whale, all right? And we were all freaking out that draft, 2015. And let us go back to that time. Chip Kelly in need of a quarterback. You know, it had become obvious that Nick Foles wasn't really the answer. And there was a lot of talk that he would be reunited with Marcus Mariota, his quarterback at Oregon. And we had this whole fever, the Mariota fever. Now, it's a lesson in how things work out. It truly is the lesson in the universe, right? If you remember, we wanted it so badly. We wanted Marcus Mariota. He would run Chip's system. It would be the perfect fit. They would be reunited and the whole thing. And Sal Pal, our friend Sal Palantonio from ESPN, was saying that the deal was going to happen. And he did a whole do the deal, and then the station. I remember you guys freaking out, do the deal. It was wild, right? The Mariota fever. And there was a lot of talk that Mariota would become the Eagle. It would be the newest Eagle. And it would be like this unstoppable offense. He would be reunited with Chip Kelly, and it would be amazing. And it turned out there was no deal. And that year, that draft, if we remember, that was the Winston draft. Tampa Bay has the first pick in the draft, and they take Jameis Winston. There was a whole thing about the crab claws, and that he stole crab claws. So insane that he walked into the supermarket and grabbed crab claws. First of all, how stupid can you be? Like, dude, you're going to be making millions of dollars. You're going to be robbing claws? Come on, Holmes. And then the Titans select Mariota. Second, there was no trade whatsoever for the quarterback. And the Titans take Mariota with the second overall pick. And he turns out to be a bust. I mean, listen, the fact that he comes as a backup is fine. But, we thought that he was going to be at a great arm. He was mobile. There was a lot of thought that Mariota would be the answer. That could be the answer and that, he was going to be a really good player. Not the case. Interesting, the rest of that draft, because the Jaguars still like Dante Fowler, who the Raiders took Amari Cooper. The Randy Sheriff, who turned out to be really good. The Jets took Leonard Williams, who turned out to be really good. The Bears, who stink at drafting, took Kevin White, the receiver out of West Virginia, who was a flop. The Falcons go back to Vic Beasley. The Giants take Eric Flowers. The Rams take Todd Gurley, if you remember that, and so forth and so on. And, of course, that was the draft. The Eagles took Chunas.
Nelson Aguilar, Ant.
Correctamundo.
Nelly.
Nelson Aguilar out of USC. And that was the beginning of the wide receiver flops that took place during the draft. But Aguilar, and we remember that, the infamous line of the guy who saved the baby, caught the baby out of the burning building and turned to the cameras and said, when he got interviewed as a hero, he said, "Well, I'm not Nelson Aguilar.
Right.
I'm not dropping it." And Aguilar was a complete mess, if you remember. And that was the year that spelled the end for Chip Kelly. And then in comes Doug, and in comes Carson. How he makes the trade, how he gets reinstated after that draft. And he trades up and gets Wentz.
Amazing.
Right? And in North Dakota State, the Carson Wentz from the same city, Chicago, the draft. Back-to-back, they had the draft. And, man, it was amazing. Last night, I could not get enough of the whole Mariota thing. And it's a great lesson to us. And I want to play this game, What If? It's the What If game. What if the Eagles would have made that trade for Marcus Mariota? What would have happened? Certainly, Chip Kelly is not fired. As much as a pain in the ass he was, there's no way that Jeffrey Lurie would have fired him because he just had all that invested in the quarterback. So he probably would have got another year, right? Then what happens? There's no Super Bowl. There's no Wentz. There's no Super Bowl. And who knows, how the depths of how they have to dig out of it, because they would have been stuck with Mariota, who turned out to be a flop.
Yeah, we talked about every day, 4 hours a day was do the deal. Marcus Mariota, do you do it? And of course, everybody said yes, they did it. That was one of those things where
to be honest with you,
entire city was on board.
I was not.
Okay, you were not.
You might have remembered. I went on Mikey Mish's show, and I was like, nah, I got to tell you.
You weren't for it.
I'm not a fan.
But that was one of those where the collective fan base, right, was on board. Or it was the 80-20.
Yes.
And you don't normally get that.
Yes.
Right? You rarely get that when there's such a high pick, especially when you would have to